Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61, The Senju clan is full of fat sheep. Tsunade sighed as she covered her forehead. Although she had very little interaction with Tatsuma, she knew about his strong desire for victory. 2 years ago, she witnessed Tatsuma getting injured for the sake of a final assessment. However, she didn't expect that, after 2 years, Tatsuma remained the same. His personality had not changed at all. Moreover, Tsunade cast a pitying glance at the back of her brother's head. Her brother had many good qualities, but he lacked talent and was reckless. A few days ago, Tsunade had tested both Tatsuma and Minato. Although they didn't use all their abilities, even their physical and taijutsu skills were beyond Noaki's comparison. As for Noaki, this brother of hers was suppressed in the academy, dominated at home by his sister, and in recent years, even Kushina was suppressing him. Could Noaki, who couldn't even defeat Kushina, stand a chance against Tatsuma and Minato, who had defeated Kushina multiple times without breaking a sweat? Yet, Tsunade showed no intention of stopping him because she knew her brother wasn't so fragile. Despite repeated defeats, his resilience in battle was his best quality. In just a moment, Noaki and Tatsuma had assumed their stances, activating the seal of confrontation. Noaki spoke, "Are you ready?" This question caught Tatsuma off guard for a moment, as he was usually the one delivering lines when initiating the seal of confrontation. However, Tatsuma quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Indeed, inheriting the most orthodox will of fire from the Senju clan. Even in practical combat training, you are mindful of your fellow villagers. However, I hope you will be more serious, otherwise I will win too quickly." Noaki found the first half of Tatsuma's statement amusing, but the second half made him furrow his brows. Deliberately lowering his tone and mimicking Orochimaru's manner of speaking, Noaki retorted, "Spare me the big words. Then, let's begin." As Tatsuma spoke, Noaki immediately launched an attack, rushing forward to close the distance with Tatsuma. With a swift step, he executed a straight kick toward Tatsuma. On the sidelines, Tsunade shifted her gaze away. She couldn't bear to watch her brother with such a meager skill level. Even the Tatsuma from 2.5 years ago, who was thin and weak, could counter this level of skill easily with his techniques. However, Tatsuma had not anticipated Noaki's straightforward approach. Instead of starting with probing moves, Noaki went straight for high-risk, full-force techniques. Given Noaki's current airborne state, countering him was too simple. However, to give Noaki some face, Tatsuma didn't intend to end it with just one move. He immediately caught Noaki's kicking leg his left hand, simultaneously pushing horizontally with his right hand. Although the speed wasn't fast, when combined with Noaki's charging momentum, the palm strike sent Noaki crashing solidly to the ground. Having landed firmly, Noaki grimaced as he climbed back up from the ground. However, he seemed unaware of the gap between their abilities. Once the discomfort from the impact had subsided, Noaki launched another attack. Again, with rapid strides, he sprinted towards Tatsuma. Upon closing the distance, he soared into the air and delivered a Superman punch towards Tatsuma. "Do you enjoy flying so much?" With a silent comment, Tatsuma immediately seized Noaki's fist, turned, and exerted force, sending the airborne Noaki flying. Bang! This impact was heavier than the previous one. As Noaki landed on the ground, he twitched and contorted like a freshly animated zombie, rigidly convulsing and wailing. However, this was just a momentary setback. Despite Noaki's somewhat clumsy demeanor, the combination of Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines allowed him to quickly recover. Of course, Tatsuma also felt that there was no need for a follow-up attack in their sparring. Otherwise, Noaki wouldn't have had a chance. As Noaki stood up again, he moved around a bit and said, "You're pretty good." Tsunade simply closed her eyes. Could her brother not see that Tatsuma was holding back significantly? In reality, Noaki was oblivious to it all. He charged towards Tatsuma once more, but this time, he opted for a simple boxing stance, throwing punches at Tatsuma. Tatsuma lowered his body with quick head movement, dodging Noaki's punch before they both collided as he retaliated with an elbow. Ah! The elbow struck Noaki's abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and continued his assault with a charging punch. The distance wasn't well managed, and Tatsuma simply tilted his head backward to evade. As Noaki attempted to retract the fist he had thrown with full force, leaving him off balance, Tatsuma didn't give him a chance. With a swift pull and a straight kick, Noaki was hit in the abdomen again. His entire body arched, and his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Tatsuma felt a bit awkward receiving such a grand gesture. His right hand looped around Noaki's neck from behind, gripping his chin. Simultaneously, Tatsuma placed his right foot between Noaki's legs. With a pull and a sweep, Tatsuma effortlessly tossed Noaki aside. This unexpected move actually helped Noaki dissipate some of the force. After rolling twice, he stood up a bit flushed, ready to continue the attack. Tsunade opened her mouth as if to intervene, but Tatsuma waved his hand lightly. Observing this, Tsunade understood that Tatsuma had everything under control and refrained from stopping them. Noaki, slightly dizzy, charged towards Tatsuma, lowered his body, and reached out with both hands to grab Tatsuma's waist, apparently attempting to bring him down to the ground. It must be said that Noaki seemed to have some strategy in mind at this point. His height, weight, and the strength gained from the age difference would give him a considerable advantage on the ground compared to Tatsuma. Unfortunately, he was too hasty. When attempting to take someone down, the most crucial element is catching them off guard. As Noaki lunged forward, Tatsuma raised his knee to block. Noaki's face turned to one of shock because he couldn't stop his own momentum. The result was a headlong collision with Tatsuma's knee, testing the hardness of Tatsuma's joint with his own forehead. Noaki had no chance to change tactics, but Tatsuma remained composed. Slightly turning his knee inward, Tatsuma evaded Noaki's face, swiftly returning to a neutral position before throwing Noaki to the side. This time, Noaki happened to fall right next to Tatsuma. As Tatsuma lowered his raised knee, his foot hovered over Noaki's face, and Noaki dared not make any further moves. Perhaps it wasn't evident earlier, but this clear indication of stopping was noticeable to Noaki. With a touch of resignation, he admitted, "I lost. Ding, stamina +2, spirit +3. Would you like to claim?" "Yes." Tatsuma lifted his foot and set it down beside him. Bending over, he formed the seal of reconciliation and then helped Noaki up. Despite being defeated, Noaki wasn't angry. In fact, he seemed excited as he asked, "How do you usually train? Why is your taijutsu so powerful? Can you teach me?" This caught Tatsuma's interest, as he seemed to have found another fat sheep. Winning through physical combat is indeed the most direct way to achieve victory, but with ordinary opponents, they often become reluctant after a few encounters. However, Noaki's attitude made Tatsuma think that perhaps he could benefit significantly from him. Taijutsu can only be mastered through practical combat. If you're willing, I can spar with you in taijutsu every day. Really? Noaki asked with delight. Tatsuma nodded, wearing an immensely sincere smile. I truly admire someone as persevering as you. I will do my best, and I hope you can persist. I definitely will. Noaki thumped his chest, expressing firm determination. Tsunade's expression became somewhat strange. For some reason, although Tatsuma's smile seemed genuine, bright, and infectious, she couldn't shake off a certain unsettling feeling. Let's go again. I won't lose so quickly this time, Noaki declared. Noaki smiled and extended another invitation. Tatsuma nodded, about to agree, but Tsunade's face darkened, and she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" After speaking, she looked at Tatsuma and said, "Jiraiya and Grandma might not chat for long. We should definitely take advantage of this time to play cards." Chapter 62, New Training Schedule. Ding 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 sis, how about we stop playing? Half an hour later, Noaki looked at Tsunade, who was losing control after losing, and advised, while Tatsuma also spat out a mouthful of saliva. Playing cards with Tsunade allowed him to quickly pick up talents, and Tsunade lived up to her nickname of Big Fat Sheep. Tatsuma could usually pick up at least 4 points of talents like with his spar with Noaki, but with Tsunade they range from 6 to 9 points. Moreover, it seemed endless. In 3 years, Tatsuma found that the talents that everyone could drop every day were actually limited. Just like Minato, even if Tatsuma kept winning, in one day, he could only brush up about 100 points of talents. After all, playing against Minato required hands-on practice, and it wasn't so efficient. The speed at which he realized talents was far from the speed of adding talent upper limits. Therefore, he didn't feel that the number of talent upper limits picked up every day was low. Of course, in reality, due to the duration of the game and the win-loss record, Tatsuma couldn't pick up so many, but it was enough to satisfy him. However, Tsunade seems different. In the combined time of the incident a few days ago and today's, it wouldn't exceed 2 hours. Yet Tatsuma has picked up over 200 points of talent upper limit from her, which is almost equivalent to Tatsuma's entire harvest over 4 or 5 days in the past. At this speed, Tatsuma should feel very happy, but feeling the slight overflow of killing intent from Tsunade, Tatsuma felt that he could die at any moment. Humph! Are you saying I can't afford to lose? Tsunade glared at her brother. Noaki trembled and dared not speak. Tsunade threw down the cards in her hand, walked to the side, and started doing her push-ups. This momentarily eased Tatsuma's tension, and he couldn't help but fantasize. If Tsunade had a better personality, she has the potential of becoming a talent points-making machine, and applying some changes to the bets could make it even more effective by avoiding making Tsunade waste time doing push-ups. With Tsunade's luck in gambling, betting for 16 hours every day, Tatsuma speculates that he would quickly raise his talents to the Jonin level. Unfortunately, that's just a hypothetical. Tsunade's personality is not as amiable as Noaki or Minato. After finishing the push-ups, she sat back in her chair with a stern face, pointed to the table, and said, "Let's go again." Speaking, she gathered the cards with both hands and skillfully began shuffling them. Just as Tatsuma and the others nervously took the cards, their savior finally arrived. "I heard that Monkey Hiruzen asked you to teach these 2 kids medical ninjutsu, right?" "Grandma." Noaki jumped up as if he's seen a savior, and Tsunade hurriedly hid the cards in her sleeves. Mito looked at Tsunade's reaction and helplessly said, "I saw everything." Only then did Tsunade extended her hand from her sleeve, but still kept her head down, not daring to meet her grandmother's gaze. Tatsuma and Minato also put down their cards and bowed to Mito, saying, "Mito-sama." Mito waved her hand and looked back at Jiraiya and Kushina. Then she said, "Jiraiya, if you have other tasks, you can leave first. I will take care of these 2 kids." Jiraiya nodded and said, "All right, Mito-sama. Thank you. I'll take my leave now." Mito waved her hand, and Jiraiya quickly slipped away, avoiding eye contact with Tsunade. After Jiraiya left, Mito walked to the table, picked up 2 poker cards, rubbed them, and then said, "Restricting you like this doesn't seem to be effective. How about this, from now on, in the morning, Tatsuma and Minato, you 2, along with Kushina, will study sealing jutsu with me. Tsunade, you'll practice on your own. In the afternoon, you'll teach them medical ninjutsu. After dinner, I can let you play cards for a while. How does that sound?" Tsunade looked up, incredulously asking, "Grandma, are you for real? If I don't let you play, you'll do it secretly anyway, and you'll be daydreaming about it. It's been half a year, and there's been no progress. I agreed to let you play now, but if you still haven't made progress, don't blame me for not giving you another chance in the future. I will definitely learn quickly," Tsunade excitedly exclaimed. Mito then looked at Tatsuma and Minato, asking, "What do you think?" "Thank you, Mito-sama." Tatsuma naturally couldn't refuse, and he was very excited. During the day, he he could learn and exercise, and at night, he could improve his talents. With Mito overseeing, absurd situations like Tsunade losing and getting angry to the point of beating them wouldn't occur. Thank you, Mito-sama. Minato was also slightly excited, but he glanced several times at the pouting Kushina with clear displeasure on her face. The reactions of the few people were all noticed by Mito. She nodded in satisfaction. The only regret was that it seemed Tatsuma didn't care at all about Kushina. Well, what about me? Grandma, I also need to train with Tatsuma. At this point, Noaki voiced his grievances. His chakra level was not sufficient to support learning sealing jutsu, his chakra control was a mess, and he couldn't learn medical ninjutsu. Either. Orochimaru was still on a mission, and with no one to guide him, was he supposed to entertain himself until Orochimaru returned to the village? It's okay, Noaki. I have a morning training routine. You can wake up early and train with us. Tatsuma smiled and said, and Noaki nodded, asking, what time do you usually do your morning training? Tatsuma glanced at Minato, and Minato nodded, saying, we usually gather for training at 5, but if we're here, it will be around 5:30. Upon hearing this, Mito added, I will start teaching you at 9. Noaki scratched his head, then gritted his teeth and said, 5:30? Then I'll start waking up earlier from now on. Mito glanced at Kushina and asked, Kushina, do you want to join them for morning training? 5:30 is too early, isn't it? Kushina said with a bit of hesitation. Mito showed a kind smile and said, then you can sleep a little later. After all, you don't have to worry about being surpassed by Tatsuma and Minato. You're already their defeated underling. Grandma Mito. Kushina pouted, then stomped her foot, saying, it's just 5:30, right? I can wake up too. Tatsuma looked at Mito in amazement. He hadn't expected that Mito would also be a master of wit and humor, and her skills seemed to be even stronger than his. At this moment, Noaki looked at Tatsuma and said, why don't you guys move in? That way, you can get an extra half-hour of sleep. Tatsuma shook his head and smiled, saying, no need. A half-hour run is just a good warm-up. Yeah, we can't cause too much trouble, Minato added, showing a sunny and warm smile. Mito squinted slightly at the two, expressing her fondness for them. Compared to Tsunade and Noaki, these two kids were much cuter and easier to manage. She glanced at Noaki and Kushina again, further understanding why Noaki and Kushina had lost to Tatsuma and Minato. This dedication and enthusiasm were something Noaki and Kushina lacked. It's about 9 o'clock now. If you two have nothing else, shall we start our lesson? Mito asked. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma and Minato quickly nodded. Tatsuma said, thank you for your guidance. All right. Uzumaki Mito turned around and walked towards the inner room, saying as she walked, later, show me the sealing jutsu you learned from that Jiraiya kid. His skills are average, so I hope he didn't lead you astray. Tatsuma and Minato dared not speak. Only Mito had the authority to comment on Jiraiya's sealing jutsu skills. As his students, it was better for them to remain silent. Chapter 63, Kushina's Bias Unveiled. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Within the Senju clan's territory, Tatsuma formed seals and created 4 shadow clones. He looked at his shadow clones and said, you go practice chakra nature transformation, you focus on ninjutsu, you study sealing jutsu, and you delve into medical ninjutsu. The 4 shadow clones nodded and departed. Not far away, Minato also employed the same technique to cheat, while Noaki looked on with envy. It had been nearly half a year since Tatsuma and Minato began their training at the Senju clan. Jiraiya had returned for a brief period during that time, but after providing brief guidance, he quickly left. After Tatsuma and Minato assigned tasks to their shadow clones, Noaki approached them and asked, do you think I should apply for early graduation? Upon hearing this, Tatsuma and Minato were momentarily surprised. Minato furrowed his brow without answering, while Tatsuma inquired, why do you want to graduate early? I'm already 10 years old, turning 11 right after the new year. Plus, I have a feeling that I might become the class leader this semester. Wouldn't it be reasonable for me to graduate early? Both of you graduated after just 2.5 years of study, while I've been studying for 4.5 years. Or do you think I haven't reached the level to graduate yet? As Noaki spoke, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. As the grandson of the first Hokage and Tsunade's brother, he carried an invisible burden. He hadn't dared to propose early graduation before because he knew his skills weren't sufficient. However, after training with Tatsuma and Minato for some time, he felt a significant improvement in his abilities, enough to justify early graduation. Being 2 years older than Tatsuma and Minato, he started school at the age of 6. After 4.5 years of schooling, there weren't many classmates left in his class. If he didn't graduate early, he would be left behind. Tatsuma seemed to understand Noaki's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Tatsuma said to Noaki, "Noaki, judging by your skills, passing the graduation assessment shouldn't be a problem. It's just a matter of strength, and I support you in graduating early. But if you want to graduate just because you feel you've been in school long enough, I don't support it because you don't know why you want to become a ninja." "Why become a ninja?" "My grandfather is a Hokage, my great-uncle was a Hokage, my parents are Konoha ninjas, and even my sister is a Konoha ninja. Shouldn't I become a ninja too?" Noaki almost recited his entire family history, but Tatsuma shook his head and said, "It's not about your family being ninjas. Just because your family members are ninjas doesn't mean you have to be one. If you want to become a ninja, you must have your own reasons." "Then why did you and Minato graduate early to become ninjas?" Noaki asked in confusion. Tatsuma pursed his lips. He couldn't exactly say that the school sensei had hinted several times for them to graduate. Moreover, they happened to encounter the Whirlpool Country incident, which led to Kushina's emotional imbalance, and they had to step up to the challenge. After taking a deep breath, Tatsuma spoke, "Noaki, how many ninjutsu techniques have you studied? Not counting those you've mastered, just the ones you've learned." Upon hearing this, Noaki also recalled for a moment but soon shook his head, saying, "I can't remember exactly, but there should be around 50 to 60, if not 100. Tatsuma shrugged and said, "As for Minato and me, if we hadn't graduated early, even at your age, we would have only known 5 ninjutsu, the 5 taught by the school. The village only sees us as worthy of training if we graduate early. That's when they assign powerful ninjas to guide us, and the Jonin mentors start to take us more seriously. Unlike you, we wanted to grow, and the only way was to graduate early to capture the village's attention." Hearing Tatsuma's words, Noaki opened his mouth in astonishment. He never realized that ninjutsus were so precious. With a bunch of them at home, he took them for granted, never considering the possibility of not having ninjutsu to learn. After expressing some rather heavy thoughts, Tatsuma raised his hand and patted Noaki's shoulder. Even though Noaki was taller, at that moment, the latter felt a sense of being taught, willingly lowering his own stature. Tatsuma smiled and said, "Noaki, like me and Minato, you are willing to put in more effort to become a powerful ninja, but the difference is, you haven't found your own goal yet. I know a ninja, someone Minato and I have trained with a few times. He's just a genin, but I admire him a lot. He persists in his ninja way, holds on to his beliefs, and aims to prove that one can be a ninja even without ninjutsu. He puts in efforts many times more than others day in and day out. I think you can consult with him on how to find your own goal and determine your purpose. His name is Mito. If you want to find him, just wait downstairs at the Hokage Tower. He runs by there several times every day." Noaki fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I will go find him and discover my goal. After that, I will decide if I want to graduate from the academy. I believe with your talent, you will surely find your ninja way. But before that, let's begin today's practical training." Ah. Donk, I wasn't ready just now, let's go again." In the distance, as Kushina stretched her body, she remarked to the rarely early rising Mito, "Granny Mito, look at Tatsuma, so hypocritical. Only Noaki could be fooled by him. After a few compliments, he went up there all dazed and ended up getting beaten. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Mito shook her head and said, "Kushina, you're mistaken. That little devil Tatsuma, he treats people sincerely. His compliments always come from the heart. He's very good at recognizing others' strengths and is fond of acknowledging those strengths. Whether it's Minato, Noaki, Tsunade, or even you, his praise is genuinely heartfelt. How is that possible? He clearly just wants to continue sparring with Minato and Noaki." Kushina obviously didn't believe Mito's words. Mito didn't bother to explain further but instead smiled and said, "Well then, use these old eyes of mine to take a good look at him." Saying that, Mito reached out and placed her hand on Kushina. In an instant, a surge of red chakra flowed out from Mito, covering Kushina. Meanwhile, at a distance, Tatsuma once again knocked Noaki down. He reached out toward the fallen Noaki, wearing a bright smile, and said, "How about that? Are you okay? Can you continue?" "Of course I can. I must say, Noaki, your perseverance and tenacity makes me feel inferior." Previously, these words sounded hypocritical and grating, but now as Kushina heard them, she felt a different vibe. She could sense Tatsuma's goodwill and sincerity in his words. Not far away, Minato Namikaze, who usually wore a fake smile and observed unfolding events with a mocking gaze. Now, in Kushina's eyes, he appeared like a newly born, warm but not glaring sun. "How about that? Did you see it?" Mito softly whispered to Kushina's ear. Kushina subconsciously nodded, then froze for a moment before asking, "But, Granny Mito, why?" "For your soul, the world is a mirror. It reflects the people's true colors which they can't hide. But the heart is sometimes blind and narrow-minded, just like someone who's colorblind. Sometimes they cannot distinguish the difference between two colors, and they will lump two different colors together." Chapter 64, Can You Even Pay? Am I really a narrow-minded person at heart? Kushina lowered her head, recalling her biases against Tatsuma and Minato. Feeling a bit guilty, but she was touched on the back of her head by Mito, who said, "No one is without narrow-mindedness. Just like Minato, his narrow-mindedness makes him prefer to see the bright side in everything, or Tatsuma, his narrow-mindedness makes him persistently focus on winning or losing. An open heart is not something ordinary people can possess." Mito subtly shifted the concept, but Kushina seemed not to have noticed. She just nodded and then enviously said, "Grandma Mito, I envy your ability to understand others' emotions." Upon hearing this, Mito instinctively touched her lower abdomen and looked at Kushina, who still seemed innocent. Although there was a smile on her face, there was also a hint of helplessness. "Envy? Sometimes, that can be a burden too." Mito murmured softly, her voice so low that even Kushina beside her couldn't hear clearly. Kushina looked at Mito, intending to ask what she had said. However, Mito gently pushed Kushina's back, simultaneously retracting the chakra enveloping her. She then smiled and said, "It's time for your training too, or else you'll be drifting further away from them." Thinking that Mito was referring to the gap in strength between her and the other two, Kushina snorted in disagreement and rushed towards the observing Minato. "Minato Namikaze. I'll be your opponent." Minato was momentarily puzzled. What did she mean by being his opponent? He hadn't made any moves against anyone, so what was with this tone of coming to the rescue in the face of injustice? Before he could figure it out, Kushina's fist was already in front of him. Minato quickly dodged and then said, "Let's start with the seal of confrontation." Such a hassle. Although saying this, Kushina also stopped and formed the seal of confrontation. Mito chuckled as she watched, but her smile gradually faded as she witnessed Noaki and Kushina being repeatedly thrown to the ground by Tatsuma and Minato. After all, they were her own grandchildren. Despite Tatsuma and Minato being good kids and as much as she liked the two of them, they were still the ones beating up her grandchildren. When Mito's smile completely disappeared, she didn't want to watch any longer. She stood up and headed towards Tsunade's room. Her brother and future disciple were both diligently training at this time. As the older sister and future sensei, Tsunade was still sleeping. It was really unacceptable. Approaching 9 o'clock, Tatsuma and the others finished their training and gathered outside Mito's house, ready to receive a sealing jutsu lesson from her. At this point, Noaki had accumulated enough chakra to start learning sealing jutsu. Although he had missed many lessons before, Mito would explain, and Tatsuma and Minato would make up for his missed classes so he could catch up quickly. But today, something seemed off. Tsunade, who had never visited this room before, was sitting outside, her eyes vacant, as if she were practicing some form of meditation. However, with her disheveled appearance, it didn't look like a state conducive to training. "Don't mind her, come inside for class." At this moment, Mito's voice came from inside the house. Tatsuma reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Tsunade and stepped into the room, starting another day of sealing jutsu lessons. Nearly half a year of studying had completely convinced Tatsuma of Mito's earlier evaluation of Jiraiya. Compared to Mito, Jiraiya's proficiency in sealing jutsu was indeed quite ordinary. Jiraiya only taught Tatsuma and Minato how to draw sealing jutsu formulas and the practical aspects of using them in combat, the how and when of deploying sealing jutsu. It was more practical in nature. But Mito was different. She, in a comprehensive manner, poured down knowledge from a higher perspective, covering the origin, distances, structure, variations, decomposition, and merging of different sealing jutsu, showering Tatsuma and the others with wisdom. Learning with Jiraiya, one can only master one sealing jutsu after another. However, studying with Mito allows understanding how to create a sealing jutsu and applying knowledge of existing sealing jutsu to deduce and learn new ones. With the blessings of the special talents ninjutsu development and sealing, Kushina Uzumaki Limited Edition, Tatsuma's progress in learning sealing jutsu is very smooth. Taking advantage of these strengths, he also gained a lot from Kushina, and in the matter of learning sealing jutsu, Kushina is willing to bet with Tatsuma. Perhaps it's the dignity of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline that makes Kushina unwilling to admit that her talent is inferior to Tatsuma's. Approaching noon, Mito watched Tatsuma, who has completely grasped today's content and is already helping the other three with what they didn't understand, while appreciating Saisine. At the same time, she felt a sense of regret. This regret stemmed from the fact that Tatsuma is not ultimately an Uzumaki by name. Otherwise, with the sealing jutsu talent he has demonstrated in the past 6 months, he would surely be able to learn all the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, Tatsuma, lacking the Uzumaki bloodline, was unable to master the Uzumaki clan's most central and powerful sealing jutsus. As Mito listened carefully to Tatsuma's explanations to prevent any mistakes that might mislead others, an excited shout from Tsunade came from outside the door. "Grandma! Grandma! I did it!" The discussion inside the room came to a halt as everyone curiously looked towards the door. Mito stood up and said, "Continue with your discussion." Then, she walked out of the house, and Tsunade's voice gradually faded away until it disappeared. Tatsuma's attention shifted for a moment, but under the urging of the impatient Kushina, he quickly refocused and helped Kushina, who recently suddenly joined their sealing jutsu study group. It wasn't until the afternoon that Mito and Tsunade returned. By that time, Tatsuma and the others were extremely hungry. They had finished breakfast at 5 in the morning, engaged in morning exercises afterward, and then spent the morning learning sealing jutsu. This level of activity was quite draining for them during their developmental phase. However, this is Senju territory. Tatsuma and Minato are hesitant to ask the hosts. Kushina is digesting the sealing jutsu she learned today, while Noaki, with his low social status, dares not speak up. When the two returned, a glimmer appeared in Tatsuma's eyes. "Can we finally have lunch?" Tsunade walked into the room with an exuberant air and said to everyone, "Let's go. I'll treat you all to barbecue." "Granny, why don't you come along?" Mito shook her head and said, "You young folks go ahead, I'll stay here." "All right, then I'll bring back some sweets for you." Tsunade paid no mind to Mito's refusal, and Tatsuma, Minato, and Kushina happily rose to their feet. Though they'll have to wait a bit for the barbecue, it's worth it. Only Noaki hesitated and said, "Sis, do you have any money to pay?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Tsunade looked at Noaki, but he quickly waved his hands and said, "You've borrowed all my pocket money and the rest I've lost it all to Minato and Tatsuma." Tsunade shifted her gaze away and looked at Kushina. Kushina shook her head and said, "I'm in the same situation." "In that case, Tatsuma, Minato, it's on you to cover the bill." Tsunade waved her hand dramatically but noticed that Tatsuma and Minato both looked awkward. Tatsuma cleared his throat and said, "Tsunade-sensei, Minato and I haven't been on missions for a few months. We used that money to pay rent." There was another moment of silence. The enthusiasm on Tsunade's face disappeared, replaced by a pleading look. She turned to Mito, who seemed to have anticipated this, and said, "Grandma, can I borrow some money?" Chapter 65, The Unfortunate Orochimaru. I have tested the 2 samples you brought, and unfortunately, there is no Kekkai Genkai that you might be expecting in both of them. In a laboratory, Orochimaru handed 2 reports to Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo frowned, took the reports with one hand, and flipped through them on the table. The more Danzo read, the tighter his frown became, and a puzzled expression even appeared on his face. Orochimaru tidied up the equipment on the table and suddenly spoke, "I'm curious why they are valued so much. Have you ever thought that maybe it's because they are good kids?" As soon as these words were spoken, Danzo's face instantly became gloomy. He lifted his head, stared at Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was not affected by his aura at all and continued, "You probably haven't met those 2 kids, have you?" "I have, so I understand why Sensei, Jiraiya, and Mito-sama value those 2 kids so much. From now on, don't bother me with these boring tasks. I have my own missions. Take the reports and leave." Although Danzo had not revealed the identities of the owners of the 2 samples before, Orochimaru had already guessed the owners just by staring at some of the data provided by Danzo. It was simply that Danzo did not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito would value 2 children without Kekkai Genkai, and whose bloodline didn't even come from the major ninja clans. In truth, when Orochimaru figured out that the owners of the samples were Sakamoto Tatsuma and Minato Namikaze, he was also somewhat curious. After all, he had his own pride. At the same age, he might not have been as dazzling as Tatsuma and Minato, but he was already a genius representative among civilians. Now, 2 children even more genius than him had appeared. Honestly, Orochimaru felt a bit aggrieved. He speculated that perhaps the 2 had some hidden, yet-to-awaken Kekkai Genkai, whether originating from the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, or even the earlier Hagoromo clan, or from the bloodlines of ninja clans in other countries. Unfortunately, that's not the case. However, after the research report was completed, Orochimaru calmly accepted the outcome. Compared to Tatsuma and Minato when he was their age, he indeed fell short. Whether in temperament or effort, recalling the disciple he reluctantly accepted for the sake of his teammates, Noaki, after training alongside Tatsuma and Minato, achieved significant progress. Orochimaru also found solace, because it proved that Tatsuma and Minato's brilliance didn't naturally radiate. They simply understood the importance of putting in effort more than others. In comparison to Orochimaru, these 2 children might not necessarily have better innate talents, but at the same age, Orochimaru didn't understand what it felt like to work hard. Jiraiya took a long time to learn things, but Orochimaru could grasp them with just a glance, which led him to not have the desire to strive harder. It's just unclear why, at a similar age, Tatsuma and Minato understood the concept of self-driven effort early on. After all, considering their past performances, there shouldn't have been a sense of urgency. It seems I need to find some time to check on Noaki. Thinking this, Orochimaru wanted to leave, but noticed that Danzo was still frowning and examining the reports. Orochimaru's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction, and he said, "My research cannot be wrong. If you have doubts, conduct your own research in the future. Upon hearing Orochimaru speak so dismissively, Danzo snorted and then turned to leave, showing no intention of taking the reports with him. In reality, Danzo also knew that Orochimaru's research results might be the truth. However, he hoped that Tatsuma and Minato had a Kekkei Genkais of some famous clan. After all, he had invested quite a bit of time and even used some resources to get Orochimaru to research the two. But this result meant that all his costs would be in vain. Without Kekkei Genkai, they were of no use to him whatsoever. Seeing Danzo's dissatisfied figure leaving, Orochimaru didn't say anything, neatly tidied up the research room, and left as well. Finding Noaki took some time, especially since it happened to be the weekend today, and Noaki didn't have to go to school. Upon arriving at the Senju clan, Orochimaru learned that Tsunade had taken Noaki and others out for barbecue. After a few twists and turns, Orochimaru finally arrived at the barbecue place and saw his disciple Noaki, as well as Tatsuma and Minato, all happily enjoying the barbecue. Before Orochimaru could continue observing them, Tsunade spotted him and exclaimed with some joy, "Orochimaru? You're here too? Come on! Come join us for a meal." A hint of confusion flashed across Orochimaru's face. Tsunade shouldn't be so enthusiastic towards him. Could it be that the sudden lifting of the one-year confinement changed Tsunade's personality? Before he could figure it out, Noaki, also excited, said, "Orochimaru-sensei. Come, I'll prepare a seat for you." Orochimaru smiled and nodded, taking the seat Noaki offered. Before he could say a greeting, Tsunade suddenly handed him a skewer of barbecue and warmly said, "Eat. Eat quickly." Looking at the barbecue in his hand, Orochimaru even suspected whether Tsunade had poisoned it, trying to play a prank on him. However, such things were usually done by Jiraiya, not her. After giving it some thought, Orochimaru took a bite. The taste was normal, seemingly nothing inappropriate added. Feeling a bit relieved, Orochimaru ate a few more pieces of barbecue. He hadn't eaten for almost 2 days due to his busy schedule in organizing the reports researched by Tatsuma and Minato. At this point, he was feeling a bit hungry. Just when he completely let his guard down, thinking that Tsunade was just overly excited and showing hospitality, Tsunade suddenly said, "Since you've eaten so much, you can cover the meal expenses later." Orochimaru? Orochimaru looked down at the 3 or 5 skewers of barbecue he had just eaten, then glanced at the pile of skewers resembling a bonfire in front of everyone else. He realized he had been tricked. Is everyone full? But before Orochimaru could react, Tsunade looked at the others. Tatsuma quickly swallowed the barbecue in his mouth, took a big sip of his drink, nodded, and said, "Full." The others also nodded. Tsunade stood up and said, "Orochimaru, I'll take them back for training. Finish your meal and settle the bill, then catch up with us later." With those words, Tsunade briskly left, followed closely by Tatsuma and Minato. Kushina, who was still wiping her hands, hesitated for a moment but then continued at her own pace. In the blink of an eye, only Noaki remained. He was already prepared to leave, but, seeing his sensei with a puzzled expression for the first time, Noaki felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "My sister all are many away just before you got here. Sorry for your expenses, sensei." After saying this, Noaki also hurriedly left. Once Orochimaru snapped back to reality, he sighed. What an unfortunate encounter. Chapter 66, Sparks Between Two Countries. Yesterday, Orochimaru was swindled out of a large sum of money and was also dragged by Tsunade to demonstrate a considerable amount of medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru, feeling some mental phantom pain, arrived at the Senju clan's territory at 5:30 in the morning on the second day. However, at this moment, he furrowed his brow. 4 children were currently engaged in short-distance shuttle running, followed by ninja tool throwing in a state of oxygen deficiency. Orochimaru admired this method. What truly made Orochimaru frown was Tatsuma's running posture. Unlike the others, Tatsuma swung his arms naturally while running. For any other ninja, Tatsuma's running style would be corrected. However, Orochimaru was different from other ninjas. He keenly noticed the benefits brought about by Tatsuma's peculiar running style. The stability of the center of gravity was improved, allowing adjustments to the waist and abdomen at any time. Although his hands were slightly farther from the ninja tool pouch, making it inconvenient to retrieve tools at any moment, Orochimaru recognized the advantages. Moreover, if Tatsuma runs with a kunai or another weapon suitable for close-quarters combat already in his hands, his running posture with bent arms and hands mostly in front of his chest would be highly advantageous for blocking. After all, from the chest and abdomen to the head, these areas are filled with vulnerabilities. When ninjas use ninja tool throwing, they often target these vulnerable parts. If Tatsuma ran with his hands behind him, it would be slower to defend against attacks. Frowning in contemplation, Orochimaru had already compared Tatsuma's running posture with the conventional one, considering numerous advantages and disadvantages. His conclusion was that Tatsuma's running style was more scientifically sound. Unconsciously, Orochimaru's arms followed Tatsuma's bent arm swinging motion as he ran. His hands instinctively simulated holding a weapon, speculating on how to block and counterattack. "Are you having a seizure?" Tsunade, who had been woken up early by Mito due to her sudden progress in training, looked at Orochimaru, who was standing in place swinging his arms and twisting his hips, with a weary expression, and spoke in a disdainful tone. However, Orochimaru shook his head. He wasn't Jiraiya, and he wouldn't argue over such trivial matters. He turned back and said earnestly, "Sakamoto Tatsuma is a genius." "Everyone says that," Tsunade shrugged. She was curious about Tatsuma's growth, but at the moment, Tatsuma, in her eyes, wasn't particularly outstanding. Moreover, her perception of Tatsuma's talent subconsciously made her skeptical about his future. Hearing Tsunade's somewhat indifferent tone, Orochimaru pursed his lips and said, "Tsunade, between Sakamoto Tatsuma and Minato Namikaze, whom would you choose as your disciple?" "It doesn't matter, Jiraiya will be training them both anyway." Tsunade, still not fully awake and appearing indifferent to everything, prompted Orochimaru to speak seriously. "Tsunade, as your teammate, I advise you to consider it carefully. Seize opportunities when necessary." At these words, Tsunade, with sleepy eyes, opened them slightly wider and asked, "You have high hopes for Tatsuma?" "The point is not whether I have high hopes, it's whether you do," Orochimaru replied. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, "Actually, Minato has better talent." Indeed, with Minato's talent, he might become the most outstanding ninja in people's perception. However, Tatsuma seems like the kind of person who can change people's perception of what a ninja is. Hearing such a high evaluation of Tatsuma from her teammate, Tsunade made an effort to open her eyes wider. She looked at Tatsuma, who had an unusual running posture, then thought about Orochimaru's earlier peculiar behavior. Her brow furrowed. After a while, Tsunade spoke, "Let's wait for Jiraiya to come back and ask for his opinion. After all, these two kids are his apprentices." Orochimaru nodded and said, "It's up to you to decide. By the way, since you went out yesterday, did you master that jutsu?" Tsunade touched her forehead, sighed, and replied, "Mastered? It's not that simple. I just finally figured it out, that's all." "To think it took you a year to master a jutsu, I really want to see it in action," Orochimaru said with some emotion. However, he didn't notice that Tsunade suddenly felt a bit uneasy. After all, in the past year, she had spent most of her time idling, and the time she had truly dedicated to learning was not long. Moreover, the jutsu was not a conventional ninjutsu and couldn't be directly witnessed in terms of its power. Seeing Tsunade not responding, Orochimaru didn't press further. After all, asking Tsunade to abandon a year-long mission for a jutsu that must be mastered was probably something classified. It wouldn't be polite to inquire more. The fact that they were teammates meant that Orochimaru didn't mind. After a pause, he continued, "You'll be going on a mission soon." "Because my ban was lifted?" Tsunade asked. "Not just that." Orochimaru shook his head and continued, regarding the incident in the Land of Whirlpools, Sakumo-senpai has completely investigated it and cleared out some people. The villages involved are keeping quiet, but the individuals from the Wind Country involved in this incident are quite peculiar. Sakumo-senpai is waiting for Sensei's confirmation. If action is indeed taken, it will inevitably lead to a serious friction between the Wind and Fire nations. Chiyo from the Hidden Sand Village, she might come out of retirement because of this. You're the only one who can counter her poison. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's residual drowsiness vanished, and she sat up straight. Chiyo from the Hidden Sand Village was not someone to be taken lightly. In terms of using poison, Chiyo was undoubtedly one of the best in the entire ninja world. The only one who could be considered her equal in this regard might be Hanzo from the Hidden Rain Village. If Chiyo were to come out of retirement and actively participate in the war, just thinking about it made Tsunade feel extremely challenged. Who does Sakumo-senpai want to kill? Tsunade asked. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether to reveal this classified information to Tsunade. After some thought, he spoke, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. With Chiyo's position in the Hidden Sand Village, if her son and daughter-in-law are killed, it's probably not as simple as mere friction, right? Well, friction is the most optimistic scenario. Small-scale wars or even large-scale wars at the level of nations could potentially erupt because of this. Orochimaru nodded, and Tsunade turned her head, looking towards the place where her grandmother lived, and said, Grandma probably doesn't know about this news yet, does she? What do you think Sarutobi-sensei's attitude will be? Sarutobi-sensei will definitely support Sakumo-senpai's actions. He desperately needs victory. Even if Lady Mito has no intention of seeking revenge, Sarutobi-sensei will initiate it. Don't forget, these are Lady Mito's last few years. If we don't leverage the power of Lady Mito as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now, the next opportunity might have to wait until Kushina grows up. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Tsunade clenched her teeth. In the end, she could only sigh in resignation because she knew that her sensei needed a war to alleviate the tensions in the ninja world. And her grandmother will surely agree with the village's decision for the sake of the village. No one loves this village more than her grandmother. Even if unwilling in her heart, Mito will also, for the village's sake, agree to support the village's future in her final stages in life. Mito naturally doesn't need to take action, she just needs to serve as a symbol. However, ultimately becoming the key to initiating the war is a bit regrettable for her at this stage of life. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and then said, Prepare yourself. I think the next time Jiraiya comes back, he will voluntarily bring up the issue of apprentices. I understand. Chapter 67, Jiraiya's Choice. I'll be straight with you. Tatsuma and Minato are both brought up by you. You choose one first. A few days later, Jiraiya returned from a mission and was invited by Tsunade. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya fell into contemplation. After a while, he spoke, I'll take Tatsuma. Minato is easier to handle and more suitable for you, what do you think? I don't want you to do what's best for me. Choose whoever you truly want to take as your disciple. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with dissatisfaction, commenting on his apparent reluctance and presumptuous sacrifice. Jiraiya's words made it sound like she was certainly not fit to be a sensei. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with some suspicion, wondering if Tsunade had set a trap for him to fall into. However, seeing Tsunade's serious expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but start contemplating. Both Tatsuma and Minato were very intelligent, and regardless of what they learned, they picked it up very quickly. However, if one must say who truly suits being his disciple, Jiraiya's inner answer is not the like-minded Tatsuma but Minato. Because between a sensei and a disciple, they should complement each other. Tatsuma is too much like him. If he were to mentor Tatsuma, it might result in bringing out another Jiraiya. Jiraiya believes that even if he doesn't mentor Tatsuma, with Tatsuma's talent and temperament, he can reach a level not inferior to his. But if Tsunade mentors Tatsuma, perhaps she could change the flaws in Tatsuma that resemble Jiraiya's. Maybe this Tatsuma, even if not surpassing Jiraiya, could receive the necessary guidance to further grow. And Minato is actually the same. Minato is too soft-tempered. If he meets Tsunade, Minato will only gradually lose the sharpness that a ninja should have if he doesn't get corrected at all times. If Tatsuma needs to polish off all his thorns, then Minato needs to transform from a water-smooth pebble back into a sharp, cutting stone. The risk is that both might fracture during the process of this reconstruction. But if a sensei doesn't aim to cultivate disciples who surpass themselves, then what is the purpose of taking on students? With the answer in his heart, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade again and said, "Minato Namikaze, I'll take him. I will Sakamoto Tatsuma to you, Tsunade. Make sure not to waste his talent." Seeing Jiraiya finally state his decision, Tsunade nodded and said, "That's settled then. Go talk to those two kids and make it official. Orochimaru has already informed me about the matters outside the village, so there's no need to drag this out any longer." Jiraiya nodded and then added, "I just returned from Sensei's place, and there's some confirmed news. Sakumo Senpai's mission is set to happen, possibly right after the new year." "I understand. I can depart at any time." Tsunade stood up, waved her hand, and left. Jiraiya remained seated, sipping on the sake Tsunade had just bought. The next day, on the way to the Senju clan's territory, Tatsuma and Minato encountered each other. Tatsuma looked at Minato's somewhat hesitant expression and said, "Jiraiya-sensei talked to you too, right?" Minato nodded and said, "Yeah, but I didn't expect that we'd be disbanded after being in the same team for less than a year." Hearing Minato's melancholic words, Tatsuma smiled, patting his shoulder, and said, "We'll always be comrades, just not in the same squad anymore." "Or are you going to abandon your old teammate now that you've hitched a ride with Jiraiya-sensei?" "I wouldn't," Minato retorted, then smiled and added, "Let's continue training together whenever we have time. It would be even better if we get the chance to go on missions together." "That's more like you, Minato. You're not suited for pretending to be contemplative." The footsteps of the two became light again, and Minato laughed, saying, "Oh, by the way, Jiraiya-sensei mentioned that he would hold a simple apprentice ceremony before the new year and invite some friends. You can tell Tsunade-sensei that if you're also planning to hold an apprentice ceremony, just make sure the timings don't clash." "Yeah, once it's confirmed, I'll let you know." And so, a month later, as the new year quietly approached, many ninjas returned to Konoha. Tatsuma also received an invitation from Minato, inviting him to attend his apprenticeship ceremony. In the preceding days, after Jiraiya returned from another mission, Minato once again followed Jiraiya for training. Tatsuma, on the other hand, continued to stay in the Senju clan's territory, learning from Tsunade. After another day of training, Tatsuma, dragging his aching body, played cards with Tsunade. After winning 2 rounds and gaining some talent points, Tatsuma noticed that Tsunade's expression was starting to change. In order to divert his sensei's attention, Tatsuma took the initiative to shuffle and deal the cards, simultaneously changing the subject. "By the way, sensei, how about holding an apprentice ceremony as well? I heard Jiraiya-sensei invited. Quite a few jonin, he might receive a lot of gifts. After the new year, those jonin will be out on missions, and there won't be such a good opportunity to receive gifts. You, too, are a genius ninja on par with Jiraiya-sensei, so taking on apprentices surely can't be done casually, right?" "Oh, I've got a good hand. I might win." Originally, Tsunade was somewhat indifferent when she heard about the apprentice ceremony. However, when she heard about receiving gifts, her eyes lit up. She hasn't been on a mission for a whole year, and her funds are quite tight. Otherwise, after the lifting of the homestay ban, she wouldn't still be playing cards with Tatsuma. If she had money, she would have gone to the gambling den long ago. Tsunade took the cards, but before looking at them, Tatsuma had already revealed his blackjack cards. "Ding, strength +3, spirit +2. Would you like to claim?" "Claim." Tatsuma silently thought in his mind and then started shuffling the cards again. Tsunade spoke up. When is Jiraiya formally taking on apprentices? Tomorrow. I heard there's a barbecue party all afternoon. While shuffling the cards, Tatsuma shared the information he had learned from Minato with Tsunade. Tsunade gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, he's really loaded, that Jiraiya. Tatsuma flipped the cards again. Although there was no praise and no reward this time, he wasn't in a hurry for these 1 or 2 rounds. He asked, I bought a new set of ninja tools. I won't be eating tonight, aiming to recover the cost in tomorrow's barbecue. Why did you prepare ninja tools? Tsunade's question caught Tatsuma off guard for a moment. Then he said, a gift? It's for Minato. Forget it, you don't need to give a gift tomorrow. As if thinking of something, Tsunade, who had lost 2 more rounds, surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. Tatsuma was a bit puzzled and said, Minato and I are friends after all. If he's taking on a master, it wouldn't be right if I don't give a gift, right? Cancel it. As for why, you'll know tomorrow. Tsunade waved her hand, then sat up straight, rubbed her hands together, and said, I feel like my luck is here, no more nonsense. As expected of you, sensei. You can even sense the elusive existence of luck. Anyway, blackjack. Ding, are you cheating? As for why no gift was needed, Tatsuma understood the next day when he arrived at the barbecue place. Tsunade, looking at the sign at the entrance that read Jiraiya's apprentice ceremony, pulled out a pen. Then Tatsuma's eyes widened because Tsunade jumped forward, deftly wielding the pen, and the banner transformed into Tsunade and Jiraiya's apprentice ceremony. As expected of you, sensei. Chapter 68, Last-minute changes are never appreciated. Ikaku, you're here too? Sakumo? While grilling barbecue outside, Sakumo Hatake greeted a black-haired ninja named Umino Ikaku. Ikaku was a jonin from Konoha, though not particularly famous among the Naruto fans. However, when it came to his son, he was well known. Umino Ikaku's son was none other than Umino Irika, one of the saviors and senseis of Naruto Uzumaki in the original story. However, he wasn't born yet since Umino Ikaku had chosen to follow to the policy of marrying and having children late, and he was still a single man currently. He was a few years older than Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, and he was in the same generation as Sakumo Hatake, making him a senpai to Tsunade and the others. Naturally, he was also on Jiraiya's invitation list. As the two were chatting and about to enter the barbecue place, they noticed 2 people blocking the way at the entrance, lifting their heads. Sakumo Hatake glanced at them and then asked, Shinku, Kunugi, why aren't you going in? What are you doing here? Shinku Yuhi and Kunugi Makyum looked somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Sakumo Hatake's words, Shinku Yuhi lowered the head he had raised and looked towards Sakumo Hatake. However, he pointed upward and said, I remember the invitation mentioned Jiraiya taking on apprentices. Yeah, what's the matter? Sakumo Hatake and Umino Ikaku also raised their heads in confusion. After a moment, both of them were taken aback. The Jiraiya's apprentice ceremony was fine, but ahead of it, there were also, and Tsunade added, I prepared a gift just for one person. This is troublesome now. Umino Ikaku slapped his forehead and said, Did you all only prepare a gift for one person? Shinku Yuhi and Kunugi Makyum nodded. Sakumo Hatake took out the invitation and examined it again. It indeed mentioned Jiraiya taking on apprentices, but he looked up at the banner and then said, Originally, it was supposed to be only Jiraiya taking on apprentices. Later, they added Tsunade. Look, the handwriting and layout are clearly off. But Jiraiya and Tsunade, really, if there were any changes, they could have informed us in advance. Do we go by the second gift now? Kunugi Makyum asked. Shinku Yuhi and Umino Ikaku nodded. Umino Ikaku said, We can only do that. This time, when accepting a disciple, Hokage and a few advisors might come over. If our gifts are ready, it would be embarrassing and show a lack of manners. After saying that, he looked at Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo Hatake shook his head and said, I won't be going. I've just ordered a new chakra blade, and I'll be able to get it in a few days. I'll give this old blade as a gift. Although it's old, it holds significant meaning, doesn't it? With that, Sakumo Hatake revealed a meaningful smile. Shinkayuhi shrugged and said, after customizing a new blade, you must be short on money, right? I've told you before, you need to save. Having his situation exposed by Shinkayuhi, Sakumo Hatake blushed slightly. After clearing his throat, he said firmly, regardless, my blade is made of chakra metal, it's much more valuable than your gifts. Yumino Ikaku waved his hand and said, alright, let's go buy gifts first. Sakumo, inform those who are coming later about the details so that they don't bring insufficient gifts. Sure, you guys go ahead. Sakumo Hatake nodded, then conscientiously stood at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Having served as a Hokage guard for several years, he stood there with a sense of professionalism, appearing like a security captain hired by the barbecue restaurant. Inside the barbecue restaurant, in a large private room, Jiraiya and Minato sat in the main, both wearing expressions of confusion. Especially Jiraiya, who frequently glanced at the clock inside the private room. There were only about 10 minutes left until the time written on his invitation. According to common etiquette, guests should arrive half an hour or even earlier. Although not everyone arrives early, it's unlikely that everyone would be so late, right? Could it be that my reputation is so bad that they are unwilling to attend my disciple acceptance ceremony? That doesn't make sense. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Sensei wouldn't miss it, would they? Jiraiya felt a bit anxious in his heart. This was his first time accepting a disciple, and facing this situation, he truly didn't know what to do. The purpose of holding the disciple acceptance ceremony for him was not solely to receive gifts. Instead, it was to bring his disciple, Minato Namikaze, into the view of the village elders, a move to expand Minato Namikaze's network. After all, Minato Namikaze came from a common background, and getting to know the elders and elites of the village in advance would be beneficial for his future development. Most importantly, Jiraiya knew that he couldn't be there to guide Minato at all times, and there were many areas where he wasn't proficient. At a time like this, if Minato had enough connections, he could visit and learn from others. However, in this social gathering, not a single guest had arrived. If things continued this way, not only would it be difficult to expand Minato's network, but it might also make him a laughingstock in the village. Amidst Jiraiya's anxiety, he considered getting up several times, but seeing Minato still sitting in his place, Jiraiya, as his sensei, didn't want to appear more agitated than his disciple. So, he could only endure it. Outside the door, Tsunade and her disciple Tatsuma were acting sneakily. One was listening inside the room, while the other was gazing outside. After a while, Tatsuma slipped to Tsunade's side and whispered, Sensei, Orochimaru-sama has already taken Noaki and returned. If we calculate the time, the others should gradually come back in the next 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded and pointed to the door, chuckling, Jiraiya, that fool, probably hadn't realized something is amiss yet. So, should we go in as well? Tatsuma asked. Tsunade nodded, stood up straight, took a deep breath to suppress the smile on her face, then pushed the door open and walked in. Tsunade! You finally arrived! Seeing someone enter, Jiraiya almost teared up, saying, I thought no one would come to my disciple acceptance ceremony, and I didn't expect you to be the first guest. Guest? What guest? I am also a protagonist of this disciple acceptance ceremony. After Tsunade domineeringly finished speaking, she walked over to Jiraiya, gave him a push, and made room for herself to sit. Tatsuma also took a seat opposite Minato. Huh? What's going on? Jiraiya was a bit puzzled. Before he could inquire further, Orochimaru, accompanied by Noaki, walked in. Orochimaru expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, next time there's a change in the plan, give a heads up. Afterward, he tossed out 2 scrolls and said, these are some insights from my own developed ninjutsu. I hope they'll be of some help to the both of you. Minato, looking somewhat dazed, accepted the scrolls without understanding what had happened. At that moment, another person entered the room, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the group was about to stand up, but Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for them to stay seated. He then cast a peculiar glance at Tsunade and Tatsuma, pulling out 2 scrolls as well, and said, "These are my research notes on composite ninjutsu, suitable for beginners. I hope you make good use of them. However, Tsunade, Jiraiya, both of you are already senseis, and yet, you're still so unreliable. Since you decided to jointly hold the disciple acceptance ceremony, it should have been clarified in advance. Now, it's just causing inconvenience for the other guests," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated in a few words, directly characterizing Tsunade's actions. Jiraiya wore a bewildered expression, not understanding why he felt like an accomplice when he hadn't done anything. Chapter 69, Splitting the Gifts. Minato, this short knife is for you, it's made of chakra metal. At night, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were drunk and asleep, were supported by Tatsuma and Minato to rest on the side. The restaurant provided thoughtful blankets and pillows while Tatsuma and Minato were counting the gifts. Although most people chose to give 2 identical gifts, there were also some with different gifts, such as Sakumo Hatake, who gave them a scroll and an old knife. When Minato heard Tatsuma's words, he shook his head and said, "You should take this short knife." Sakumo-sama's other gift is a notebook on lightning attribute chakra nature transformation, which is more suitable for me. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma did not insist further. Although the chakra knife looked more expensive than the notebook, when it came to gifts, being expensive doesn't necessarily mean it's better, suitability is more important. Tatsuma didn't have lightning attribute chakra, so the notebook wouldn't be of much use to him. Placing the chakra knife behind him, he picked up another scroll and glanced at it, saying, "This is a scroll on the composite ninjutsu that Hokage-sama gave as a gift. My portion is about earth and fire. What about yours?" Minato also found the scroll presented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at it, and said, "It seems to be lightning and fire." Upon hearing this, a hint of regret appeared on both their faces. It was evident that the notes given by Sarutobi Hiruzen were only applicable to each of them, and they couldn't exchange and learn from each other. In comparison, Orochimaru was more considerate. Both scrolls he gifted were notes on ninjutsu development, one about wind attributes and the other about fire attributes. They could exchange and learn from each other. Apart from these individuals, Shinkayui's gift was also impressive. One was a B-rank Jinjutsu, tree-binding death ninjutsu scroll, which not only contained the Jinjutsu but also Shinkayui's insights and notes. While not as detailed as Jiraiya's ninjutsu notes, it explained many important and challenging points. The other scroll was about the advanced theory of Jinjutsu release. It covered everything from preventing Jinjutsu, discovering Jinjutsu after being caught, to releasing and countering Jinjutsu. It was also a set of notes that could be exchanged and learned from. In addition, the gifts from others were mostly symbolic and tokens of goodwill. They received a large number of scrolls containing sealed supplies such as throwing ninja tools, explosive tags, military rations pills, smoke bombs, and more. Especially from the Ino Shikacho trio, they directly gave scrolls with sealed ninjutsu, allowing for easy use by simply unfolding and infusing chakra. This was high-quality merchandise, and in the original work, only Nara Shikamaru, the successor, had used such items. Tatsuma felt that for a considerable amount of time to come, he wouldn't need to worry about resources. In fact, if he shamelessly sold some of these items, he might even be able to live a comfortable life. Of course, Tatsuma couldn't sell these gifts. Firstly, doing so would be equivalent to not giving face to the gift givers, and secondly, Tatsuma didn't dare to have money, at least not liquid cash. After all, his sensei was Tsunade. If Tsunade found out he had money, Tatsuma would undoubtedly have to choose to show filial piety to his sensei. The two of them divided the spoils and gifts until midnight. The shadow clones also finished transcribing the exchangeable scrolls, then made notes on each person's gift, finally concluding the work. Making notes on each person's gifts was for the purpose of reciprocation in the future. The two younger individuals naturally didn't have to make any contributions, but Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had received so many benefits by showing their faces, would have to return the favor in the future. Especially since most of the visiting ninjas were young jonin, many of whom were unmarried. When they eventually celebrated their weddings, they would need to reciprocate the gifts and the goodwill. After collecting all the items, the two of them huddled in the private room and began to sleep. It was too late now, and they dared not take so many supplies to the streets. In the early morning, Tatsuma, in a daze, felt someone calling him. Opening his eyes, he saw Kushina standing next to him and Minato. Tatsuma sat up and nudged Minato. Minato also woke up and, upon seeing Kushina, was about to speak when Kushina preemptively said, "Grandma Mito asked you to take Tsunade and Jiraiya back. She also has gifts to give you." After saying this, Kushina left with a disdainful expression. Tatsuma sniffed and noticed the room was filled with the lingering smell of smoke, alcohol, overnight barbecue fumes, and a slightly sour odor. "Let's take Tsunade-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei back first," Tatsuma said. Minato nodded, got up, and carried Jiraiya on his back, while Tatsuma did the same with Tsunade. To be honest, it was not a pleasant experience at all, as the smell of alcohol made Tatsuma feel nauseous. Leaving the barbecue area, they quickly arrived at the Senju clan compound. Tatsuma carried Tsunade back to her room, and Minato took Jiraiya to the room Noaki had prepared. Just as they were thinking of returning after freshening up, Noaki said, "You don't need to go back now. I've prepared new clothes, toothbrushes, and such for you. You can freshen up here." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma didn't refuse, nodded in agreement, and Minato, seeing the situation, didn't express any intention to decline either. Under Noaki's guidance, they went to freshen up, changed into new clothes, and were then led to the hall where Mito was giving a lecture. Mito looked at the two children wearing brand new clothes for the first time, her face beaming with a very kind smile. Tatsuma and Minato had been training at the Senju compound for 6 months, seeing her every day, but Mito had never seen them in new clothes before. Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed not to have noticed this detail, but Mito did. Since the new year was approaching, she decided to buy 2 sets of clothes suitable for them. Seeing the well-fitted new clothes on the two, Mito nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, children should wear something fresh. The faded clothes they had been wearing before didn't look lively at all. After withdrawing her gaze, Mito spoke, "I plan to teach you both sealing jutsu. One is the 5-element seal, and the other is its resolution, the 5 elements resolution seal. Do you know what the 5 basic chakra elements are?" Minato nodded and replied, "Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth." Mito nodded. With a flip of her right hand, chakra condensed above her 5 fingers. She continued, however, in the 5-element seal, the 5 elements correspond not to the 5 basic chakra attributes but to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is unrelated to chakra nature. This is a purely sealing jutsu-induced chakra transformation. This is also the difficulty you will face in learning these 2 techniques. In the coming period, I will focus on instructing you in these 2 jutsu. Tatsuma and Minato nodded, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mito-sama." Mito began teaching the content of the 5-element seal and the 5 elements resolution seal. However, these 2 A-rank sealing jutsu couldn't be mastered in just one day. By noon, the two of them had only grasped the basic structure of the technique. Mito, however, didn't continue and instead said, "Go wake up your sensei for lunch. In the afternoon, as a witness, I will witness your formal apprenticeship." Tatsuma was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the apprenticeship ceremony already held last night? Mito patiently explained, unlike ninja teams, taking on disciples is about continuing the true core legacy. In this aspect, you both have not yet completed the process. Chapter 70, Summoning Contract. In the afternoon, Tsunade and Jiraiya, with swollen eyes, were drinking orange juice sip by sip. The two, who had little appetite for lunch after the hangover, only ate a little to fill their stomachs. On the contrary, orange juice has become their current favorite, as it managed to suppress some of their stomach discomfort, making it more bearable. On the side, Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma, each holding a scroll, were being instructed by Mito. Originally, these tasks should have been carried out by the two senseis, but the two still not fully sober individuals unable to articulate themselves logically were directly replaced by Mito. "Alright, I've told you everything you need to know. Now, in the presence of this old lady, enter into summoning contracts with Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest." After Mito finished speaking, Tatsuma and Minato took a step back, crouched down, and opened the scroll. Tatsuma wrote his name behind Tsunade, while Minato wrote his name behind Jiraiya. Afterward, the two bit their fingers and pressed their bloodied fingerprints below their names on the scroll. Watching their names appear on the scroll, Mito then turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya, saying, "You two should give them a demonstration. Then, make it clear to the toads and slugs of the two great sanctuaries to avoid future troubles." Jiraiya nodded, pushed himself up using the chair armrests, but before he could stand fully, he slightly bent over and squatted while continuously holding back a vomit. Clearly, the nauseous feeling from the hangover combined with the sudden rise from his sitting position made Jiraiya want to vomit again. After a while, he managed to suppress the discomfort and straightened up again. Touching his mouth, which didn't have anything overflowing, Jiraiya said, "I should have taught them this a long time ago, actually, summoning Jut dash." Although Jiraiya's words were somewhat disorganized, Tatsuma and Minato still understood. Just as Jiraiya was about to continue, Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "Enough, Jiraiya. I'll take over now." Compared to Jiraiya, Tsunade was evidently more alert. Learning from Jiraiya's lesson just now, she tried to slow down her pace as she stood up and said, "The summoning jutsu can be divided into two main types. One is summoning creatures, and the other is summoning ninja tools. There are other types, but they're not as important. The contract you just signed is a summoning contract with Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest, two of the three great sanctuaries. With the summoning technique, you can summon toads or slugs from these sanctuaries. As for the other type, summoning ninja tools, you've probably used it before, like sealing scrolls. It falls under the summoning category, but what we're discussing today is unrelated to that." Tsunade looked at Minato and continued, "Let's start with Mount Maiboku. Many of Mount Maiboku's toads possess intelligence not inferior to humans. To have them fight alongside you, you not only need the summoning jutsu but also their willingness. For example, Jiraiya often summons Mount Maiboku's toads at inappropriate times, causing them to be unwilling to intervene. They run back immediately after being summoned. As one of the three great sanctuaries, Mount Maiboku has many powerful toads. It's best to build good relationships with some of them so that they are willing to fight alongside you." After saying this, Tsunade looked at Tatsuma and continued, "As for the summoning creatures from our Shikatsu Forest, there's actually only one, the Slug Sage. However, the Slug Sage can split into numerous individual entities. These entities, while connected to the Slug Sage, also have some degree of their own consciousness, like my companion, Katsuyu. She is one of the split entities of the Slug Sage. Compared to the toads from Mount Maiboku, the slugs from Shikatsu Forest aren't particularly adept at combat. However, each split entity of the Slug Sage possesses extremely powerful medical abilities, making them well-suited for support in battles. Unlike the irritable toads, the slugs from Shikatsu Forest are quite gentle. As long as you don't harm them, they are willing to assist you." After briefly explaining the differences between the two great sanctuaries and their summoning creatures, Tsunade asked, "Regarding the hand seals for the summoning jutsu, you should all be familiar with them, right?" Tatsuma and Minato both nodded. Although Jiraiya had strictly forbidden them from using the summoning jutsu earlier, he had already taught them the hand seals: board, dog, bird, monkey, ram, easy to remember. Each time the summoning jutsu is used, fresh blood serves as a guide, a small price to pay. Seeing this, Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded in approval. Tsunade then turned back to Tatsuma and Minato, saying, "You can now use the summoning jutsu. Don't hesitate with your chakra. However, with the amount of chakra you currently possess, even if you use it all, you won't be able to summon the truly powerful beings from the two great sanctuaries." Summoning jutsu! Tatsuma and Minato simultaneously bit their fingers, performing the hand seals with almost 100% synchronization. They slammed the ground, and the summoning technique was completed in an instant. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. What is this? It's so sticky and disgusting. A rough voice sounded, followed by a gentle one saying, "I apologize sincerely. It seems a bit crowded here. Help! Save me!" At this moment, a feeble voice echoed, and as the smoke cleared, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Mito wore expressions of surprise. Two summoned creatures, each as tall as a house, appeared in the spacious hall. One was a blue and white slug, and the other was a brownish-red toad with a blade. On the foreheads of both summoning creatures, Tatsuma and Minato were squeezed under the beams. Minato couldn't utter a word, and Tatsuma could barely struggle. The plea for help just now was from him. Incredible strength. Tsunade leaped up, delivering a punch to the beam. With a loud bang, the beam and roof instantly shattered. The slug and toad no longer had to lower their heads in discomfort. As they landed on the ground, Tsunade released Tatsuma and Minato. Looking at the two summoned creatures, she exclaimed, "Katsuyu? Bunta?" At this point, Jiraiya also rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Gamabunta looked around and said, "Jiraiya, why did you summon me? I'm not interested in getting involved in a war with Shikatsu Forest." Katsuyu also inquired, "Has someone been injured?" Soon, she noticed the grimacing Tatsuma and the equally pained Minato. Katsuyu split two small slugs the size of palms from her body, swiftly letting them crawl onto Tatsuma and Minato. Tatsuma was startled by the wet and sticky sensation, but then a warm energy flowed into his body. This made Tatsuma forget the discomfort of the touch, and soon, the pain from the injuries on his chest and back faded away. Realizing that Katsuyu had healed him, Tatsuma raised his head and thanked the seemingly thinner slug, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome." After the gentle response, the slug descended from Tatsuma and merged with the one that had treated Minato, climbing back onto Katsuyu, merging once again. At this moment, as Bunta was about to ask another question, Jiraiya finally came to his senses and said, "Bunta, it's not me who summoned you, it's my disciple, Minato Namikaze." Jiraiya pointed at Minato Namikaze, but before he could continue speaking, Bunta furrowed his brow. With a wave of his large hand, he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chapter 71, Hidden Effects of Space-Time Talent. After venting, Bunta glared at Minato and denied again, "How is that possible? With the small amount of chakra in his body, it's impossible for him to summon me." Katsuyu also bent down slightly, being more sensitive. She could perceive that the one summoning herself was this boy with hair color that seemed pleasing to the eye. "You are really amazing, huh? But it seems like there isn't that much chakra in your body either." Tatsuma and Minato glanced at each other, somewhat confused. It was Tsunade who encouraged them to boldly use chakra just now, and they didn't expect that using the summoning jutsu could have almost crushed themselves. As for what Bunta and Katsuyu said about their chakra not being enough to summon them, Tatsuma and Minato were also unaware. At this moment, Mito, who was still sitting steadily, speculated, "This old one probably understands the reason." In the early years, Tobirama also had similar speculations. The so-called summoning jutsu is essentially a creation to compensate for the fact that most ninjas do not possess space-time talent. The techniques created, including sealing scrolls, are all aimed at addressing this deficiency. However, his speculation did not receive confirmation because, before Tobirama, almost no one had provided a standardized definition for space-time talent and ninjutsu. That was merely his speculation. But now it seems that perhaps both of you possess the space-time talent mentioned by Tobirama. Therefore, when you use the summoning jutsu, it's like irrigating in the rain. The chakra you expend is like the water you use for irrigation, but your space-time talent is like the rain. You don't need to expend chakra like ordinary people, yet you can achieve better summoning results. Mito's speculation made the individuals, along with the two summoning beasts, start pondering. Mito's explanation seemed reasonable, although such a concept had never been heard before. Tsunade furrowed her brows and said, "So, according to Granduncle's idea, does that mean in the future they can summon summoning beasts without relying on the summoning jutsu? Who knows? Tobirama, throughout his entire life, couldn't achieve this. After all, there are too few jutsu in this ninja world related to spacetime. Strictly speaking, if we adhere to Tobirama's definition of spacetime ninjutsu, the only jutsu in the ninja world that can be called spacetime ninjutsu are the Flying Thunder God jutsu he developed and the Heavenly Transfer jutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village. Of course, his definition is too strict. In my opinion, both the summoning jutsu and the sealing jutsu contain knowledge related to spacetime, but no one has refined and organized it." Mito waved her hand, stopping herself in time, as the conversation was veering off today's main topic. She quickly brought the topic back, saying, "But I haven't studied Tobirama's techniques, and I haven't had much contact with the three major sacred places. You too, as sensei, should go and ask when you have time, see if the sages of the sacred places know the reason. For now, let me introduce the two of you." As she spoke, Mito stood up from her seat. Bunta, who originally had a confident expression, had his pipe shake suddenly, and he involuntarily took a half step back. He didn't know why, but he was definitely flustered. Mito raised her hand and pressed down, like soothing a child, calming Bunta's emotions. The arrogance on his face subsided a lot. Seeing Bunta's relaxed attitude, Mito then pointed to Minato and said, "This is Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya's disciple, a very good young man. If he needs your help in the future, I hope you can sincerely lend him a hand. I'm counting on you." Bunta involuntarily started nodding, his mind constantly working. There weren't many enemies that could instinctively make him feel fear within Konoha. Soon, he understood the identity of the elderly lady in front of him and quickly said, "No problem. From now on, he's my little brother. If he needs anything, I'll definitely help him." Jiraiya widened his eyes, and the puffiness from the hangover couldn't conceal the horror in his eyes. Bunta's attitude back then was not as good as it is now. Even now, Bunta would leave and speak his mind, scolding him without hesitation. How come, with a change of a summoner, Bunta's attitude became so amicable? In his currently alcohol-clouded mind, Jiraiya couldn't understand that Bunta wasn't acknowledging Minato, he just didn't want to offend Mito. After finishing with Bunta, Mito looked at Katsuyu and said, "Katsuyu, let me introduce to you this child. This is Sakamoto Tatsuma, Tsunade's disciple, and also a good kid. However, like Tsunade, they both don't take good care of their bodies. In the future, please take care of him. I'm counting on you." "Of course, I'll be happy to help. Sakamoto Tatsuma, please take good care of me in the future." Katsuyu lowered her body again, touched Tatsuma's outstretched hand with her antennae, and after raising her body, Mito smiled in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She then turned to Katsuyu and Bunta and said, "Thank you both for making the trip. I forgot to prepare something to entertain you. Next time when Tsunade and Jiraiya visit Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myaboku, I'll have them bring some gifts for you." Although Mito's words sounded very pleasant, they were actually parting words. Bunta nodded, turned into smoke, and disappeared. Katsuyu glanced at Tatsuma and said, "If you ever need help in the future, be sure to summon me." After saying that, she also turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to Shikatsu Forest. The moment the summoning was released, Tatsuma had a strange feeling, as if he had randomly recalled a delicious taste from his childhood but couldn't remember the flavor or what it was exactly. With the matter of the summoning beast settled, Mito didn't arrange any more tasks. Tsunade and Jiraiya went back to their rooms to sleep, while Tatsuma and Minato once again checked their gains. They sorted out what they could learn in the near future, and the remaining items were categorized and stored based on difficulty. Tatsuma looked at the chakra short sword given by Sakumo Hatake and pondered whether he should also learn sword techniques. However, no one has taught Tatsuma sword techniques. His current sensei is Tsunade, and while he could ask her about taijutsu to get some clarity, sword techniques are out of the question. After all, she possesses incredible strength and doesn't need to learn sword techniques. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is a powerhouse with considerable expertise in ninjutsu, but he isn't particularly skilled in taijutsu, let alone sword techniques. After some consideration, Tatsuma decided to seal the sword into a scroll. If there's an opportunity in the future, he can retrieve it. For now, there's no need to expend mental energy learning it. After finishing the inventory, the sky was gradually darkening. Kushina, who had spent the whole day outside, and Noaki, who left in the morning, had both returned. Dinner was approaching, and Tatsuma didn't engage in any training. Instead, he looked at Minato, who had also finished organizing gifts, and asked, "Minato, what's the plan for you guys next?" Minato thought for a moment and replied, "I should be going on missions with Sensei. My actual combat experience is still too limited, and I need more practice. How about you?" Tatsuma looked towards the room where Tsunade was and said, "Sensei hasn't made any arrangements yet, but based on my speculation, since she hasn't been on a mission for a whole year, the village might assign some relatively easy tasks for her to test her skills. But she mentioned that she'll be heading to the border soon. I don't know if she'll take me along." The border. Minato, with his intelligence and Tatsuma's troubled expression, inferred something. Although neither of them knew exactly what would happen at the border, it was undoubtedly not a simple matter. "Good luck, Tatsuma. The next time we meet, I'll definitely win." Minato smiled, extended his fist towards Tatsuma, who also wiped away the contemplation and worry from his face, exchanged a fist bump with Minato, and said, "You're something else, Minato, still so confident. But next time, I'll win." Chapter 72, Sakumo's Training Notes. In the deep spring and shallow summer, just as the ninja world fell into the illusion of peace again, even when prices began to fall, a piece of news, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred up waves. The son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, the advisor of Hidden Sand Village, were murdered around the national border. That night, a streak of white light cut through the night sky at the border of the wind and fire countries, illuminating the night as bright as day and then disappearing without a trace. Actually, it's not accurate to say it's the border of the wind and fire countries. More precisely, it should be the border between the land of rivers and the land of rain. Both of these countries serve as buffers for the wind and fire countries, but people tend to subconsciously overlook these smaller nations. Despite the deployment of dozens of elite forces from Hidden Sand Village, even with 1,000 miles of investigation, they only discovered the identity of the culprit. It was Sakumo Hatake, the ANBU ninja from Konoha Hidden Village, and the guardian of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, within an extremely short period, Hidden Sand Village issued 3 consecutive diplomatic statements: protest, condemnation, and a demand to hand over the murderer. However, before Konoha could respond, a deluge of more diplomatic statements arrived. Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, Kirigakure Village in the Land of Water, and Iwagakure Village in the Land of Earth all condemned Konoha for dispatching ninjas to assassinate their elite forces. Surprisingly, the perpetrator was the same person. Overnight, Sakumo Hatake became the most talked about ninja in the ninja world. Due to the unusual events on the night of the assassination of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Sakumo Hatake even acquired a nickname, Konoha's White Fan. As numerous individuals criticized Konoha's White Fan Sakumo Hatake for unjustly taking lives, and as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed intent on provoking war, Konoha Village also issued a diplomatic statement. They directly sent the truths and intelligence about the investigation conducted by Sakumo Hatake, Jiraiya, and other jonin in the village regarding the Land of Whirlpools to the daimyo and kage of the other 4 major nations. The individuals assassinated by Sakumo Hatake happened to be the officials responsible for the incident in the Land of Whirlpools that led to its destruction. Once this statement was issued, Hidden Cloud Village, Kirigakure Village, and Iwagakure Village, who had been loudly protesting alongside Hidden Sand Village, instantly fell silent. It seemed as if they had never made a sound. In fact, the justification provided by Konoha couldn't be considered strong. After all, the Land of Whirlpools was the one that got destroyed. While the Land of Fire was an ally of the Land of Whirlpools, the alliance agreement had expired the moment the Land of Whirlpools was annihilated. In other words, regardless of what Konoha did, it was the independent action of Konoha and the Land of Fire itself. The Land of Whirlpools and Whirlpool Hidden Village could not serve as a valid reason or excuse. The reason for the lack of response from the 4 major villages was simple. Any misstep in responding to this matter, not just by them but by anyone, could potentially harm the interests of their nations and villages. This is because the economic sources of ninja villages mainly consist of 2 parts. One part is the allocation from the daimyo, and the other part is commissions. These commissions come from individuals, the daimyo, and also from other countries. Especially for those small countries that lack the power to establish their own ninja village forces, they annually allocate a significant amount of their finances to hire major ninja villages for protection. If the scandal of them annihilating other countries were to become widespread, they would lose the trust of these small nations, resulting in a loss of numerous commission tasks every year. In reality, Konoha gave them quite a bit of face this time. The diplomatic statements were only directed at the 5 major nations, and they were not fully disclosed. Once these villages dared to stir up trouble, Konoha would not hesitate to make everything public. At this moment, the wisest course of action was to stay silent, let this matter be forgotten, and continue earning money from these small nations. Every village didn't lack a few elite ninjas, and if some died, so be it. Therefore, the 3 major villages all tacitly chose to forget about it, exchanging 1 or 2 elite ninjas for their profits in Whirlpool Hidden Village. It was a good deal. Only the Hidden Sand Village refused to comply. After all, Chiyo's status within Hidden Sand Village was too high. Even though she had intentionally stepped back in recent years to make way for the 3rd Kazekage, nobody in the Hidden Sand Village dared to forget her. So, in the face of Konoha's hints, the Hidden Sand Village simply ignored them. The elite ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village who were chasing Sakumo Hatake stationed themselves directly at the border of the Wind and Fire countries. Moreover, there are reports that Chiyo has finally appeared in the Hidden Sand Village. The 3rd Kazekage has also dispatched reinforcements to the border one after another, clearly not intending to let this matter come to an end so easily. In the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage is in a meeting with several advisors. Sakumo Hatake, who just completed a mission and was praised as a hero by numerous people, is sitting outside the mission hall in a drowsy state. He rushed thousands of miles, killed 2 elites from Hidden Sand Village, and then escaped back to the village amidst the pursuit of the elite forces from Hidden Sand Village. Honestly, all he wants to do right now is sleep. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. The moment he returned, he went to report, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen had a meeting with the advisors. The Jonin meeting is probably scheduled for later, he can't afford to be absent. Right now, all he can do is find a corner to rest his eyes a bit, regain focus, so he doesn't fall asleep during the later meeting. At the same time, Tatsuma, who has just completed a mission, arrived at the mission hall. He's here for the handover. Originally, Tsunade was supposed to handle these tasks, but as soon as the master and disciple entered the village, someone called Tsunade away. However, the ninjas in the mission hall were not bureaucratic. They agreed to have Tatsuma, a genin, handle the task handover. A few minutes later, Tatsuma, having received the completion receipt and payment for the mission, was about to leave. But as he walked out of the mission hall, he noticed Sakumo Hatake not far away. Tatsuma approached slowly and asked, "Sakumo-sama?" "Ah!" Sakumo Hatake shuddered, and his right hand instinctively reached for the short knife hanging at his back. Seeing it was Tatsuma, he let out a sigh of relief, lowered his hand, forced a faint smile, and scrutinized him before asking, "Just finished a mission?" "Yeah, a C-rank escort mission. Nothing too exciting." "About the same for me, nothing too exciting." Sakumo Hatake ran his hand through his hair, yawning. Tatsuma chuckled and said, "Sakamasama, I've heard about it. You probably don't even realize you've earned yourself the nickname Konoha's White Fan, right?" "Konoha's White Fan?" Upon hearing this nickname, Sakumo Hatake seemed a bit puzzled. He had been on the move all this time, and he didn't have the time to find out if he had acquired some nickname. Tatsuma nodded, casually sitting down next to Sakumo Hatake, and said, "Yes, they say that night you used a chakra knife to cut through the darkness, creating a white light that illuminated the entire night sky, like a piercing white fang tearing through the darkness of the night." "Ah." Sakumo Hatake opened his mouth but didn't know how to react. Tatsuma leaned in a bit closer and whispered, "Sakumo-sama, be honest with me. Is it that you can't control the new chakra knife well? That's why there was such a commotion during the assassination? With your skill, there's no reason to make such a big impact, right?" Cough. "Well, it's mainly, yeah, it's something like that." Sakumo Hatake's right hand seemed unable to stop, scratching his head, touching his nose, wiping his face. What he was saying didn't sound much like coherent speech. However, Tatsuma flashed a brilliant smile. He felt he had guessed the truth, but when he saw Sakumo Hatake's slightly threatening gaze, his expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Sakumo-sama, at the completion of the mission, using a flash as a signal to announce the end of the Land of Whirlpools incident, simultaneously showcasing the glory of our Konoha village, intimidating the ninja world. It's truly admirable." Sakumo Hatake widened his eyes a bit, looking at Tatsuma's sudden change of demeanor. He pondered the reason Tatsuma had come up with for him. After a while, he also put on a smile, patted Tatsuma on the back of his neck, and said, "Haha, understanding my intentions so well, you truly are a genius among the new generation in Konoha." Tatsuma could only smile along. However, his tone quickly changed, and he said, "But, Sakumo-senpai, the knife you gave me probably won't have many chances to be used." "Why?" Sakumo Hatake blinked, the consecutive late nights taking a toll on his mental sharpness. Tatsuma, somewhat melancholic, said, "You've earned such prestige with the daimyo. If I were to use your knife, wouldn't it tarnish your reputation? Besides, being unskilled in swordsmanship, casually handling the short knife you gifted me might attract unwanted attention. If I were to die easily, it would stain your name even more." Upon hearing this, Sakumo Hatake pursed his lips and said, "I didn't consider it thoroughly. However, I don't want you to treat my knife as a mere collectible. How about this? I'll share some techniques and experiences I've compiled with you. Ponder on them well. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. No need to be too formal." "Really, Sakumo-sama? Would I lie?" Chapter 73, Request to Join the Battlefield. Where did you learn Sakumo-senpai's swordsmanship? Within the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade watched as Tatsuma skillfully wielded a short knife, feeling puzzled. Although she didn't understand swordsmanship, she could recognize the similarities between Tatsuma's movements and those of Sakumo Hatake. Tatsuma paused at the question and replied, "I met Sakumo-sama yesterday, had a chat, and he generously shared the essentials of swordsmanship with me." "Oh." Tsunade nodded without delving deeper. In fact, Tatsuma's approach of seeking to learn from others after already having a master was somewhat impolite, whether it was towards Tsunade as his sensei or towards Sakumo Hatake. However, their master-disciple relationship was unique. Tsunade had little to teach Tatsuma, super strength required a high physical condition, and regardless of Tatsuma's peculiar physical talents, his current level didn't meet the learning requirements, at least for now. Download app. Tsunade excels in only two areas. One is taijutsu, with her powerful punches that complement her super strength, and the other is medical ninjutsu. Tsunade can sense that Tatsuma is not particularly interested in medical jutsu. Even though, in the past 6 months, Tatsuma has demonstrated remarkable chakra control abilities, surpassing his peers, and has learned some medical ninjutsu, including challenging techniques like the mystical palm jutsu and chakra scalpel, due to his aptitude for ninjutsu learning. However, these are just superficial aspects of medical ninjutsu. To delve deeper, one must study various medical disciplines such as human anatomy, surgery, genetic diseases, medical imaging, and more. It's a lifelong learning process. Tatsuma, however, does not seem to have the will to inherit these skills, so Tsunade hasn't delved into teaching him extensively. She has only taught him some clinical medical ninjutsu and shared numerous medical cases. As a result, the interaction between master and disciple has dwindled, with daily card games being their main form of communication. After all, Tatsuma has surpassed Tsunade, his sensei, even in sealing jutsu. Therefore, Tsunade doesn't object to Tatsuma learning from Jiraiya or studying under Sakumo Hatake now. After all, if she were to oppose it, she would have to face opposition from her own grandmother. Seeing Tsunade remaining silent, Tatsuma continued with his training. The academy had reopened, and Noaki and Kushina had returned to school. Minato, who seemed to be on a mission, hadn't come back yet, leaving Tatsuma alone in his training. However, in the past half-year, Tatsuma's upper limits had significantly increased. Now, he required a substantial amount of time to manifest his talents, so he didn't find it boring at all. Many people tend to give up on learning or persevering in something, and a significant portion of the reason is the inability to see their own progress or the progress of the situation. But Tatsuma was different. With his systematic approach, he could see his progress every day, giving him extra motivation in his training. Compared to before, even the system panel had undergone significant changes since his time in the Senju clan. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Talents, Strength, 2416/6426 Speed, 2911/7781 Stamina, 2689/6153 Wisdom, 2013/3120 Ninjutsu, 2174/4512 Illusions, 1501/3633 Spirit, 2263/6571 Seals, 2315/4237 Special Talents, Spacetime, 100% Ninjutsu Development, 95% Ninja Tool Throwing, Minato Namake's Limited Edition 100% Sensory, 90% Sealing, Kushina Uzumaki Limited Edition 75%. As the saying goes, there are only wrongly given names, but not wrongly given nicknames. Tsunade being called Big Fat Sheep is not without reason, and she is even fatter than Minato. When plucking Minato's wool, Tatsuma has to prepare various excuses and engage in various games with Minato to extract the wool. However, it's not as complicated with Tsunade. With just a deck of cards, Tsunade willingly enters the shaving wool machine, and Tatsuma exercises considerable restraint, controlling his winning streaks every day. After all, compared to the good-tempered Minato, Tsunade can truly get violent when she loses her temper. Tatsuma has unfortunately experienced it twice and, after being beaten by Tsunade, had nowhere to complain. Because Tsunade would immediately heal him after beating him, with Tsunade's medical skills, there would be no lingering effects or traces left. If Tatsuma were to report it to someone, it might end up being a false accusation. Therefore, Tatsuma controlled himself every day, winning a few dozen rounds against Tsunade, wisely stopping after plucking around 200 points of talent limits. Additionally, he managed to gain some points by subtly extracting from Noaki and Kushina every day. Tatsuma is well aware that sustainable development is much better than depleting resources recklessly. However, recently, after going on some missions and earning money, he has another idea for gathering wool. But he can't reveal it yet, especially since the situation in the ninja world has become tense. Tsunade has mentioned to Tatsuma that she might have to undertake advanced missions at any time. Thinking about this, Tatsuma paused in his actions, realizing he had no inclination to train. He sheathed his knife and looked at his Tsunade, asking, "Sensei, regarding the meeting yesterday, there should be some arrangements for you, right?" Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Tsunade nodded, not hiding anything. She directly responded, "Yes, I'm heading to the border of the land of wind." "Why?" "If possible, I would like to accompany you," Tatsuma said earnestly. In response, Tsunade burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha you? Want to go to the battlefield? Ha 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 you, the coward who can't even bring himself to kill. In these recent missions, there were people you could have easily killed, yet you waited for me to handle it. With your hesitation even at the last moment, you still want to go to the battlefield?" This is one of the few areas where Tsunade is dissatisfied with Tatsuma. He is capable of capturing enemies in various ways but consistently hesitates when it comes to delivering the final blow. If this were happening among recently graduated genin, Tsunade could understand. However, Tatsuma has been graduated for almost a year, completed 5 or 6 C-rank missions, and has yet to take a life. If Tatsuma didn't excel in other qualities that a ninja should possess, Tsunade would consider advising him against being a ninja and encourage him to leave. However, Tsunade doesn't think that Tatsuma, in his current state, is suitable for the battlefield. After all, once a war erupts on the battlefield, death is constant, and hesitation can lead to one's demise. After the laughter, Tsunade's expression turned extremely serious as she said, "I disagree with this. Sensei, I understand your concerns, but I still want to go with you. If you think I'm not ready, I can stay in logistics or serve as a medical ninja," Tatsuma said, taking a deep breath and speaking sincerely. Tsunade frowned and said, "Why? Konoha isn't weak enough now to need a kid like you on the battlefield. But sooner or later, I have to go, don't I? The tasks I can take now create too little mental pressure for me. I can't force myself to become a true ninja. Maybe I'm the kind of natural hero who thrives in big situations? Who knows, maybe once I'm on the battlefield, I'll excel and make a difference." "Haha, that joke you just told is not bad," Tsunade said with a laugh, but her expression was very serious. She continued, "On the battlefield, I might not even be able to take care of you. Are you truly prepared?" Tatsuma nodded and said, "I am ready, and as your outstanding disciple, I should strive to prove that your judgment is correct. How about we make a bet? I bet I can perform well. Given our win-loss record, I think I have a chance of not losing." Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Tsunade nodded and said, "I agree to going to the battlefield, but—" Her gaze became dangerously intense as she added, "As for you arranging a bet based on my gambling luck. Don't you run." Chapter 74, Mito's Gift. Send Sakamoto Tatsuma to the battlefield? Isn't that ridiculous? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the list handed over by Tsunade, very dissatisfied. How old is Tatsuma? Not even 9 years old, and with the talent he has shown, in 10 years, no, perhaps only 6 or 7 years, he could possess the strength of a jonin. Such a genius, compared to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, is not inferior at all. Sending such a promising seed to a dangerous battlefield before he even grows up, isn't that absurd? If the village is really in danger, then perhaps they would have to use all means, but Sarutobi Hiruzen does not think that the Hidden Sand Village, a mere village, requires sending Konoha's children to participate in the war. It's not that I asked him to go, he begged me to let him go with me. Moreover, I've already promised him. What's the matter, old man? Are you going to teach me how to go back on my word in front of my students? Sitting across from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade picked at her own fingertips, her tone extremely disrespectful, infuriating Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had to take deep breaths to suppress his anger. But that doesn't mean he should go to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only reiterate his viewpoint, and Tsunade looked at her sensei, saying, "I made an agreement with him. Without my consent, he can only join the medical and logistics teams. His proficiency in medical ninjutsu surpasses the majority of ninjas in the village, and he has earned approval from Grandma Mito for learning sealing jutsu. These are rare ninja skills for the village. Once Hidden Sand Village's Chiyo uses new poisons, I will definitely need a considerable amount of time to decipher the antidotes. With Tatsuma leading the medical corps, I can rest assured." Upon hearing Tsunade's reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger subsided somewhat. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke, "Let Orochimaru accompany the team as well. When you're developing the antidote, the team needs someone to command. Having Orochimaru there will also better protect the camp. You don't mind, do you? Commanding is a crucial role on the battlefield, and it's the person who can earn the most merit. Of course, in case of failure, the one bearing the most responsibility is also the commander." The originally designated commander was Tsunade. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is adding Orochimaru to the team and expressing the intention to occasionally grant Tsunade the right to command when necessary. Naturally, he needs to consult Tsunade's opinion. However, Tsunade doesn't mind. On the contrary, she sighed in relief, shrugged, and said, "If I weren't worried that you had other arrangements for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, I would have included their names long ago." Jiraiya does indeed have other arrangements. Currently, Orochimaru is the only one available. Alright, no problem. Inform him, and by the way, let him handle logistics and supplies. We depart in 3 days. Tsunade stood up, walked away briskly, while Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly rubbed his temples. Tsunade is still as unpredictable as ever, and judging by her tone, it seems like she only spent 2 days compiling a list. Nothing else has been done, otherwise, there would be no need to delegate everything to Orochimaru. Sighing, and convincing himself in his mind that he needs to take care of his own disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen then spoke, "Sakumo, go inform Orochimaru and ask him to come see me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sakumo Hatake emerged from the shadows and, before leaving, asked, "By the way, Hokage-sama, if needed, I can also go to the battlefield for support at any time." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "I do need you on the battlefield, but not now and not in this particular conflict." Upon hearing this, Sakumo Hatake was somewhat puzzled. Seeing his subordinate still not understanding his intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to explain, "Don't be fooled by the current silence of Hidden Cloud Village, Iwabikure Village, and Kirigakure Village. Once war breaks out, if we or Sand encounter any unexpected situation, they will not hesitate to act. This is when you should step in, and you're not going against Hidden Sand Village. Doing so would only endlessly fuel Hidden Sand Village's determination and motivation." "I understand. I'll go inform Orochimaru first." Sakumo Hatake nodded, didn't linger, and turned to leave. On Tatsuma's side, when Uzumaki Mito heard that Tatsuma was going to the battlefield, she didn't show any signs of dissuasion. After all, she was a person who came from the Warring States era. Before the establishment of the ninja village system, children didn't have much assurance, and at that time, battles were between clans. A single war could lead to the destruction of an entire clan, so every bit of combat strength was needed. An 8 or 9-year-old child placed in the Warring States era could already be considered a force capable of fighting. However, Mito's lack of opposition didn't mean she didn't care. She called Tatsuma, who usually trained alone. In the hall where Mito usually taught sealing jutsu, she looked at Tatsuma, sighed, and said, "I understand. There's no use in trying to persuade you further. Since you're already Tsunade's disciple, I will consider you as family. However, there isn't much that I can do for you. Mito-sama, sensei just agreed to let me experience the war in the logistics and medical corps, without the need to go to the battlefield." Looking at Mito's worried expression, Tatsuma reassured her in a comforting tone. Mito shook her head and said, "You wouldn't willingly accept this. I can still see that. Come here." With that, Mito beckoned to Tatsuma. Although he was a bit puzzled, Tatsuma walked over to Mito. Looking at Tatsuma, Mito suddenly said, "If Tobirama had children, they might look like you." Upon hearing Mito's unique sentiment, Tatsuma didn't know how to respond. Mito didn't wait for him to reply, reaching out to gently grasp Tatsuma's left hand. She pulled up the sleeve on Tatsuma's left arm, revealing the entire forearm. Mito measured Tatsuma's forearm with her fingers and said, "I hope you won't need to use this." Tatsuma was puzzled and confused. At that moment, however, a large amount of red chakra emanated from Mito's body. Before Tatsuma could react, Mito's fingers pierced the skin on Tatsuma's forearm. At that very moment, the blood-red chakra flowed from the wound into Tatsuma's arm. In an instant, Tatsuma's posture twisted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. However, Mito held and lifted his left arm, preventing him from falling. A searing pain, as if being roasted, penetrated Tatsuma's mind. He felt his left hand as if it were on fire. No, it was almost charred. Finally, the infusion of the blood-red chakra ceased. Mito, with fingers stained in Tatsuma's blood, quickly began to sketch on Tatsuma's arm, completing a complex sealing jutsu. The blood suddenly began to glow, then subtly disappeared into Tatsuma's arm. The previously pierced wound somehow healed, and Tatsuma, no longer in pain, regained consciousness and control of his body. "It's quite heavy." Tatsuma suddenly felt like his left hand was carrying a heavy load, constantly pulling downward. At the same time, he sensed a subtle connection with Mito. No, it should be something inside Mito. Mito withdrew her hand and looked at Tatsuma. Then, like an elderly person advising their grandchild not to reveal the money she gave them to their parents, she whispered, "It's enough that you know. Don't tell anyone." "I understand, Mito-sama." "Thank you. Return safely. That is all that matters." Chapter 75, Single People Give the Best Advice. In the 2 days before their departure, Tatsuma was constantly training, not to temporarily grasp at more talents, but to adapt to the increasing weight of his left hand. In fact, Tatsuma was quite puzzled by the heaviness of his left hand. He even weighed himself, and there was no change, but his left hand felt heavy, as if bearing the weight of the additional chakra. This was something Tatsuma had never imagined before, chakra giving him a heavy sensation. After all, he always felt chakra was light and airy, as if it could be used up in a single breath. Although his current chakra level among Chunin wasn't considered weak, it still couldn't support many ninjutsu. Therefore, the feeling of chakra being light and airy was not entirely unfounded. Tsunade had also been busy these days, searching for Konoha advisor Yudetane Koharu to mobilize medical ninjas and corresponding medical supplies and equipment. She paid no attention to Tatsuma, allowing him to avoid being discovered acting strangely. At night, thinking about accompanying Tsunade to the border the next day, Tatsuma found it hard to sleep. So, he decided to change into his clothes and headed to the third training ground. As he moved his body, he noticed a dark green figure rushing towards him from a distance. It then stopped in front of him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tatsuma unexpectedly remarked, "Big brother Due, training so late? I heard there's a conflict between our village and others, but I can't go to the battlefield. Just thinking about it keeps me awake." "I envy you, Tatsuma, young enough to shed blood on the battlefield," replied Due. Although the two couldn't be considered friends, multiple chance encounters during training over the years had made them quite familiar with each other. Upon hearing Due's words, Tatsuma's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "Big brother Due, don't say such ominous words. Even if you say I'm going to the battlefield to embody youth, why phrase it as shedding blood?" "Oops. Haha, my bad. I meant embodying youth." Due quickly corrected himself. With Tatsuma's reminder, he realized his words were too ambiguous. He then curiously asked, "Aren't you setting off tomorrow morning? Why aren't you resting?" "I can't sleep, so I thought I'd come for a run to break a sweat." "Then let's have a youthful competition. Let's see who can finish 100 laps first." Due gave Tatsuma a thumbs up, showing off his shiny white teeth under the vast night sky. Tatsuma nodded and replied, "Indeed, as expected of you, big brother Due." As they spoke, Tatsuma suddenly realized that he might have been preempted, but he shrugged it off. It didn't matter who suggested the challenge. "Haha, Lord Hokage praises me as an expert in catching cats. I will run the 100 laps faster than you," boasted Due, oblivious to Tatsuma's thoughts. He burst into hearty laughter and started running. Tatsuma, unwilling to fall behind, quickly caught up. The two began circling the third training ground, and as they reached 10 laps, then 20, Tatsuma noticed that Mito's pace began to slow. He wasn't surprised, considering Mito had likely been training for quite some time, evident from the fact that his green bodysuit had turned dark green from sweat. Tatsuma didn't go easy on Mito and continued to run seriously. In the middle of the night, after completing 100 laps, Tatsuma had outpaced Mito by 2 laps. Rather than stopping immediately, Tatsuma jogged a few more laps. After letting his body calm down, he finally came to a halt. Ding, strength +2, stamina +2, would you like to claim? Claim. After claiming the talents that could be picked up after winning the challenge, Tatsuma looked at the panting Mito and said, "Big brother Due, a few days ago, I saw you shopping with a big sister. Is something good happening?" Mito, who had initially planned to run another 100 laps, was first stunned at the question. Then his face instantly turned red, and he stammered, "Tatsuma, you don't casually tarnish someone's innocence. Shoko has many admirers. How could she possibly be interested in someone like me? Why were you shopping together then?" "I saw it that day, and both of you looked very happy," Tatsuma asked with a curious and gossipy expression. Mito's face became even redder, and he finally, somewhat hesitantly, said, Maybe she wanted me to help her carry things." "Big brother Due, don't underestimate yourself. I can tell, you two make a great pair." Tatsuma patted his chest. Mito's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and he said, "You're right, and you, as a genius, must be very popular with girls at school. I'm sure you understand girls' thoughts. I believe in you." "Well." Suddenly, the dim gaze that was in Mito's eyes moments ago shifted to Tatsuma's eyes. Looking at Tatsuma, who suddenly seemed dejected, Mito asked in confusion, "Haven't you ever been with a girl?" "Let's stop here for today. I'm tired, and it's time to go back and rest," Tatsuma said, avoiding the question. Tatsuma turned away, waved his hand, and walked towards his home. Mito realized he had said something wrong and was about to apologize, but then another question crossed his mind. If he's not popular, is Tatsuma really that accurate in his judgments? Later, under the moonlight in the third training ground, another person became dejected and downcast. The next morning, not feeling fully energized, Tatsuma, with his naturally curly and unkempt hair, carried his own equipment and supplies. He arrived at the entrance of Konoha. By this time, many ninjas had gathered in the village, all participants in the upcoming mission. Tatsuma took a look and quickly noticed that these individuals had formed several small circles. Those fully geared up, even with vests stuffed with scrolls, formed one circle. Obviously, they were combat-oriented ninjas. Another circle consisted of individuals with large backpacks, spotlessly clean, representing the medical team. There were also ninjas with various clan emblems on their clothes, gathered in another group, engaged in conversation. Additionally, smaller groups like the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame families were mixed together, clearly forming reconnaissance squads. Tatsuma's arrival attracted some attention. After all, besides Tatsuma, everyone else was at least 15 or 16 years old, and the presence of this child under 10 seemed a bit conspicuous. However, they were aware of Tatsuma's identity and didn't say much. Moreover, words wouldn't change anything since the roster had already been finalized. Until the mission concluded, there would only be reinforcements and no voluntary reduction in the team. Tatsuma was unfamiliar with these Chunin ninjas and didn't rush to make connections right away. He simply waited on the side. Before long, Orochimaru and Tsunade also joined the group. Orochimaru began counting the number of people, while Tsunade yawned. Even though they were about to head to the battlefield, she remained nonchalant. There were also some people seeing them off, and amid the crowd, Tatsuma noticed Mito waving enthusiastically. Tatsuma responded with a wave as well. However, there was no sign of Jiraiya and Minato around, perhaps because they were still on an ongoing mission. Soon, Orochimaru finished counting and handed the mission scroll to the village's guarding ninja at the entrance. After a quick comparison, the guard nodded, signaling for them to proceed. Tatsuma felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, turned around, and noticed the team was starting to move. Without searching for familiar faces any longer, he joined the majority of the group and left the village. Chapter 76 – Exceptional Background Grants Undeserved Positions. From the Hidden Leaf Village to the border of the Land of Fire, with the speed of a ninja, it would be enough to reach the destination in just 2 days or even less. However, when it comes to moving a large army, the speed inevitably slows down. Firstly, it's challenging to coordinate a large number of people. Unlike a small group of 3 to 5 individuals who can easily adjust their speed, with a large number of people, the only option is to slow down to maintain formation. Secondly, a large army is more likely to become a target for attacks. Unlike small squads that are agile and hard to detect, a large army advancing must rely on sensory ninjas for reconnaissance. The maximum speed of the large army will not exceed the reconnaissance speed of the sensory ninjas. Tatsuma originally applied to join the reconnaissance squad during the journey, as he had a strong talent in sensory abilities. Although his chakra levels couldn't sustain prolonged sensory reconnaissance, he could serve as a temporary replacement. However, Tsunade rejected the request because the reconnaissance squad operates ahead of the main force, making it more vulnerable to enemy encounters. After a few days of travel, the large army had already faced several attacks, resulting in the deaths of 2 sensory ninjas. Overall, it took more than 4 days for the main force to reach the border camp. The border between the great nations is always occupied by ninjas, and at this time, the war has not truly erupted, and the camp has not been destroyed. Therefore, the main force does not need to establish a new camp but instead directly coordinates with the ninjas already present at the camp. However, upon arriving at the camp, Tatsuma immediately received his first task, which is to assist the medical corps in treating the ninjas within the camp. Kazuno assists Tatsuma in treating ninjas with severe external injuries. Take me to see those poison ninjas. Others organize cases that cannot be resolved and wait for me to come over. Tsunade handed over the coordination work to Orochimaru and directly led the medical corps to the wartime medical department. Upon hearing Tsunade's arrangement, after subconsciously glancing at Tatsuma, Kazuno quickly ran towards the wounded. At this moment, a 16 or 17-year-old girl approached Tatsuma and said, "Hello, Sakamoto Tatsuma. I'm Mito Kazuno, the former person in charge here. Please follow me." Tatsuma nodded without complaining about starting work immediately upon arrival. Carrying his backpack, he followed Kazuno into a tent. Inside the tent, there was a strong smell of medicinal herbs. There were also 4 or 5 ninjas lying on beds, groaning or trembling under their blankets. Tatsuma took a closer look at the nearest patient and asked with a furrowed brow, who handled the previous treatment. The recent injury was on the thigh, likely caused by some wind-release ninjutsu. The outer side was completely cut open, with minor damage to the bone. However, the most serious issue was the infection. Upon hearing this, Kazuno, looking at Tatsuma's frowning expression, somewhat embarrassedly said, "It was me. Weren't there any medical ninjas in the camp before?" Tatsuma walked to the side, unloaded his backpack, and asked. Kazuno's face turned red, wondering if she had been expelled from the medical ninja corps without her knowledge. However, she could only admit with embarrassment, there are limited medical ninjas here. Tatsuma did not dwell on her helpless explanation. He put on a mask and gloves, then took out a bundle of sealing scrolls from his backpack. After unsealing them, several bottles of antiseptic solution and hydrogen peroxide appeared. Picking up 2 bottles and grabbing a pack of medical needles, along with masks and gloves, Tatsuma returned to the bedside and asked, "Can you stitch wounds?" Upon hearing this, Kazuno quickly nodded. Tatsuma said, "I'll remove the infected and purulent part of the wound, and you'll stitch to stop the bleeding. After that, we can use mystical palm jutsu or other ninjutsu for auxiliary treatment." If the injury is recent and the wound is not contaminated, mystical palm jutsu can be used directly. However, in this case, the ninja's wound has become infected and purulent, making mystical palm jutsu unsuitable. Kazuno nodded and instinctively took the items Tatsuma handed over. After realizing it, she followed Tatsuma's example by putting on a mask and gloves. Tatsuma casually remarked, "Next time, remember to tie up your hair." "I got it." Suddenly, Kazuno felt a sensation reminiscent of a few years ago when she had just graduated from the academy and was assigned to intern at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Tatsuma seemed like the supervisor who guided her back then, though the supervisor was strict and didn't teach her much. Observing the wound for a moment and exchanging a few words with the injured ninja, Tatsuma began to take action. He condensed chakra in his palm, forming a surgical knife made of blue chakra, and began cutting around the patient's wound. He didn't use anesthetic assistance since the patient's wound had been tightly bandaged to stop bleeding, making them nearly numb. What use was anesthesia at this point? After cutting away the infected and purulent part, Tatsuma rinsed it with hydrogen peroxide. He explained to Kazuno how to stitch the wound, then removed his gloves and mask, replaced them with new ones, and moved to the next bed. The next patient was not as fortunate. They had injuries to the ribs, affecting both the lungs and stomach. Tatsuma only performed wound cleaning and hemostasis, as he couldn't handle such injuries and had to leave them to Tsunade. The following patients were relatively lucky, with wounds on their limbs, except for one on the buttocks. Only the infected parts needed to be removed, and after cleaning and stitching, Tatsuma finished these tasks. He looked at Kazuno with a peculiar expression. He remembered that Tsunade had instructed Kazuno to take him to treat seriously injured patients. Why were all the injuries so basic? If the previous wound treatment hadn't gone wrong, it should have only required cleaning and stitching. Even if one doesn't know medical ninjutsu, the infection wouldn't have reached this state, right? Or is it that Kazuno, the person in charge, is fake? Wait, Mito clan. Tatsuma scrutinized Mito Kazuno, feeling like she was here for show. Kazuno, who lowered her head deeply under Tatsuma's scrutiny, felt a bit wronged. She was indeed a medical ninja, but she had never dealt with patients with injuries that could potentially cause excessive bleeding and death in a short period. In order to prevent these patients from dying due to excessive blood loss, she could only urgently stop the bleeding and use various hemostatic drugs, hoping for a miracle. Tatsuma, who thought he had guessed the truth, didn't say anything more. After all, as a civilian after the era of the ninja, it wasn't suitable for him to make unwarranted comments, lest he wears uncomfortable shoes in the future. He checked the wounds that Kazuno had restitched and could only say it was passable, not exactly beautiful, but at least the stitching was successful. After removing the surrounding bandages, blood flow was restored without further bleeding. Only then did Tatsuma use the mystical palm jutsu to accelerate the recovery of the patient's wounds. There were only 4 patients that he needed to treat, and even Tatsuma wouldn't be weakened to the point of needing a break midway. However, considering that several individuals had lost a substantial amount of flesh, although the wounds were healing, they still needed some time to recover before being able to rejoin the battle. After letting them rest, Tatsuma began organizing the case reports and surgical plans for the patient with internal organ damage. Although Tatsuma hadn't delved deeply into learning medical ninjutsu, having spent almost half a year alongside Tsunade, he had seen quite a few medical cases. Even though he didn't know how to proceed, he relied on memory to incorporate surgical plans from several excellent cases. After organizing these materials, Tsunade would review them again. If Tatsuma's guesses were correct, it could save Tsunade some time. Even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't waste Tsunade's time unnecessarily. Not bad, reconsidering learning medical ninjutsu from me? Tatsuma, engrossed in writing, suddenly jerked and caused a large hole to appear on the paper. When he turned around, he found Tsunade looking at him with a satisfied smile. Tatsuma took a deep breath and said, "Sensei, scaring people can be deadly. By the way, has the poison on your end been resolved so quickly? All our inventories from the Hidden Sand Village, and there are ready-made plans." Tsunade picked up the plans written by Tatsuma, examined them, and then compared them with the cases. She said, "You don't necessarily have to engage in combat to be a ninja. I think you have the talent to be a medical ninja. Never mind, I still don't like the atmosphere in the hospital, and also, it's not because I'm scared to take lives, it's just, forget it." Tatsuma guessed Tsunade's repeated attempts to persuade him to transfer to medical training, but he still refused. Tsunade nodded and didn't insist any further. Instead, she said, "Go check out other wards. The medical conditions here are too poor. Go support there." "Alright, sensei." Chapter 77, Taking the Initiative. It seems that this time, Hokage-sama really values this war, persuading the Hyuga clan to send the main family ninja to support us. Inside the medical camp, Tatsuma listened to the discussions of the surrounding ninjas, curiosity prompting him to lift his head and eavesdrop on their conversations. Before coming to this world, Tatsuma had a mistaken belief that the Hyuga main family consisted only of the Hyuga clan head and the heir, especially considering that even the heir's younger brother had to be sealed with the caged bird seal. However, upon arriving in this world, he learned that the Hyuga clan had not just one or two main families. While the number wasn't large, it wasn't non-existent either. Yet, Tatsuma, a civilian-born genin, couldn't fathom how the decision between the main family and branch family was made. One thing he could ascertain, though, was that each Hyuga main family held an extremely high status within the clan and was an entity that the Hyuga branch families needed to protect with all their might. Therefore, each time the main family ninja embarked on a mission, it represents the degree of importance that the Hyuga clan and the village attached to that mission. Unexpectedly, Tatsuma had not anticipated the arrival of the Hyuga main family ninja this time. He had been with the main force for a week, during which there were occasional clashes between the ninjas of the wind and fire countries, but they were within manageable limits. In fact, Tatsuma had his own speculations about this situation. He believed that the hidden sand village did not hide the fact that they sent Chiyo to the front line. Considering Chiyo's poison-making ability, the current calm was probably just a build-up before a major move. With this in mind, Tatsuma suddenly had a conjecture that Konoha did not intend to passively respond to the enemy but rather planned to take the initiative. In the past few days, the friction between the two countries involved continuously dispatching small teams of ninjas to infiltrate the Land of Rivers or the Land of Rain. They were searching for hidden sand operatives who were also hiding in these lands, engaging in skirmishes between teams. However, the efficiency of such actions was too low. Konoha could afford the expenditure, and while the sand village might be somewhat impoverished, they could also bear the cost. If Konoha is unable to advance and gather more information from the hidden sand village, once Chiyo's poison is developed and deployed on the battlefield, Konoha will find itself in a passive situation. An antidote must be developed first to counteract the poison, and during the process of developing the antidote, the hidden sand village may be preparing for the next round of attacks. To avoid falling into this passive state, choosing to advance through reconnaissance and striking directly before the hidden sand village develops the poison is indeed a very good approach. At this moment, any Hyuga clan ninja who automatically becomes a sensory ninja as soon as they open their eyes would be the best vanguard. However, in doing so, Tatsuma instantly realized that the first large-scale conflict was about to occur because Konoha needed to create enough time for the Hyuga clan's reconnaissance. The simplest way is to engage in combat, diverting the attention of the hidden sand village's front line. This tactic is straightforward and rough but often effective because it is not a conspiracy, it is a direct strategy. The hidden sand village must stop Konoha on the main battlefield. If the hidden sand village does not engage in battle to stop them, the majority of Konoha's forces will advance directly. Once the hidden sand village intervenes, their rear defense is bound to become vulnerable, allowing the Hyuga clan to invade. Unless the hidden sand village has the strength to simultaneously deal with enemies on both fronts, they will have to abandon one of them. After some thought, Tatsuma left the medical camp. He wanted to inquire from someone, and the best person to ask would be someone like Sensei Tsunade. However, Tatsuma understood that Tsunade was unlikely to tell him. After leaving the medical camp, Tatsuma quickly found the Hyuga clan's team. Among them, everyone else was wearing ninja vests, but this particular family was wearing yukatas adorned with the emblem of flames, making them quite conspicuous. Before Tatsuma could approach, he felt that he had attracted quite a few scrutinizing glances. However, the scrutiny quickly ended, and a middle-aged man with a cheerful smile walked toward Tatsuma. Tatsuma, long time no see. Uncle Kai, it's been a while. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tatsuma also smiled and bowed. This person was Hyuga Kai, the father of Hyuga Sento. When Tatsuma was apprenticed, it was Hyuga Kai who presented the gift on behalf of the Hyuga family. Sento heard that you're heading to the battlefield. These days, he's been making a fuss about graduating. If it weren't for the urgent mission, I would have definitely given him a good talking to. He better not graduate, or else he'll have to deal with me. Uncle, be cautious in your words. Tatsuma interrupted Hyuga Kai. There was a hint of confusion in Hyuga Kai's eyes, but Tatsuma didn't explain. Instead, he pointed to the camp where the Hyuga clan guards were stationed and asked, "There's going to be a large-scale operation soon, isn't there?" Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kai nodded. He didn't realize that Tatsuma had deduced this based on the news of their arrival. He simply thought that Tatsuma, as Tsunade's disciple, had received internal information. He generously replied, "Yes, either tomorrow or the day after. My elder brother is currently discussing the specific plans with Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama." "Is that so?" Tatsuma felt a tinge of worry. This Konoha operation, while aimed at preparing to strike the hidden sand village, would also escalate the already tense situation. After this operation, regardless of whether Konoha gains any benefits or not, it will push the situation towards full-scale war. Seeing Tatsuma frowning, Hyuga Kai patted his head and said, "Don't worry, we will win. You stay in the rear and tend to the wounded." "Okay." Tatsuma nodded and said, "Uncle, I won't disturb you then. Rest first, we can talk if you return victoriously." Tatsuma suddenly stopped speaking because he realized he had said some strange and inappropriate words. However, Hyuga Kai didn't pay much attention and just smiled, saying, "Sure, we'll talk later." As night fell, Tatsuma hadn't even had dinner when the camp suddenly became busy. A large number of ninjas were mobilized, and some lightly injured ninjas from the medical camp were urgently summoned. Tatsuma, the de facto second-in-command of the medical camp, unaware of the situation, suddenly found that more than half of the patients and medical ninjas were gone. Subsequently, Tsunade and Orochimaru led a large number of ninjas towards the direction of the Wind Country. The Hyuga clan ninjas, under the leadership of Hyuga Kai's elder brother, Hyuga Miyako from the main family, set off in another direction. In the vast camp, there were suddenly only a small number of medical ninjas, communication team members, and 6 or 7 combat ninjas, barely maintaining the camp's operation and caring for the wounded. Tatsuma, who couldn't yet participate in the war, could only spend another night at the camp. The next day, he went to the communication team to inquire about news. Soon, he heard some important information. The large force led by Tsunade and Orochimaru, as they were about to cross the land of rivers and reach the Wind Country, was discovered by Wind Country ninjas. A large-scale battle ensued, and Shio was also involved. Upon hearing this news, Tatsuma felt something was off. Chapter 78, Trust Your Instincts When You Sense Trouble. "Yo! Tatsuma, here you are again. This time, it's been 33 minutes since you last left. Making progress, huh?" Inside the communication base, a middle-aged man with blonde hair saw Tatsuma appear and joked while looking at the clock. Tatsuma scratched his head and asked, "Uncle Yamanaka Tani, any news from the front lines?" Tatsuma, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, had a sweet tongue. Seeing his smile, Yamanaka Tani couldn't help but think of the child still in his wife's belly. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he replied, "Of course, there is news." "What about the things you promised to exchange?" Tatsuma chuckled, reached into his bag, and took out several lunch boxes, handing them to the communication team. Because they had to connect with the main forces, the Hyuga team, and the village simultaneously, the communication team dared not leave. Originally planning to endure the hunger and, if necessary, munch on a military rations pill, the communication team welcomed Tatsuma's unexpected visit. Yamanaka Tani naturally made the most of it, asking Tatsuma to help with cooking. Yamanaka Tani opened the lunchbox while saying, "Things are going smoothly on the front lines." Although Chiyo's appearance was unexpected, with Tsunade and Orochimaru on our side, we've gained some advantages. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma nodded, feeling a bit relieved. He then asked, "How about the situation with the Hyuga side?" Yamanaka Tani shook his head and replied, "They are infiltrating, much slower than the main forces. They've probably just entered the heartland of the Land of Rivers. The earliest they can reach the Wind Country camp is tomorrow." "Is that so?" "Yes, don't worry. Hyuga Miyako and Hyuga Kai are both outstanding members of the current generation of the Hyuga clan, especially Hyuga Miyako. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he has the potential to be a main family elder in the future. Their mission this time is just to investigate whether the Hidden Sand Village camp is developing a new type of poison. The situation there should be similar to ours, and they should be able to handle it easily." Yamanaka Tani offered a few comforting words, displaying great patience. After all, who would dislike a child who cares for others? However, after speaking, he also felt the pang of hunger and began to devour his meal. The battlefield environment was nothing like the village, and even Yamanaka Tani, born into the shinobi clan, didn't insist on maintaining an elegant dining etiquette. Tatsuma didn't disturb the others but quietly waited for them to finish their meals. Only then did he take the initiative to help tidy up the lunch boxes and then deliver them to the logistics area. Every ninja heading to the battlefield needed to be prepared for active combat, even the possibility of death. However, not every ninja had the opportunity to face the enemy on the front lines. Besides frontline combat, logistics support, medical care, and other roles were equally crucial in warfare. Therefore, tasks like cooking and cleaning were assigned to specialized ninjas, typically genin. Engaging in such tasks, genin didn't feel belittled. After all, even tasks like washing dishes and cooking contributed to wartime achievements. In comparison to D-rank missions in the village, the rewards were often more abundant. Not only in terms of monetary rewards but also in terms of merit. If the conflict prolongs, the village will consider the duration and difficulty of the missions, granting them more rewards. They might even raise the mission rank, enriching their resumes. Even during the previous Ninja World War, such positions were highly sought after. Without the need to engage in combat, individuals could accumulate a substantial amount of merit and rewards by handling logistics in the rear. Handing the lunch boxes to the logistics ninjas, Tatsuma couldn't help but think that if he hadn't obtained the system but still pursued the path of a ninja, he would likely choose to work in a similar role. Although, once the war reached its intense phase, these genin might have to join the front lines, it wasn't necessarily an awful situation all the time. Afterwards, Tatsuma returned to the communication base to await the latest updates. Overall, the reports from the main forces led by Tsunade and Orochimaru were considered good news. However, on the following day at noon, when Tatsuma arrived with lunch boxes for the communication team, an alarm rang loudly inside the communication base. He hurriedly rushed in, asking, "What's happening?" Yamanaka Tani's expression darkened slightly as he spoke. "It's the Hyuga team that sent out a distress signal, but we've been unable to establish communication with Tsunade-sama's side. It could be intentional interference from the Hidden Sand Village, the Hyuga team? What's happening over there?" Tatsuma also became serious. Yamanaka Tani shook his head, saying, "It was just an emergency signal. I couldn't establish a connection when I tried to respond." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma briefly pondered and then quickly said, "Uncle Yamanaka Tani, please contact the village for reinforcements as soon as possible. Send ninjas along the main forces route to report to Sensei. I will take a group of combat ninjas along the Hyuga team's route to see if we can provide support." "No, you can't go." Yamanaka Tani shook his head. Ninjas in the camp more or less knew that, despite Tatsuma coming with the main forces, he wasn't allowed to participate in combat. However, Tatsuma ignored the objection and directly took out the Hyuga team's route map from the communication tent. Having spent a couple of days here, he was well aware of recent events. After obtaining the route map, Tatsuma looked at Yamanaka Tani again and said, "Uncle Yamanaka Tani, there's no time to hesitate. I'll go inform the others. Remember to follow up." With that, Tatsuma ran out of the tent. Seeing Tatsuma's determination, Yamanaka Tani didn't say more and turned to his somewhat bewildered colleagues, saying, "Tatsuma knows what to do. Are you all just going to sit here? Move!" Call for reinforcements were needed and notify others. At this moment, many ninjas in the camp had gathered, including some who still had bandages on, rushing towards the commotion. Tatsuma quickly found the few ninjas left to guard the camp, briefed them on the situation. Initially, they were hesitant, but Tatsuma, holding the route map and revealing his knowledge of sensory ninjutsu, managed to convince them reluctantly. Tatsuma, accompanied by 6 combat ninjas, swiftly left the camp, following the route marked on the map. Among the 6 ninjas, 3 were jonin, and 3 were special. Jonin, constituting a formidable force. Otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't have left only a few of them to guard the camp. Throughout the journey, Tatsuma spared no chakra, constantly sensing the surroundings, advancing at the fastest speed. They rushed into the deep night, already penetrating the heartland of the Land of Rivers. There are ninjas ahead. Be on guard. Tatsuma stopped on a large tree, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His naturally curly hair was damp with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to his skin. Despite the discomfort, he couldn't afford to worry about it at this moment. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, the 6 ninjas swiftly entered a state of heightened alert. Tatsuma controlled his chakra, sensing the situation in greater detail. Soon, he learned about the situation and said, "They are Hyuga ninjas, but someone is pursuing them. Connect with the Hyuga ninjas and instruct them to withdraw immediately." "Tatsuma, don't go over there," a jonin said at this moment. Tatsuma nodded. He knew that going over would only be a hindrance, and he had no intention of recklessly intervening. The 6 ninjas departed, and soon the sounds of battle erupted from that direction. The flames from fire release illuminated the night sky. At this moment, a Byakugan-wielding ninja arrived, carrying another Byakugan user on their back. "Uncle? Lord?" Seeing the 2 figures, Tatsuma's face became extremely solemn. Hyuga Kai was relatively okay, but Hyuga Miyako's hands were broken at his forearms. The bleeding wounds and exposed white bones made him increasingly weakened. "Tatsuma?" Hyuga Kai, upon seeing Tatsuma, was greatly shocked. However, he couldn't afford much attention at this moment. He placed his elder brother onto Tatsuma's slender back, saying, "Take my brother back. I'll try to buy more time." Tatsuma looked at Hyuga Kai, then glanced at the distant battle. He nodded and said, "Take care." Chapter 79, First Kill and Rasengan. After separating from Hyuga Kai, Tatsuma quickly headed towards the camp with Hyuga Miyako on his back, occasionally looking back. The frequency of the fire on that side was decreasing, indicating that the battle was coming to an end. However, the battlefield was gradually shifting towards the direction of the Land of Fire camp, making Tatsuma's expression extremely grim. This meant that the Konoha ninjas on this side might be on the losing end, retreating step by step. Hyuga Miyako, weak on Tatsuma's shoulder, opened his eyes and said, "You are Tatsuma, mentioned by both Sento and Kai, right?" "Miyako-sama, it's better for you not to talk. Although I've stopped the bleeding, your body is still very weak," Tatsuma replied. After speaking, he accelerated his pace. Hyuga Miyako remained silent for a while before saying, "Tell Tsunade that Chiyo is a decoy. Her conspicuous appearance is for." Hyuga Miyako seemed to have his throat choked, made a few attempts to adjust his breathing, and said, "It's to divert our attention. The 3rd Kazekage has come secretly." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma exclaimed, Hidden Sand Village has deployed the Kazekage? The Kage of a village represents not only a high-level combat force but also a symbol of an entire village. Once a Kage joins the battle, it's either an all-out conflict or a desperate situation. However, it seemed that Hidden Sand Village hadn't reached that point yet. The deployment of the Kazekage at this moment undoubtedly violated the unwritten agreement. After all, the current friction between the two major nations was only due to the killing of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. The current outbreak could be described as a battle, not yet a full-scale war. The Kazekage shouldn't have acted at this time. Hyuga Miyako nodded and said, That's why this assassination attempt is so serious. Tatsuma realized that with the speed of the Hyuga team and the messages they received, they simply didn't have the time to do anything specific against the Hidden Sand Village's camp. It's highly likely that once they approach the Hidden Sand Village camp, they'll be discovered and face retaliation. The Kazekage, who is violating the rules, definitely won't let the Hyuga team escape. This also explains why the Hyuga team lost so quickly and why the 6 ninja brought by Tatsuma were defeated in such a short time. Only a Kage has the strength to achieve that. Cough, cough, don't run away. Help me. I can't destroy my eyes anymore. Hyuga Miyako suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. However, Tatsuma, upon hearing his words, continued to run without paying any attention. Hyuga Miyako struggled to breathe and spoke again, The eyes of the main family's main branch cannot be leaked, and we can't all escape. You still have a chance. Regardless of which sensei it is, none of them taught me to harm my comrades. Tatsuma embraced the steadily weakening Hyuga Miyako, channeling all his chakra into activating his legs. However, Tatsuma knew that at this speed, once there was no one to hinder him, the Kazekage would soon catch up. Enough! As a sensory ninja, my failure to detect this was a severe dereliction of duty. I've condemned so many of my people and comrades. I don't deserve to live. If you're truly a genius, you should know that killing me would be good for you, for me, and for the village. Listening to Hyuga Miyako's words, Tatsuma clenched his teeth, refusing to speak again. However, the sounds of the battle behind them were getting closer, and at a certain moment, they abruptly stopped. Tatsuma had even sensed that a tremendously powerful chakra had entered his sensory range. He speculated that it was the third Kazekage or one of his subordinates. Careful! Just at that moment, another surge of chakra entered Tatsuma's sensory range. Sensing the fluctuation of chakra behind him, Hyuga Miyako suddenly burst into laughter. So, you've indeed learned sensory jutsu, as expected from you, Tatsuma. After murmuring this, Hyuga Miyako forcefully pushed Tatsuma's back with his broken arm. He instantly fell from Tatsuma, who came to a halt. As Tatsuma turned around to continue carrying him, Hyuga Miyako spoke again, Destroy my eyes. But, kid, you're not qualified to change my fate. Go ahead, take action. Tatsuma looked at Hyuga Miyako. His breath, already somewhat erratic due to the sprint, became even more chaotic. Finally, he made up his mind and said, I apologize. Hyuga Miyako nodded, then closed his eyes. Tatsuma swiftly flipped his right hand, revealing a kunai. With a wave of his right hand, the kunai passed between Hyuga Miyako's eyes, causing a slight twitch in his body. I will inform Sensei that everything you've done for the village and your admirable sacrifice. You are deserving of respect as a ninja. As the words fell, the kunai pierced through Hyuga Miyako's lower jaw, and in an instant, another kunai stabbed from bottom to top into high brain, ending his life. Swish, swish at this moment, a figure rushed out from the nearby dense forest, heading straight for Tatsuma. Unmindful of the untimely announcements in his mind, Tatsuma glanced at the distant spot where the sounds of battle had also disappeared. At this moment, the person approached Tatsuma and was even closed. Pulling his bloody kunai out, Tatsuma turned and threw it, and the person quickly moved their head to avoid it. However, in the hand that threw the kunai, chakra had gathered, forming a blue chakra sphere in Tatsuma's palm. Rasengan, which Tatsuma had secretly learned for a long time, hadn't had a chance to be displayed until now. Boom! The chakra sphere pressed towards the person's chest. The unfamiliar ninjutsu startled the person for a moment, but they quickly bent their arm, and a puppet suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom! The puppet was blasted into pieces. Tatsuma glanced at the person's horrified expression, swiftly threw a smoke bomb, not intending to continue the fight, and used the body flicker jutsu to escape in an instant. This person was not the third Kazekage. Perhaps the third Kazekage was delayed by Hyuga Kai. However, the young man chasing after him, using puppetry skills, was evidently an elite from the hidden sand village. Tatsuma now knew he was no match. The sneak attack just now was his only chance, but unfortunately, it was still intercepted. Without carrying Hyuga Miyako and deviating from the planned route, Tatsuma's speed came into play as he continuously evaded in the land of rivers with no set pattern. It wasn't until the next day at sunset that Tatsuma returned to the camp. Seeing Tatsuma's return, the ninjas in the camp hurriedly went to inform Tsunade, who had returned temporarily. However, Tatsuma, looking somewhat lost, went back to the medical tent, his gaze vacant as he dealt with the wounds accidentally incurred during his escape. "You rascal!" Tsunade arrived at the medical tent in a hurry, intending to scold Tatsuma. However, upon seeing Tatsuma's condition, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing Tsunade's arrival, Tatsuma forced himself to focus a bit and said, "The Kazekage of Hidden Sand Village is on the move." Chiyo was used to cover the Kazekage's tracks. What? Upon hearing this news, Tsunade was also extremely shocked. Then she asked, "How did you come by this information?" "I found Hyuga Miyako-sama, and he told me," Tatsuma replied. "And? What about him and the others? Where are they?" Tsunade inquired. "They're all dead. I personally killed Hyuga Miyako-sama," Tatsuma said, swallowing saliva continuously. The churning in his stomach made him feel nauseous. Tsunade frowned, but she quickly understood the reason. "He asked you to kill him, didn't he?" "Yes." Confirming her suspicions, Tsunade nodded and said, "The information you brought back is of great significance, and you haven't done anything wrong. From now on, Hyuga Miyako's death is at the hands of Hidden Sand Village, unrelated to you. It's the only answer you will give, no matter who asks. Even when you question yourself, this is the only answer. Take a good rest. I need to report to the village." Chapter 80, Personal Unique Talent. Splash at midnight, inside the medical camp, Tatsuma leaned on the washstand with both hands, his face covered in water droplets. The water from the high tower reservoir kept flowing down, but Tatsuma paid no attention. Tatsuma dared not sleep. Whenever he felt a bit drowsy, scenes from yesterday would come to his mind, recalling the moment when he led 6 people to their deaths. In the distance, Tsunade also stayed awake. Under the cover of the night, she watched her timid disciple. She didn't understand why Tatsuma's reaction was so intense. After all, isn't this the life of a ninja? However, for some reason, Tsunade couldn't summon a sense of disappointment towards her disciple. Perhaps it was because she was a medical ninja, and cherishing and saving lives was the duty of a medical ninja. The water flow gradually diminished, and Tatsuma felt a hint of fatigue again. He quickly scooped another handful of water, splashing it on his face, then turned off the tap and rhythmlessly rubbed his face with both hands. It was already 2 days after the incident, and he had not slept at all in these 2 days. Coupled with the continuous sprinting back and forth, his body was extremely exhausted. He should get some sleep, but he had to admit that there was some fear in his heart. Snapped Tatsuma, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, waved his hand and hit the washstand. Water splashed all over him, but it also prevented him from making a bigger disturbance. Seeing this scene, Tsunade chose to emerge from the darkness and said, "It's already midnight, don't disturb the patients resting." "Sorry, sensei." Seeing Tsunade, Tatsuma wiped his face haphazardly with his sleeve. Tsunade looked at him and said, "You can't adapt to life here. Follow the wounded back to the village. Focus on being a medical ninja. If you don't want to, then go to the ceiling class. There, your talents can also be utilized. I won't go back. Tatsuma shook his head, and Tsunade sneered, saying, Why should you stay here? Allowing you to continue sulking, affecting others' morale? Go back to the village. Everyone here has to fight for victory, and we don't need cowardly individuals like you who can't even shake off the guilt of killing. I will overcome it. When? Until you infect the entire camp with your negative emotions? I don't have the time to wait for a coward like you to build up courage. Tsunade's tone remained harsh. Tatsuma took a deep breath, lifted his head, and said, I'm not a coward. I just couldn't approve of such actions before. Then quickly overcome yourself. Heh. Tatsuma shook his head and continued, For someone as outstanding as me, overcoming oneself is not that easy. But I believe I can overcome it soon. How soon? Now. Tatsuma looked at Tsunade and said, Whether you believe it or not, I have already conquered myself. Please include me in the next battle. Good. Tsunade nodded decisively, leaving Tatsuma slightly stunned. He asked in confusion, Aren't you afraid I might be lying to you? If you dare to deceive me, go ahead and die. With those words, Tsunade turned to leave. As she walked away, she added, Hurry up and go to sleep. I don't have time to wait for you. The front line still needs me. I will. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Tatsuma spoke with determination. Ding successfully praised and overcame oneself, can claim the limited talent Shiroyakusha plus 100%, would you like to claim? The sudden announcement from the system left Tatsuma standing in place, and after a while, he summoned the system panel to check the introduction of this special talent. Shiroyakusha, a special physiological talent that grants multi-layered effects. Blood Awakening, when damaged, awaken the soul of battle, significantly increase resistance to strikes, reduce damage impact by 50% during battle, and erupt after the end of the fight. Growing through battle, while in the Blood Awakening state, your experience growth and talent realization through battles are augmented, ignoring the upper limit of talents during battle periods. Death Resistance, after narrowly escaping death in combat, it significantly suppresses the effects of fatal injuries. If fallen into bodies of water such as rivers or seas, this effect is greatly enhanced. Graveyard's Lone Soul, on the battlefield, with an increase in the number of allied casualties, temporarily boosts various physical attributes, reaching a maximum of 100%. If only you remain on the allied side, an additional 100% increase in all physical attributes will be added. The limited talent is not a restricted version of special talents. Tatsuma checked multiple times before daring to believe he hadn't misunderstood. This was the first time he had encountered such a talent. As for the talent effects, it left him at a loss for words. Sacrificing his health at the beginning and ultimately sacrificing the lives of his allies, summing it up, it seemed like playing recklessly and relying on teammates with limitless power. In reality, Tatsuma wasn't fond of the other effects. His favorite was still the effect of growing through battle, considering his talent limit was only at the level of a chunin, allowing him to realize 2 to 3 talents per day. However, this growing through battle would allow him to realize his talents without any limits during battles. In other words, as long as he could endure, he could max out all of his talents. The only condition for this effect was activating the Blood Awakening. This meant he had to get injured first. Even if the damage impact was reduced by 50%, it would still have an impact on himself. And then the last 2 that can only be used during hellish circumstances and almost seem to hint at his dark future. Yet, Tatsuma's body ultimately reacted quickly as he said, claim. Boom! Suddenly, Tatsuma felt as if his body was exploding from the inside out. It started with the left shoulder, followed by the left shoulder, and then the left shoulder again. Tatsuma felt like his left shoulder was about to disintegrate. The exploding pain then spread throughout his body. Now, the pain that he could have resisted completely overwhelmed Tatsuma's spirit. His body collapsed beside the washstand, and he fell into complete unconsciousness. Didn't I tell you to go to sleep? I didn't ask you to lie down right where you were. After what felt like an unknown amount of time, Tatsuma woke up groggily, seemingly stirred from his sleep. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw Tsunade looking down at him with a mocking smile. Tatsuma quickly got up from the ground and asked, "Are we ready to depart?" Glancing at the sky, he realized it was still early morning. Surprisingly, despite the brief few hours of rest, his body didn't feel too tired. The short period of sleep had swept away the exhaustion of the past 2 days. After washing up, grab your belongings, and we can set out, Tsunade replied, observing Tatsuma, who seemed slightly different from yesterday. She added, "By the way, starting today, our engagement with the Hidden Sand Village is not just a battle, it's a war." "Has Hokage-sama officially declared war?" Tatsuma inquired. "Yes, Hidden Sand Village dared to break the rules, so we must retaliate," Tsunade affirmed. Chapter 81, Declaring War. "Hiruzen, are you sure you want to do this?" In the Senju clan headquarters, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came to discuss, Mito sighed and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Hidden Sand Village has violated the rules. If I, as the Hokage, don't respond forcefully, where is the dignity of Konoha? Moreover, if I am unwilling to go to war, the various ninja clans in the village, led by the Hyuga, may become disloyal to the village because of this matter. This battle must be fought by Konoha, and Konoha must decide when it begins and when it ends. What about manpower? The people led by Tsunade and Orochimaru can't support a war." Mito asked again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate, saying, "Rima and Shima have asked me to fight, and Hyuga Itsuki is also willing to lead his clan to the battlefield. Furthermore, young jonin such as Kanugi Makume, Shinka Yuhi, Yumino Ikaku, and others expressed their immediate support for the village's decision. Danzo also dispatched root ninjas to begin covert and infiltration missions. If the Hidden Sand Village Kazekage insists on participating in the war, then I am also willing to go to the battlefield." Upon hearing the names mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito weakly closed her eyes, especially at the mention of the first 2 names, as they represented the remaining elite members of the Senju clan. The origin of this battle is from the land of Whirlpool, and the pre-war commander is Tsunade. The Senju clan is probably eager to go to the battlefield, but the battlefield is never a gentle place. "If this is your decision, then I will support it," Mito finally agreed. Her gaze passed over the spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen and looked outside, saying, "This village is the legacy left by Hashirama and Tobirama for everyone. You must cherish it as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't fully understand Mito's meaning, but he nodded solemnly and said, "I will, Mito-sama." "All right, go ahead. I won't intervene. If anyone disagrees, let them come to me." Mito waved her hand, unwilling to continue the conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to Mito, then slowly exited the hall. He transformed into smoke and disappeared only after leaving the hall. In the Hokage's building, inside a meeting room, village clan leaders, some elite members of the village, and Hokage advisors were present. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting in the main seat, suddenly closed his eyes. The ongoing discussions halted, and after a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "There's no need to discuss whether to declare war. Let's talk about how to face Hidden Sand Village in battle." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, those who were initially against it instantly furrowed their brows. Just a while ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed open-minded, willing to listen to their opinions. But in this short time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had decided to declare war, not after considering both sides' opinions but directly choosing to go to war with Hidden Sand Village. This means that Sarutobi Hiruzen has obtained the trump card to gain the consent of various clans to go to war, and the only person in the village who can play a crucial role is none other than the wife of the first Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Mito. For a moment, those who held opposing views didn't know how to express themselves. Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura exchanged glances, both sensing awkwardness on each other's faces. Although they, as Hokage advisors, should logically support Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were opposed to initiating a war. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo, who had a history of conflicting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, firmly expressed his desire to go to war and had already made it clear that he would dispatch root ninjas to Hidden Sand Village without prior consultation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing those who had just refused to go to war and were now silent, didn't intentionally provoke them. Instead, he turned to the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Itsuki, and said, "Itsuki, this time I hope you can personally lead the Hyuga clan's team to support. Is that acceptable?" Hyuga Itsuki directly accepted the order and said, "Hokage-sama, for granting us the opportunity to seek revenge for our fellow clansmen on the battlefield, I am deeply grateful. The Hyuga clan will surely give our all." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to Rima and Shima, who, although present as individual ninjas, were enough to represent the Senju clan. He said, "Rima, Shima, the front lines will face the greatest pressure. Before you depart, prepare a list. The more people you have, the better. Make sure the front line remains secure." "Yes, Hokage-sama." X2 The two nodded excitedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen then looked at the Inoshikacho trio and said, "Shurikado, you are responsible for drafting the declaration of war and coordinating logistics to ensure the front line is worry-free." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Shurikado Nara already had a rough draft in mind, he just needed to refine it a bit when he got back. Writing a war declaration was a simple task: occupy the moral high ground, then condemn Hidden Sand Village. Subsequently, to express anger towards the actions of Hidden Sand Village for the sake of the shinobi world and peace, a resolution was made to prevent their actions through war. Finally, there was an appeal to Hidden Sand Village to reconsider their path and surrender early. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be aware that this task was too simple for him. Therefore, he assigned him the role of logistics supervisor, a task not easily solved by just wielding a pen. At that moment, Shurikado Nara suddenly wished for his son, who was still in school, to excel quickly and take over his position. While Shurikado Nara's thoughts were wandering, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made arrangements. Then, he suppressed his fluctuating emotions and asked, "Any further questions, everyone?" As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Shurikado Nara. Shurikado Nara quickly snapped back to attention and said, "Hokage-sama, there's a minor issue. Regarding logistics supplies." "Go on." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and Shurikado Nara nodded, saying, "In recent years, due to the coveting of the land of whirlpools by the lightning, earth, water, and wind nations, as well as various inhumane actions, not only has the land of whirlpools been annihilated, but also." Speaking of this, Shurikado Nara shook his head slightly, expressing some distress as he said, "It has also affected the overall business operations of the entire shinobi world. In recent years, the prices of a large number of goods and raw materials have risen significantly. From grains, oil, and noodles to coal, iron, and other minerals, the prices have increased much more than before. With the village's military funds, facing a war against the Wind Nation, it's a bit insufficient." After hearing Shurikado Nara's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He lightly tapped his finger on the desk, then spoke solemnly, "I will personally petition the daimyo to request an increase in war funding, but this will take some time. How about this? In the name of the Sarutobi clan head, I will donate 30 million ryo to the village and use it to secure the first batch of logistical supplies. We cannot delay the war." With these words, the clan leaders of the shinobi clans looked at each other, especially those who were not explicitly mentioned earlier. Their faces were particularly awkward at this moment because Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude seemed to be either contribute your manpower or contribute your money. They had to choose one. Just as most clan leaders were silently planning to feign ignorance and pass through the situation, a middle-aged person with flowing black hair suddenly slammed the table and declared, "I, from the Uchiha clan, also donate 30 million ryo and send our elite members to participate in the war. We are willing to share the burden for the village." Chapter 82, Minato's Request. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other leaders, including the Inuzuka clan leader, turned unpleasant. Well, it seems the turmoil extends beyond the battlefield. Originally, some members of their clan were needed, making it difficult for them to accept. Except for the Hyuga and Senju clans, who were eager to join the battle, the other clans preferred to preserve their members for development. However, being named by Sarutobi Hiruzen for deployment was inevitable. For those not selected, Sarutobi Hiruzen made it clear that they would have to contribute financially to support the cause. But the Uchiha clan, on the other hand, not only had to provide funds but also manpower. What's with their eagerness to deplete their resources? Not only were the Inuzuka clan members stunned, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who made the proposal, looked at the Uchiha clan leader with some astonishment. In fact, upon hearing the amount of 30 million ryo, he was already inclined to agree. However, when he thought about the eyes of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but squint his eyes and began to carefully reconsider his decision. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Taku, as the leader of the Sarutobi clan, I can understand your sentiments. Moreover, you've been a clan leader for several years, and it's necessary to show some accomplishments to boost the confidence of your clan members. However, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are crucial ninja clans in the village. If they simultaneously head to the battlefield and other villages get wind of it, it might become an opportunity for them to attack the Land of Fire. If you are willing to consider my suggestion, I propose that the Uchiha clan stay on standby in the village temporarily to guard against potential invasions from other ninja villages. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Taku's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He pursed his lips and said, "The role of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield is far inferior to that of my Uchiha. They can act as scouts, and so can we Uchiha. However, when it comes to combat skills, the Hyuga clan cannot compare to the Uchiha. Therefore, in this offensive, let the Uchiha take the place of the Hyuga, swiftly crush the Sand team with our forces. That would be the most advantageous choice for the village." Uchiha Taku. Are you saying that my Hyuga clan is inferior to the Uchiha? Hyuga Itsuki also stood up angrily from his position, pointing at Uchiha Taku. Uchiha Taku furrowed his brows, ready to retort, but Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly intervened, saying, "Enough. We are all members of the village, and I believe Uchiha Taku did not mean to belittle the Hyuga clan. It's just a fervent desire for victory, all for the sake of the village. Let's not start a dispute among us. As for this expedition, let the Hyuga clan lead." Uchiha Taku, I understand your sentiments, but you must also understand the feelings of the Hyuga clan. While we are all members of Konoha, family honor and dignity are indeed present. If Uchiha clan members were to be killed by external enemies, I believe you wouldn't want the Hyuga clan to take up the burden of revenge, would you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hyuga Itsuki and Uchiha Taku slightly eased. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, seizing the opportunity. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is in charge of the Konoha military police force. With the onset of wartime, there may be infiltrators and spies in the village. This is precisely the time when the village needs the military police force. If the Uchiha clan engages in battle, who will maintain order in the village? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen provide another reason that struck a chord with the Uchiha clan's sensitive points, Uchiha Taku's expression once again softened slightly, though he still voiced some reluctance. For the sake of the village and the unity of all clans, the Uchiha clan is willing to set aside immediate achievements. However, if other villages show any suspicious actions, we hope Hokage will prioritize considering the Uchiha clan. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He continued to smile at Uchiha Taku, while Shukato Nara on the side couldn't help but shake his head. Can't the Hokage tone down his love for political matters? Uchiha Taku, who was about to sit down, also caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. In an instant, his recently improved mood took a downturn. However, as a representative of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't retract his words. After a quick internal deliberation, Uchiha Taku suddenly had a plan and said, "As for the 30 million ryo in war funds, it represents the savings of the Uchiha clan over the past 30 years. I am confident in allocating this amount. However, within the clan, there may be some individuals who understood. Seeing that Uchiha Taku did not retract the 30 million ryo, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to be more amicable. Uchiha Taku smiled faintly and suggested, how about letting my son, Fugaku, lead an elite team from the clan to personally escort the funds? Escort? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. The Uchiha clan's territory was not far from the Hokage Tower, and who in the village would dare to lay hands on this sum of money? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Uchiha Taku had abandoned the idea of sending most of the clan's ninjas to the battlefield but still wanted some involvement in the war. After weighing the options, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to make a concession and even offered a higher reward than Uchiha Taku expected. He nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble the Uchiha clan to escort the war supplies and deliver them to the front lines for Tsunade and her team. Also, regarding the explosive tags needed for this battle, let the Uchiha clan take charge. Coordinate with Shukato and discuss the quantity and procurement prices." Upon hearing about the explosive tag business, Uchiha Taku nodded in satisfaction. However, he quickly forgot about the explosive tag business and began to strategize. It was time to decide who would go to the battlefield, and he was certain that his son, Uchiha Fugaku, would be among them. Fugaku was already 18 this year and had activated the 3-tomo Sharingan. It was time for him to experience the battlefield and sharpen his skills. While he might not achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan, the experience of war would undoubtedly contribute to his progress. Similarly, among the other Uchiha ninjas sent to the front lines, a few promising young ninjas needed to be included. To protect these young individuals, some reliable and experienced members of the clan also had to be sent, ensuring their safety. Lost in his thoughts, Uchiha Taku snapped back to reality and realized the meeting had ended. Shukato Nara stood by his side, smiling, and said, "Clan leader Taku, regarding the explosive tags, how many can the Uchiha clan provide before departure?" In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just concluded a discussion with Shimura Danzo about whether it was too favorable to the Uchiha. The meeting ended with a heavy closing door and the regretful sigh of Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his tobacco pipe, realizing that his craving for smoking had grown over the past few years. He had just filled the pipe and hadn't lit it yet when a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and two figures, one tall and one small, quickly entered. Seeing that they were his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile and asked, "Is the mission completed?" Jiraiya nodded, placing the mission scroll on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. He then said, "We just got back. It appears I missed the meeting." "Heh! I saw you in the bathhouse this morning." As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. On the other side, Minato Namikaze looked puzzled. He knew that his sensei sneaked into the bathhouse for research, but how did Hokage-sama know? Could it be that he, too, was observing the bathhouse? Lighting his tobacco, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a couple of puffs and said, "You didn't attend the meeting, so what's the purpose of coming now? Don't tell me it's just to submit the mission report?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya didn't respond. Instead, he turned to look at Minato, who nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Hokage-sama, I would like to request to go to the front lines." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, releasing the smoke he had just contemplated inhaling. He asked, "Why?" "Because Tatsuma is on the front lines." Upon hearing Minato's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully scrutinized Minato. He was trying to figure out whether it was a childish sense of competitiveness between the two or if there was already a deep bond between them. Chapter 83, Orochimaru's Wisdom. Finally willing to let him onto the battlefield? In the temporary camp of Konoha in the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma, who had been brought over by Tsunade, with an expression of doubt on his face. Tsunade nodded and said, "He said he's ready. It does seem like he's prepared." Orochimaru examined Tatsuma for a moment before he nodded. Now Tatsuma indeed looked different, at least with a bit of a ninja's appearance. Tatsuma felt a bit uneasy under Orochimaru's gaze. Although he knew from Jiraiya, Tsunade, and his own observations that the current snake uncle had not started any human modification experiments, he was still a normal ninja plus scientist, at least for now. However, once stereotypes are formed, they are hard to shake off. Tatsuma wanted to find an excuse to leave. Just as he was about to ask Tsunade about his accommodation, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade and spoke, "The decision from the village has come in, declaring a full-scale war against the Wind Country. Since you were absent, I've already sent someone to the Hidden Sand Village's camp to declare war," Orochimaru said. Tsunade nodded, showing no signs of displeasure on her face. After all, she genuinely didn't mind others taking over her command authority, and she even wished someone else would do all the work for her. However, after some thought, Tsunade asked, "How many reinforcements will the village send?" "More than half of the Hyuga clan's ninja, led by the Hyuga brothers, Itsuki and Ketsu. Your two uncles also brought a considerable number of clan members." "There aren't many clan members left." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned, but her brows slightly furrowed. Orochimaru continued, "Kunugi Makim Senpai, Shinkayuhi Senpai, and Yumino Ikaku Senpai are also leading Jonin teams for support. The route has deployed numerous ninja and has already begun infiltration operations. Sensei has also applied to the daimyo to recall ninja stationed in various locations, focusing on reinforcing the borders, firstly to support the situation here and secondly to guard against invasions from other countries during the chaos. By the way, there's also the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku is in charge of escorting the war preparations this time. Sensei's intention is to not prevent them from joining the battle," Orochimaru explained. Uchiha, at the mention of this surname, Tsunade's face displayed a disdainful expression inherited from being a member of the Senju clan. She waved her hand and asked, "How many of them have come in total?" "The first batch of reinforcements is about 1,500. Including those previously stationed here and the ones we brought, there are around 2,800 ninja in total," Orochimaru explained. Tsunade expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "What is Sensei thinking? Trying to contend with the entire Hidden Sand Village with just 2,000 ninja? It's 2,800, and we do have the Hyuga clan and Senju after all." Tsunade's dissatisfied gaze shifted, and Orochimaru shrugged, saying, "The ones joining the battle are all elites. Sensei has also sent a warning letter to the Kazekage, advising him against joining the battle or he will join as well. If the battlefield is in the land of rivers, we can actually hold our own, considering they are not familiar with jungle warfare, and puppet jutsu will be severely restricted in the jungle. If the Kazekage doesn't join the battle, our only difficulty lies in Chiyo's poison. As long as Chiyo's poison doesn't become widespread, we can stretch the front line and use our expertise in jungle warfare to break through Hidden Sand Village's forces." Listening to Orochimaru's analysis, Tatsuma furrowed his brows and said, "The premise is that the battlefield is in the land of rivers, Orochimaru-sama. You've assumed that Hidden Sand Village will definitely take an offensive stance and continue to attack. If Hidden Sand Village abandons attacking and doesn't penetrate deep into the land of rivers, how can we erode their forces through a war of attrition? Besides, the land of rivers has many small flowing streams, making it more favorable for Hidden Sand Village to deploy poison." Tatsuma's sudden interruption made Orochimaru a bit displeased initially, but upon hearing his analysis, Orochimaru couldn't help but start contemplating. Indeed, he had assumed the stance Tatsuma mentioned because he believed that Hidden Sand Village, driven by Chiyo's determination and the deaths of her son and daughter-in-law, would launch a relentless attack at any cost. But people fear pain, and they also learn from lessons. If the Hidden Sand Village suffers severe losses after 2 battles, they can't stubbornly continue their course. Once Hidden Sand Village withdraws from the land of rivers, Konoha won't be able to keep depleting the Hidden Sand Village's forces. If it turns into a defensive battle, considering the current situation, Konoha can accept it. However, Orochimaru knows that his sensei is not just satisfied with successfully defending the borders, he wants to severely cripple the Hidden Sand Village and secure victory in this full-scale war. In this case, Orochimaru's previous thoughts are problematic and cannot fulfill Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations and requirements for this war. Seeing Orochimaru's strangely silent demeanor, Tsunade glanced at Tatsuma with surprise. After some contemplation, Orochimaru came up with a new plan in his mind. He looked at Tatsuma and was about to discuss it when, in that instant, he realized that Tatsuma was just a 9-year-old kid. Yet, he had been contemplating discussing matters with Tatsuma from an equal perspective. Shaking his head, Orochimaru questioned himself internally about whether he lacked command abilities. However, he became more curious about Tatsuma. Looking at Tatsuma, he asked, "Tatsuma, what are your thoughts?" "Huh? I don't really have any thoughts," Tatsuma scratched his head. He had only expressed his viewpoint without rejecting Orochimaru's plan or preparing to propose an alternative. Encouragingly, Orochimaru said, "It's okay. Just tell me, if it were you, what would you do?" Tatsuma began to ponder, and after a while, he said, "Abandon the advantage of the land of rivers, seize the opportunity before the arrival of the Hyuga clan, and proactively defeat the enemy. Deceive Hidden Sand Village step by step, making them advance further. Simultaneously, use false positions and false battle lines to mislead the Hidden Sand ninjas, fragmenting their forces. Ideally, we should lure them into entering the Land of Fire. The forests in the Land of Fire are denser and more extensive than those in the Land of Rivers. The Hidden Sand ninjas' visibility would be restricted, and by that time, we should also have the support of the Hyuga clan. Following that, encircle from both flanks, cut off their logistical supplies, and launch a joint attack with the reinforcements against the Sand Ninja teams. It's impossible for every Hidden Sand Village team to be equipped with sensory-type ninja, but we have the Hyuga clan that can meet this requirement. In this way, the Hidden Sand Village would either have to choose to break through towards the center of the Land of Fire, colliding with the support teams, or turn around and break through towards the Land of Rivers. Either way, they would engage in large-scale battles with us. To break through, they would have to pay a significant cost, perhaps even facing complete annihilation. That's a good idea, and we also have a more advanced communication system to execute this tactical plan." Orochimaru stroked his chin, deep in thought. Tsunade smirked and said to Orochimaru, "You can't be serious, right? Tatsuma is just a genin who has never been on the battlefield. What tactics can he come up with? In my opinion, it's better to march straight to their wind country and cut through to Hidden Sand Village." Orochimaru didn't hear what Tsunade said afterward. He actively blocked out her voice, continuously envisioning the scenario Tatsuma proposed, a battlefield in the jungle, luring the enemy deep, and conducting guerrilla warfare relying on the information gap. The only challenge with this tactical approach lies in the initial setback. Firstly, one must endure the pressure from both our side and the village. Secondly, it must appear authentic enough to make the Hidden Sand ninjas overextend. Apart from that, sacrificing a bit of dignity and reputation is necessary, but Orochimaru doesn't care about such things. However, as he is not the battlefield commander, even if Tsunade, who holds that position, understands the plan after reviewing, it's unlikely she would agree. After contemplating for a while, Orochimaru, who regained his composure, looked at Tsunade, who was still talking incessantly, and said, "Tsunade, inform the village that you'll be researching the Hidden Sand Village's poison. Hand over the command to me, I'll take responsibility for everything. I thought of you as a teammate, and you want to usurp my position?" Tsunade was left speechless. Chapter 84, Learning from Orochimaru. Tsunade ultimately handed over the command to Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately returned to the communication tent to inquire about the situation. Considering the magnitude of this matter, it was necessary to first inform his sensei. However, Tatsuma did not have the opportunity to participate in this teleconference with the Hokage this time because it was of the highest secrecy level. Although Tatsuma proposed the tactical plan, he did not have the authorization to participate. In fact, Tatsuma felt some regret after proposing the plan because it required some ninjas to sacrifice themselves, and they would die as part of their own strategy rather than due to the enemy's attack. Although from a broader perspective, this tactical plan might benefit Konoha in gaining more advantages and reducing casualties on their side in the overall war, it still deliberately sent some people to their deaths. With a somewhat somber mood, Tatsuma was taken to the temporary camp. Before he could rest, he was pulled into the role of a medical ninja, treating the injured ninjas from the battles of the past few days. Tatsuma was aware that his indecisiveness and hesitations were his major weaknesses at the moment, but he found it difficult to change this aspect of himself in the short term. Being assigned the role of a temporary medical ninja was actually a good thing for his current emotional state. After all, he was helping his own people instead of scheming against them. To put it in a more mystical way, it was a form of redemption for himself. To be more direct, it prevented Tatsuma from having the time to regret his actions. Orochimaru's efficiency on the other side was remarkable. On the same day, he issued orders within the camp, officially appointing himself as the new commander on the battlefield. Within the camp, there were no chaotic or dissenting voices. After all, during this period, Orochimaru had been handling the camp's operations, and now he was merely formalizing his role. The next day, Orochimaru reorganized the more than 1,000 ninjas within the camp without arousing suspicion. Everyone accepted the team restructuring, understanding that the formation of squads was aimed at directly confronting the hidden sand village, creating opportunities for the Hyuga team. Currently, with the Hyuga team completely annihilated and facing difficulties and gaining immediate advantages through direct confrontation with the hidden sand village, there was a need to change the team distribution. Under Orochimaru's arrangement, aside from the functional small teams, the main force was divided into two categories: combat and disguise. The combat teams would continue to engage the hidden sand village in battle during this period, buying time. Meanwhile, the disguise teams were tasked with setting up various temporary bases, outposts, and ambush lines in the Land of Rivers. Of course, Orochimaru did not disclose the entire plan to everyone, including Tatsuma, who had been reassigned. Tatsuma's assigned task was to follow the squad captain and participate in setting up temporary bases. It could be considered a relatively easy task. During such extraordinary times, the difficulty level of various missions did not differ significantly, and the recorded achievements were also similar. However, this wasn't the task Tatsuma wanted to carry out. With doubts and intentions in his heart, Tatsuma went outside the command camp to request an audience with the current battlefield commander, Orochimaru. Before long, Tatsuma was granted entry into the tent. Orochimaru was standing in front of a sand table, meticulously manipulating wind and earth release chakra to simulate battlefield changes. As Tatsuma entered and assessed the situation, intending to greet Orochimaru, the latter spoke first. "There's another mission on my desk. Take a look." Raising an eyebrow in slight surprise, Tatsuma didn't expect Orochimaru to be the type to play mysterious mind games, but he walked over to the desk and picked up the scroll. Upon unfolding it, he found it to be a notice to accompany the combat team to the front lines. Tatsuma furrowed his brow, a sense of doubt arising within him. He felt Orochimaru wouldn't likely prepare two mission scrolls simultaneously. In simple terms, if Orochimaru did so, it would contradict the stereotypical impression Tatsuma had of him. "The one in your hand is Tsunade's arrangement. She said this is what you wanted." "I didn't expect there would be such understanding between master and disciple," Orochimaru remarked. Orochimaru turned around at an unknown moment, wearing a somewhat peculiar and eerie smile as he looked at Tatsuma. A chill ran down Tatsuma's spine, and after a nervous swallow, he suddenly asked, "Orochimaru-sama, was the task to set up a temporary base previously assigned by you?" "It wasn't me, it was a deliberate arrangement from the village," Orochimaru replied. After Orochimaru's response, Tatsuma didn't know how to react to this information. Orochimaru seemed indifferent and continued, "You seem to have some doubts about the preferential treatment given by others. That could be troublesome." "I don't. I'm just a bit surprised." "By the way, what do you mean by troublesome?" Tatsuma inquired. "The village wants to treat you favorably, to keep you off the battlefield. However, more than one person has guessed that you might end up on the front lines, and these individuals almost simultaneously requested me to take care of you a bit more, Orochimaru explained. As he spoke, he stared at Tatsuma, as if trying to discern something from him. Tatsuma scratched his head and chuckled, saying, "Is that so? Maybe I just come across as easy to get along with. And Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sensei will treat me favorably, I can guess that much. It's not just them." Orochimaru shook his head and then pointed at Tatsuma, saying, "Sakumo-senpai's tanto, did you bring it with you?" "Huh?" Tatsuma was a bit puzzled but still pulled out the scroll containing the chakra-sealed short sword. He performed the necessary hand seals and released the seal, revealing a well-worn short sword in his hands. Seeing that Tatsuma had no sense of caution, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked over to Tatsuma, picked up the chakra short sword, and said, "Your chakra is insufficient, but your chakra control ability far surpasses others your age. You've mastered the chakra scalpel, but how's your practice with wind chakra nature transformation?" "Not bad. I've been practicing some B-rank wind release ninjutsu, and it's not too challenging," Tatsuma modestly replied. Orochimaru, however, only smirked. After all, B-rank ninjutsu is not a simple feat, and many experienced chunin only have a couple of those in their arsenal. Surprisingly, Tatsuma bluntly stated, "No challenge at all." Orochimaru could tell that Tatsuma wasn't lying, and he even felt. Being highly proficient in wind, earth, water, and fire release techniques, Orochimaru, who knew his teammate very well, understood that Jiraiya lacked the patience to delve into high-threshold A-rank ninjutsu or even more challenging techniques. Relying on his natural talent, Jiraiya frivolously learned a bunch of cost-effective B-rank and crank ninjutsu, then squandered his chakra on inefficient ways to defeat enemies. This was how Orochimaru currently perceived Jiraiya. In other words, when Tatsuma claimed that learning B-rank wind release ninjutsu was effortless, it wasn't because A-rank techniques were beyond his grasp. Rather, Jiraiya couldn't teach Tatsuma A-rank wind release ninjutsu. However, Jiraiya seemed to have undergone some recent changes. Perhaps having a disciple made him realize that he couldn't continue being unreliable as a sensei, or maybe it was Tsunade's recent training that ignited a sense of ambition in Jiraiya. Orochimaru had heard that Jiraiya was diligently studying a technique similar to the one used by the first Hokage. Jiraiya refused to disclose details, but Orochimaru could deduce it. After all, besides wind release, the first Hokage-sama was most renowned for his. "Orochimaru-sama?" Seeing that Orochimaru seemed somewhat lost in thought, Tatsuma gently called out. Orochimaru's focus returned, and he subconsciously nodded, even though he had no reason to do so. Orochimaru cleared his throat and said, "You lack lightning release chakra, and Sakumo-senpai's swordsmanship isn't suitable for you. Therefore, Sakumo-senpai asked me to teach you a technique before you go to the battlefield." "What technique?" Tatsuma's eyes lit up. Orochimaru looked at the chakra short sword in his hand, unsheathed it, and then gathered wind release chakra at his throat, exhaling it onto the blade. In an instant, a blade, only about the length of a hand, transformed, under the influence of wind release chakra, into a ninja blade with a length of 70 to 80 centimeters. Orochimaru spoke again, "B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, blade of wind. Danzo-sama also has a similar technique called vacuum blade, but that one isn't suitable for you." Chapter 85, Result of Having Two Shameless Senseis. Seeing the changes in the short knife, Tatsuma recalled the scene from a year ago when Orochimaru, as the examiner, assessed him and Minato during their graduation. At that time, Orochimaru seemed to have used this technique as well. Tatsuma had a deep impression of that moment because he had used the Wild Lion's mane jutsu taught by Jiraiya. His hair, empowered by chakra, became as tough as steel threads. However, Orochimaru, wielding the blade of wind, casually cut through his hair. It was the first time Tatsuma felt the powerlessness brought about by an absolute gap in strength. In fact, besides Orochimaru at the current stage, Tatsuma and Minato had also fought against the even more powerful Sakumo Hatake. Even back then, Tatsuma was even weaker, and the gap between the two sides should have been greater. Yet, Sakumo Hatake was truly something. At that time, Tatsuma couldn't summon the sense of danger and helplessness he felt against Orochimaru, thanks to Sakumo's restraint. Download app and now, knowing that he has the opportunity to learn this ninjutsu, Tatsuma found it difficult to remain calm. After all, with his impressive sensory talent, he can sense that Orochimaru lost very little chakra while using the Blade of Wind. In other words, whether casting or maintaining the Blade of Wind, it doesn't require a significant amount of chakra. This is precisely what suits Tatsuma's current ninjutsu abilities the most. In terms of destructive power, the Rasengan he secretly practiced is more potent, but it consumes more chakra and cannot be sustained for as long as the Blade of Wind. It is more suitable for explosive attempts focused on critical points. As for other elemental ninjutsu, such as fire, earth, and water release techniques, the power they unleash is closely related to the caster's chakra quantity. However, wind release is not as stringent in this aspect. It emphasizes control over chakra, such as compressing chakra to stir up the wind, giving the technique a sharper nature. Because of this characteristic, among the 4 elemental ninjutsu he has learned, Tatsuma's favorite is wind release. Seeing Tatsuma's eyes shining with excitement, Orochimaru also smiled and asked, "Can you understand this technique?" Tatsuma didn't immediately respond but carefully sensed the Blade of Wind in Orochimaru's hands. After a while, he said, "Sealing jutsu?" Exactly, Orochimaru's eyes showed approval. He continued, "Many people tend to think that sealing jutsu is separate from elemental release techniques. However, after learning from Mito-sama for so long, you should understand. Elemental release techniques and sealing jutsu mutually inspire and complement each other. For example, the 4 violet flames formation draws inspiration from many fire release concepts. Similarly, the water prison jutsu and Kirigakure borrows characteristics from sealing jutsu. The maintenance of most ninjutsu forms requires a considerable amount of chakra, from the 5 elemental release techniques to techniques like the chakra scalpel that purely condenses chakra. However, once a seal is formed, it only requires minimal chakra for maintenance. Just like the Blade of Wind in my hand, it is not merely wind release chakra, it is a solidified structure formed by condensing chakra into a porous form. Through the arrangement of these pores, a sealing jutsu pattern is formed, allowing the form to be sustained for a long time." Speaking, Orochimaru lightly swung the Blade of Wind in his hand. The Blade of Wind cut into the desk, but it didn't easily cut through, instead, it got stuck. At this moment, Orochimaru continued speaking, "Also, due to the existence of the seal, while it possesses the sharp nature that wind release chakra should have, it doesn't have the same cutting ability as wind release ninjutsu." But that day, Tatsuma interrupted, wanting to mention the incident where Orochimaru effortlessly cut his hair. However, as he spoke, he realized. Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma's suddenly enlightened expression, nodded, and said, "The porous structure allows you to input flowing wind release chakra anytime, like this." Swoosh! The Blade of Wind instantly swept through the table it was stuck in, leaving behind deep cutting marks on the desk. Orochimaru continued, "The arranged solidified porous structure allows you not to worry about the direction of chakra output. In the shortest time, with the least amount of chakra, making the chakra blade possess the highest cutting ability, this is the value of this technique. The porous structure doesn't seem like some ancient and profound ninjutsu." Tatsuma looked at Orochimaru, who modestly smiled and said, "I made some minor modifications. The Blade of Wind is a B-rank ninjutsu, but mine might not be, depending on if you want to learn. Orochimaru-sama, with you expounding so much on a new technique, how could I refuse?" Upon hearing Tatsuma's response, Orochimaru nodded, his admiration for Tatsuma deepening. He even teased, "Then be prepared not to go to the battlefield." Is he joking about not letting me go to the battlefield if I can't learn it? This sense of humor. Thinking to himself, Tatsuma maintained a smiling face on the surface. Orochimaru then took out a scroll from his robe and handed it to Tatsuma, saying, "You now have 2 mission scrolls in your hands, one for ninjutsu. The choice is yours." "I understand. Thank you." For your help today, Orochimaru-sama. Tatsuma took the ninjutsu scroll handed to him by Orochimaru. Both missions were scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow. If he could learn Orochimaru's improved Blade of Wind within these 2 days, he could join the combat team. If not, he would have to comply with the arrangement and honestly become a construction worker and follow a team to set traps. Wait a minute. I smell a good opportunity. Turning around and already taking steps toward the exit, Tatsuma suddenly stopped, turned back, and asked, Orochimaru-sama, if you didn't have to improve this ninjutsu, and instead received this ready-made scroll, how long would it take you to learn it? Orochimaru squinted his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, it won't exceed 3 days. Orochimaru was extremely confident because he was already proficient in the Blade of Wind. His mastery of wind-release chakra nature transformation was profound, and although he hadn't received guidance from a master like Uzumaki Mito in sealing jutsu, his skills in that area were also commendable. He possesses all the necessary conditions to learn this improved version of the Blade of Wind. All he needs is to understand ninjutsu, build a porous chakra structure, and solidify it using sealing jutsu. 3 days at most. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Tatsuma pursed his lips and then said, even a genius like you needs this much time to learn? But it seems I have only 2 days to learn and join the battlefield. How about we make a bet, Orochimaru-sama? I bet that I'll learn this ninjutsu within 36 hours. If I win, you can't hinder me from going to the front lines for any reason. An interesting proposal. I accept. So, you're betting that it will take you at most 36 hours to master this technique. However, you only mentioned what happens if you win, not what happens if I win. If you win, I'll acknowledge your skill. After Tatsuma finished speaking, he saw Orochimaru's mouth twitch visibly. In the end, Orochimaru said, truly worthy of being taught by both Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time. Chapter 86, Counterattacking. Ding, ninjutsu plus 10, spirit plus 5, would you like to claim? In the early morning hours, Tatsuma looked at the chakra short knife in his hand, which had been significantly extended by wind attribute chakra. He listened to the broadcast in his mind, and a tired smile appeared on his face. Over the course of a few years, Tatsuma felt that he had indeed become a person with a strong desire for victory and defeat. He enjoyed the sense of urgency brought about by the challenges, pushing himself to progress. Ring just as he was immersed in joy, an alarm clock not far away started ringing. With only a few minutes difference, Tatsuma snapped out of it, turned off the alarm clock, and he was about to fail by a hair's breadth. However, if he were to talk about such a precise success, perhaps no one would believe him, right? Clap, 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 but at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the woods. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru clapped his hands and said, I really didn't expect that you could learn it in such a short time. Moreover, your way of learning is quite interesting, as if you are not learning ninjutsu but constructing a building, piece by piece. Tatsuma waved his hand, and the blade of wind condensed on the chakra short knife in his hand dissipated. He smiled and said, most ninjutsu can't escape chakra control, nature transformation, and shape transformation. As long as you master these 3, learning becomes not difficult at all. And because of my lack of talent, I can only use some clever tricks to speed up my learning. Orochimaru, upon hearing Tatsuma mention his lack of talent, chuckled slightly. Soon, he shook his head and said, I've heard Tsunade mention chakra control, and Jiraiya mention nature transformation. However, your shape transformation far exceeds the level of your current ninjutsu. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tatsuma stiffened. He hadn't expected that just learning a ninjutsu would lead Orochimaru to observe so meticulously. Tatsuma could only say, I am developing a technique that has high requirements for chakra shape transformation, so I have been practicing. Oh, Orochimaru drew out the sound as he contemplated, and under the night sky, his golden eyes continuously assessed Tatsuma. In his mind, Orochimaru speculated continuously. He had observed Tatsuma's 36 hours of training and understood Tatsuma's proficiency in shape transformation. A normal ninja wouldn't practice chakra shaping to the level Tatsuma had reached. Even renowned medical ninjas, known for their strict requirements in chakra control and shape transformation, didn't need such a high level of expertise. Not only in medical ninjutsu but even in sealing jutsu, as far as Orochimaru knew, there weren't many techniques that demanded this level of chakra shaping. Moreover, most elemental ninjutsu generally had similar requirements for the practitioner's shape transformation and nature transformation. However, Tatsuma's mastery of shape transformation seemed to far surpass his mastery of nature transformation. If Tatsuma wasn't lying, then the technique he was developing wasn't some conventional ninjutsu. Orochimaru furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Tatsuma. He had just had a thought in his mind. Could Tatsuma be working on compound ninjutsu like his sensei, achieving Kekkei Genkai effects through attribute combinations? Another thought quickly surfaced in Orochimaru's mind. It seemed that the people he knew had all made somewhat excessive progress recently. Tsunade learned the technique personally taught by Mito-sama, Jiraiya found a technique named Sage Mode passed down from the first Hokage, and even the younger generation like Tatsuma were developing extraordinary techniques. Was it his own negligence? Or were the people around him just exceptional? Tatsuma looked at Orochimaru, who once again seemed lost in thought. He felt puzzled. This Orochimaru seemed different from the one he had in mind, although his impression had always been somewhat stereotyped. Orochimaru soon noticed Tatsuma's gaze, waved his hand, and said, "Go back and rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." "Sure." Tatsuma nodded, about to say something else before he realized Orochimaru had transformed into smoke and disappeared. Inside a temporary tent, Orochimaru, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up on the bed, furrowing his brow, deep in thought. Tatsuma, on the other hand, had a refreshing sleep. Fatigue was the best remedy for insomnia. He slept until a fellow ninja in the same tent woke him up, and Tatsuma opened his eyes, climbing out of bed. Though they were in the land of rivers with numerous small rivers and streams, the available water in the temporary camp was limited. They couldn't use water freely, especially since the leader of the Hidden Sand Village's team was an expert in poisons. The water in the tent had to be collected first and approved for use after a series of checks by Tsunade. However, each person had a limited allocation. After brushing his teeth, Tatsuma didn't even have the luxury of washing his face. He had to use his fingers to get rid of eye crust. Fortunately, it was early spring, and the weather wasn't too hot, or else daily life would be a significant challenge. Once done with his morning routine, he returned to his tent, streamlined his backpack, leaving most of the ninja tools and medical equipment sealing scrolls in the camp. In the end, Tatsuma chose only 2 sets of throwing weapons, 2 medical kits, along with several explosive tags, smoke bombs, and military rations pills. After securing his backpack and strapping on the chakra short knife, he headed towards the assembly point. Arriving at the assembly point, Tatsuma checked the mission scroll, found his assigned group and exchanged a few words with the people around him in the queue. Orochimaru also arrived at the assembly point. One advantage of Orochimaru as a leader was that he didn't waste words. After scanning the nearly 1,000 ninjas gathered at the assembly point and exchanging a few words with a couple of jonin, the team began to move forward. "Tatsuma, when we encounter enemies later, remember to stay towards the rear. We will protect you." As they set off, a young jonin riding a large dog suddenly smiled at Tatsuma. Tatsuma smiled somewhat helplessly. He understood that these senpai around him were trying to look out for him, but he had genuinely made up his mind to step onto the battlefield. "Inuzuka Makoto senpai, there's no need to overly concern yourself about me." However, Tatsuma couldn't outright refuse others' goodwill and could only politely shift the discussion. Inuzuka Makoto, upon hearing Tatsuma's words, just smiled without responding. As the team advanced, Inuzuka Makoto and his nin dog suddenly stopped. Tatsuma furrowed his brow, and both of them almost simultaneously said, "There's a ninja ambush 500 meters ahead." "Huh?" Inuzuka Makoto looked at Tatsuma in extreme surprise. Tatsuma smiled and said, "I'm also a sensory-type ninja. Inazuka Makoto suddenly realized, then looked ahead towards the team where Orochimaru was leading. He whispered, Orochimaru-sama ahead must have noticed already. Don't reveal it. At this moment, Tatsuma followed Inazuka Makoto's gaze and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, unlike his usual cautious demeanor, was charging forward as if he were a greenhorn. Tatsuma couldn't help but comment, Orochimaru-sama's acting skills are quite ordinary. Boom, boom. Just then, Orochimaru had already entered the formation of ambushing ninjas. After a series of explosions, Orochimaru's voice came from the smoke, continue forward. Tatsuma and Inazuka Makoto exchanged a glance, then joined the rest of the team. However, as the team advanced, Tatsuma's brow furrowed tighter and tighter because they had passed several hidden sand village ambush locations. Although Orochimaru no longer provoked these sand ninjas, the Konoha team gradually found itself surrounded. It's about time to start the battle. Inazuka Makoto leaped down from his nin dog, holding a kunai in his hand, vigilant of his surroundings. Can't resist the urge, huh? Orochimaru, up ahead, grinned, revealing an elegant smile. Tsunade, haven't you come yet? In the jungle, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed, and a somewhat withered female voice echoed through the woods. Be careful. Watch out for poison. Inazuka Makoto shouted loudly. Countless kunai, along with numerous shadows, appeared in the forest, heading towards the Konoha team. Inazuka Makoto glanced worriedly at Tatsuma, only to find Tatsuma already prepared with a ninja knife in hand. It's a well-executed ambush. Although they are enemies, you guys are bad. Inazuka Makoto looked at Tatsuma with a puzzled expression, and unexpectedly, Tatsuma praised aloud. He deftly knocked away the incoming kunai and then leaped towards the jungle. Just as Inazuka Makoto was about to catch up, a scream echoed from the forest. Ah! Why has your suddenly grew longer? It's like this in the morning. Is it possible that a grown man like you never experiences this? In the forest, Tatsuma looked at the ninja before him, whose face was twisted with pain, and whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Tatsuma showed a contagious smile and said, Your Achilles tendons in both legs and all 10 fingers have already been snapped. Now you look moke like the puppets you guys use. You little devil. The ninja lowered his head, then immediately raised it. A senbon shot out from his mouth, aiming straight at Tatsuma. Inazuka Makoto, who was rushing from a distance, was about to throw a kunai, but Tatsuma's speed was faster. Ding! The senbon collided with chakra, spinning back towards the sand ninja. It pierced into the shoulder of the sand ninja who was struggling, and Tatsuma's smile remained as he watched the sand ninja. In just a breath, the exposed skin on the sand ninja's neck turned purple, clearly indicating that he was poisoned. Tatsuma pursed his lips and, without saying a word, returned to his original position. Ding! Stamina +3, speed +3, would you like to claim? Pick up. Back in the queue, Tatsuma noticed that many people were looking at him. Having not participated in wars before, Tatsuma was unfamiliar with the usual procedures. Normally, in the first attempt, no one would take it too seriously, and the kunai thrown earlier should have all been intercepted. The next step would usually involve the leaders giving some harsh commands. However, Tatsuma went over and took down an opponent, which was evidently somewhat impolite. Is this the attitude of Konoha? The voice of the elderly woman from earlier echoed once again, but this time, there was a hint of frustration in her tone. Orochimaru shifted his gaze back from Tatsuma and said, What about the attitude of the sand? Do you plan to surrender today? If so, I can express sincere apologies on behalf of Konoha. If not. As Orochimaru spoke, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tatsuma's actions might have been a bit unconventional, but he hadn't done anything wrong. Do they not even have the right to retaliate when attacked? This is a battlefield, not a children's play area. If it's time to fight, then it's time to fight, as there's no avoiding it. There's nothing more to say then. As the words fell, another round of ninja tools was thrown in the jungle. Orochimaru waved his hand, and in an instant, the formation opened up. Tatsuma was unfamiliar with these tactics, but he followed the other ninja in his cue. The sand ninjas also continued throwing kunai and shuriken in waves. Konoha's team gradually struggled between evasion and defense, causing the formation to become unbalanced, showing signs of being divided. Orochimaru, standing still without dodging or avoiding, observed the situation of the team. A hint of urgency appeared on his face, but his eyes remained incredibly calm, as this was all part of his plan. Before Konoha's reinforcements arrived, let them taste defeat a few times. However, shortly after, he squinted his eyes, about to leave his position. At that moment, rows of Senbon fell at his feet. Orochimaru, don't think about helping your people. In front of Orochimaru, 3 puppets suddenly appeared. Seeing these 3 puppets, Orochimaru, who had been composed, showed a trace of caution on his face. However, his eyes couldn't help but look toward Tatsuma's position because, at this moment, Tatsuma was already surrounded by several sand ninjas. As the leading figure, Tatsuma received special attention. Holding a chakra short knife, Tatsuma looked vigilantly at the 5 sand ninjas surrounding him. After noticing that they were only focused on him and not paying attention to other Konoha ninjas, Tatsuma probably understood that his recent actions had drawn the hatred of this group of sand ninjas. Especially for these sand ninjas surrounding him, the mission might no longer be essential. Killing him, the one who violated unwritten rules, seemed to be their top priority. However, Tatsuma remained calm. The sand ninjas surrounding him were only at the Chunin level. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, Tatsuma had confidence. "Kid, you're as good as dead." At this moment, a sand ninja standing right in front of Tatsuma arrogantly spoke. Upon hearing this unoriginal threat, Tatsuma's mind remained unaffected, and he even felt like laughing. However, Tatsuma held back, realizing that laughing on the battlefield might not be appropriate. Instead, he displayed a polite smile and spoke after surveying the surroundings. A lion must exert its full strength even when pouncing on a rabbit. In terms of this level of caution, you are undoubtedly outstanding ninjas. Hearing Tatsuma speak with an air similar to the team leader Jonin who had guided them in the past, some of the sand ninjas were a bit puzzled. What's going on with this guy? Is he treating himself as an exam proctor? Susu, however, they were not fools. Someone quickly caught on. With hand seals, Tatsuma sensed an abnormal concentration of chakra in the air, identifying it as wind release ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, Tatsuma made a directional judgment, executing a spin to evade the wind release ninjutsu attack. However, as he landed, a sand ninja wielding a kunai was already rushing towards him. For most ninjas, chakra was precious. Even at the Chunin level, tools and combat skills remained mainstream in battles, with ninjutsu serving as a supplementary or trump card. These sand ninjas were evidently very familiar with each other. Even without verbal communication, they coordinated seamlessly. As Tatsuma straightened his body, he saw a kunai coming towards him. Choosing a conservative approach, he deflected it, using the cross-sweep technique to press down the sand ninja's attacking kunai. Before he could counter, another sand ninja was already at his side. Feeling a bit uneasy, Tatsuma took a step back to evade the attack. Watching the sand ninja pass by in front of him, Tatsuma immediately lifted his leg and kicked, hitting the sand ninja in the liver. The sand ninja, impacted in the ribs, crashed into the other sand ninja, instantly losing balance. Tatsuma intended to follow up with an attack, but 2 shuriken were faster than him, piercing the throats of the 2 sand ninjas. Tatsuma looked in the direction where the shuriken came from, seeing Inuzuka Makoto engaged in battle with the remaining enemies. Makoto took a moment to give Tatsuma a thumbs up. Tatsuma nodded in acknowledgement. With 3 enemies remaining instead of 5, he felt considerably relieved. However, the 3 sand ninjas did not retreat. After all, Tatsuma hadn't demonstrated overwhelming superiority, he had merely unbalanced 2 of them. After all, it was another Konoha ninja who finished the job. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. With fewer enemies, Tatsuma found it easier to focus on them. Noticing the hand seals of the ninja, Tatsuma instantly deduced the technique being unleashed. Tatsuma initiated a body flicker, swiftly changing direction to make it difficult for the sand ninjas to track his position. Simultaneously, the distance between them closed rapidly. Another sand ninja attempted to control Tatsuma's movement, but Tatsuma was quick to notice. Tatsuma swung his chakra short knife at the approaching sand ninja. Without much hesitation, the sand ninja leaned back, trying to evade. However, at that moment, Tatsuma opened his mouth and released a burst of wind-release chakra. The wind-release chakra instantly wrapped around the chakra short knife, transforming it into a longer blade. Even though the sand ninja had leaned back, a deep, visible-to-the-bone cut appeared above his chest. In that moment, the sand ninja understood why his companion had uttered those eerie words just before death. However, this split-second attack provided an opportunity for the sand ninja who had activated the wind-release ninjutsu. A jet of blood suddenly spurted from Tatsuma's left shoulder. In the astonished gazes of the trio, Tatsuma, despite the injury to his shoulder, seemed unaffected and came to him in an instant. Damn! Bang! Chapter 88, Artful Explosion Trap. Tatsuma. Charging forward with a slashing motion, Tatsuma, the chunin wielding a blade, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Immediately, his body flew to the side, and just as he was about to hit the ground, he collided with a soft and fluffy cushion. Woof! A dog's bark brought Tatsuma back to his senses. He quickly got up from the ground and looked towards the spot where he was attacked. At that moment, a puppet stood there, and a jonin from the hidden sand village, with a stern expression, stared at Tatsuma. "It's you?" Seeing this sand village jonin, Tatsuma recalled the scene from a few days ago when he rescued the Hyuga team. After having to kill Hyuga Miyako, it was this sand village jonin who blocked his way. If he hadn't hidden a Rasengan, destroyed the puppet, and caught the jonin off guard, he might have been detained as well. At this moment, the large dog behind Tatsuma quickly returned to Inuzuka Makoto's side. Inuzuka Makoto looked at the hidden sand village jonin and said, "Hoshi? What's wrong? Didn't you go back to the village with your sensei?" Hoshi's sensei is none other than the current Kazekage of the hidden sand village, and the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Hyuga team. Inuzuka Makoto? Hoshi looked at Inuzuka Makoto, recognizing his identity. Both being jonin from their respective villages, not only strength but also the accumulation of intelligence is crucial. Therefore, any revealed jonin is usually studied by other villages. Hoshi is no exception, and Inuzuka Makoto is no different. Inuzuka Makoto cautiously observed Hoshi. Among the intelligence that Hoshi has disclosed, there is no astonishing record of achievements or proof of strength. However, his background is quite significant. Not only is he the disciple of the third Kazekage, but he is also the descendant of the second Kazekage, Shaman, a genius who improved upon the puppet jutsu and sand control ninjutsu as well as doing research on Jinchuriki. As the second Kazekage, Shaman's position in the hidden sand village was comparable to Senju Tobarama's position in Konoha. Both have developed powerful ninjutsu highly beneficial to future generations. Especially puppet jutsu, in just 20 short years, it has become a hallmark of the hidden sand village. As a descendant of Shaman, Hoshi might have some remarkable puppets in his possession. At this moment, Hoshi, with a single hand, manipulated chakra threads, and his puppet remained vigilant in facing Inuzuka Makoto. However, his focus is on Tatsuma. After their last encounter, just like how Tatsuma remembered him, he also remembered Tatsuma. Tatsuma's peculiar technique posed a significant threat to puppets which left a huge impression despite their brief encounter. The construction of puppets inherently makes them intricate yet fragile. Powerful puppets can withstand formidable ninjutsu without affecting their usage, but if internal damage occurs, extensive effort is needed for maintenance and repair. In the previous display of his technique, Tatsuma rendered one of his puppets completely unusable. The difficulty of repairing it was so high that it seemed more cost-effective to create a new puppet. He had initially intended to swiftly defeat this Konoha village genin with a single blow, but it seems there might be an issue with the force applied, or perhaps this genin's neck is made of iron. Despite being struck in the neck by his puppet, the genin emerged unscathed. Tatsuma himself didn't notice. He had just endured an attack that his body should not have been able to withstand. However, the injury triggered the innate talent of Shiroyakusha, significantly enhancing his resilience to attacks. The nature of Shiroyakusha is mysterious, with an undefined upper limit. It becomes stronger in the face of strong opponents, capable of enduring attacks that would leave an ordinary person heavily wounded. Tatsuma could withstand the force of a significant impact or engage in a back-and-forth battle, though he would feel more discomfort afterward. After a brief moment of quiet, Hoshi raised his right hand, and the humanoid puppet rushed towards Inuzuka Makoto. Meanwhile, Hoshi lifted his other hand, and it seemed that chakra threads were also attached to his left hand. Tatsuma! Be careful! After Inuzuka Makoto's loud warning, he, along with his nin dog companion of over a decade, engaged in a well-coordinated battle against the puppet. Tatsuma wielded the blade of wind, continuously sensing the changes in his surroundings through chakra. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a row of kunai came flying towards Tatsuma. Upon closer inspection of the kunai's trailing rings, one could discern that they were being manipulated by threads. Thud, thud, thud. Faced with the dense barrage of kunai attacks, Tatsuma chose not to block but decisively opted to dodge. However, when he came to a stop on a tree, another wave of kunai was swiftly thrown at him. Are kunai in the hidden sand village handed for free? Observing the sheer quantity of kunai, Tatsuma muttered under his breath. Once again, he used body flicker to evade. Hoshi seemed unperturbed, his hands moved like a conductor directing an orchestra. While controlling the puppet in combat against Inuzuka Makoto, Hoshi continuously launched kunai throws at Tatsuma. As someone proficient in ninja tool throwing like Tatsuma, he was not afraid of these kunai. With little need for contemplation, he effortlessly found positions to escape from the onslaught. Swish. Suddenly, Tatsuma came to a halt. A blood arrow, propelled from his recently cleared shoulder, soared through the air. Amidst the splattering of blood, a faint, blood-colored large net appeared in the sky. You've already fallen into the spider's web. Hoshi's voice echoed as he produced a scroll, performed hand seals, and summoned a gigantic puppet spider, which hovered in the air. Tatsuma used medical ninjutsu to provide simple treatment to his left shoulder. Observing Hoshi's unchanged expression and the growing anxiety on Inuzuka Makoto's face, Tatsuma couldn't help but smile. Chakra threads and steel threads mutually entwined, weaving into a massive net through the interplay of reality and illusion. You're quite impressive, managing to employ puppet jutsu to this extent. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words of praise, even though he had been stealthily lurking for a while, Hoshi, who had just received Tatsuma's praise, displayed a somewhat unnatural expression on his face. Inuzuka Makoto was getting increasingly anxious. However, facing this particularly resilient puppet, even the claws of his nin dog could only harm the puppet's outer shell, unable to destroy it. Tatsuma seemed unconcerned about the reactions of others. He took a slight step back and straightened up, and the tips of his hair were gently pressed by the steel threads above, yet they couldn't touch his body. At this moment, Tatsuma raised his hand and said, I don't know if you've heard a term called threading the needle. Compared to someone like you, the one in the active position is actually more like a needle, not the one threading the fabric. Hoshi now noticed that the pouch at Tatsuma's waist was open, but it didn't contain a single kunai or shuriken. A sense of foreboding crept over Hoshi. As Tatsuma lifted his hand, he held a strand of steel thread. Looking at Tatsuma's radiant and infectious smile, Hoshi suddenly had a bad feeling. As a puppeteer, maybe you shouldn't try to play with ninja tools like others. Keep that in mind for next time. With those words, Tatsuma waved his hand, manipulating the steel thread. Suddenly, a dozen kunai and shuriken appeared in the forest, swiftly flying toward Hoshi along the threads he had set up, all of them adorned with explosive tags. Art is an explosion. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Spider defense. Hoshi retracted his hands, and the puppet spider instantly enveloped him, directly facing the bombardment of the explosive tags. However, the Sand Village ninja next to Hoshi had no means of defense. At the moment of the explosive tag explosions, he was blasted and thrown out, lying motionless on the ground. Of the initial 5 Sand Village ninjas who surrounded Tatsuma, Inuzuka Makoto killed 2, Tatsuma injured 1 with the blade of wind, another was blown away by an explosive tag, and the last one, in the aftermath, collided with a tree and fell into unconsciousness. Ding, speed plus 25, spirit plus 20, seals plus 15, would you like to claim? Pick up. Tatsuma felt a bit impressed by the generous rewards, but the next moment, he heard an angry voice. Konoha brat! I'm going to kill you! At the same time, rows of Senbon, glimmering with an eerie light, descended like a rainstorm toward Tatsuma. Against 5 Chunin might be plausible, but facing Hoshi, a jonin from the younger generation of the Hidden Sand Village, was a different story. Compared to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, Hoshi was only slightly inferior in fame and strength, but he was undeniably at the jonin level. How could Tatsuma handle someone of that caliber? I'm not Jiraiya. Why would I speak nonsense? Orochimaru shook his head gently and then turned to Tatsuma, asking, this should be your first encounter with a ninja using puppets in combat. Why were you so composed? A trace of disappointment and melancholy appeared on Tatsuma's face as he said, this is not the first time I've encountered him. I encountered him when supporting the Hyuga team, and there were some conflicts. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. Tatsuma had mentioned encountering a sand ninja before, but he hadn't specified who it was since Tatsuma didn't know the person. Now, with the clarification, Orochimaru was amazed that Tatsuma managed to escape from Hoshi. Moreover, the fact that Hoshi immediately targeted Tatsuma upon intervening indicated that their previous encounter wasn't pleasant for Hoshi. Meanwhile, Tsunade squinted her eyes, placing her hand back on Tatsuma's right neck, and asked, did he cause this injury here? Tsunade knew Tatsuma's capabilities well and understood that an ordinary Chunin couldn't inflict such significant harm on him. Tatsuma nodded, and then Tsunade spoke, next time we meet, I'll help you break his neck. Thanks, sensei, but I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing Tatsuma's response, Tsunade didn't express any displeasure, instead, she smiled and asked, what's this? You actually have someone you're eager to kill? Yes, not just Hoshi. If given the chance, I'm interested in the 3rd Kazekage's life as well. Well, you better work hard. Defeating a Kage isn't something to be taken lightly. Chapter 89, Retreat and Goal. The flames and smoke caused by the explosive tags dispersed, revealing a shell that had peeled off. A puppet spider, awkward in its movements, was continuously throwing Senbon at Tatsuma. Hoshi was so angry that his neck turned red. He had initially thought that carelessly destroying a puppet last time was his biggest mistake. Unexpectedly, encountering this Konoha brat for the second time, he almost lost another puppet. Moreover, due to the recent distraction, Inuzuka Makoto found an opportunity. At this moment, his other puppet was severely dismantled by the person and the dog combination, though the damage caused to the puppet only required replacing a few parts. But Hoshi was not willing to accept this. Eating losses consecutively under a small brat's tricks made him want to pounce and skin the brat alive. However, Inuzuka Makoto, who had freed himself from the puppet, was already rushing towards him. Earth release, Earth shore return. Tatsuma formed hand seals, and the ground in front of him rose, forming a wall. Dududu the clearly poisoned Senbon stuck to the earthen wall. Tatsuma squinted, sensing that something was amiss. His hands formed seals incessantly, and in the moment the seals were completed, the ground beneath him flowed like water, engulfing the falling Tatsuma. Earth release, subterranean voyage. Bang! Just as Tatsuma descended into the ground, the earthen wall couldn't withstand another round of Senbon attacks and shattered. However, Tatsuma had already climbed back up on the ground dozens of meters away, without a scratch. Retreat! At that moment, Orochimaru's command suddenly came. Konoha ninjas showed expressions of confusion because, after a brief skirmish that had not yet clarified the situation, retreating at this point seemed unwise. However, someone quickly noticed that half of the senbon on Orochimaru's shoulder were exposed. Thinking about Orochimaru's opponent being Chiyo, others instantly understood Orochimaru's intention to withdraw. Without further hesitation, Konoha ninjas disengaged from the battle, converging towards Orochimaru's direction, continuously retreating towards the rear. Watching Tatsuma, with a smug expression, sneak into the ranks of the Konoha team, Hoshi was grinding his teeth so hard that he felt they might shatter. However, he didn't dare to charge into the midst of the Konoha formation. Hoshi had no choice but to approach Chiyo and ask, "Grandma Chiyo, should we pursue?" Chiyo had some injuries on her body, but they were not severe. She looked at the rapidly retreating team, waved her hand, and said, "Orochimaru's poisoning isn't deep, it's not advisable to pursue. Be cautious of ambushes." Upon hearing Chiyo's command, even though Hoshi was reluctant, he could only nod. Following the orders, the Hidden Sand ninjas only made a symbolic pursuit and let the Konoha ninjas go. Under the protection of Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru returned to the camp with an unusually grim expression. Without saying a word, he plunged into Tsunade's medical camp. Tatsuma also arrived at the medical camp. Firstly, because he still had injuries, and secondly, after healing himself, he could assist in treating other wounded personnel. But as soon as he arrived at the medical camp, Tatsuma was pulled into a small tent by Tsunade. Inside the tent, there were only him, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's face showed no signs of the unpleasantness that usually accompanies poisoning. Instead, he had a normal pallor with a touch of redness, holding a senbon in his hand. Chiyo is really cautious. I can't believe she won't even produce a new poison now that I'm not on the front lines, Tsunade said, her tone still carrying her distinctive irritable demeanor. Orochimaru placed the senbon on the operating table and calmly replied, "She'll use it when she needs to, as long as she has it." Tatsuma scrutinized Orochimaru, completely retracting his previous assessment that Orochimaru couldn't act. He had genuinely believed Orochimaru was poisoned just now. Of course, he didn't think Orochimaru would get poisoned so quickly, rather, he speculated that Orochimaru intentionally poisoned himself to serve as a vessel for obtaining Chiyo's new poison. In fact, his speculation was quite accurate, except he didn't guess that Orochimaru wasn't injured at all. But considering Orochimaru's cautious nature, even for extracting enemy intelligence, he wouldn't actually put himself in real danger. "How's your hand?" While Tatsuma was still contemplating Orochimaru's actions, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his left hand. When he snapped back to reality, Tsunade had already torn the sleeve of his left hand. "A simple hemostasis will do, nothing serious," Tatsuma replied. At this point, Tatsuma also glanced at his own wound. Under the healing effects of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the two wounds had reduced to 2 slender red marks. In another 2 or 3 days, there would probably be no trace left. Tsunade nodded, intending to continue the conversation with Orochimaru. However, her eyes caught Tatsuma's right neck. Frowning, Tsunade asked, "How did you get injured on your neck?" "Huh?" Confused by the question, Tatsuma subconsciously turned his neck. In the next moment, a sharp pain, reminiscent of a needle prick after a severe neck strain, struck him. Simultaneously, he felt a dizzying sensation. "Why didn't you deal with the injury earlier?" Tsunade's tone became more dissatisfied, but she reached out and began using the mystical palm jutsu to treat Tatsuma. After a while, Tsunade withdrew her hand, and Tatsuma once again twisted his neck. After realizing that the discomfort had only turned into stiffness and was no longer painful, Tatsuma explained, "I didn't feel much pain before." Orochimaru, smiling, commented, "Tatsuma, today you did something remarkable. Not only did you defeat 5 Chunin, but you also almost took down Hoshi." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. She knew her disciple's abilities well. Battling and winning. Chapter 90, Sore Throat. Tsunade-sama, the support from the village over there is about to depart. Here are some supplies we need from this side. Would you like the village to take them along? A few days later, in the border camp of the Land of Fire, a jonin from the Nara clan held 2 scrolls and spoke to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, saying, "Let me take a look." Tsunade took the scrolls. The first contained information about ninja tools requisition, which she quickly glanced over and found it aligned with the list sent by the village, needing no further reporting. Then, Tsunade opened the second scroll, which was a bit more chaotic. Besides some obscure ninja tools, there were various peculiar medicines, like ones for treating hemorrhoids. Though Tsunade could understand these, her brows furrowed instantly when she scanned the list and found dragon's blood powder among them. This medicine sounded fancy, but in reality, it's merely medicine for relieving cough and moistening the throat. Pointing to the dragon's blood powder, Tsunade looked at the Nara clan ninja and said, "Nara Satoru, who submitted this? Treating the battlefield as a joke?" Upon hearing Tsunade's angry words, Nara Satoru hesitated and said, "Tsunade-sama, this was applied for by Sakamoto Tatsuma." Ah! Tsunade's rage suddenly paused. After all, no matter what, Tatsuma was her disciple. When a disciple did something so absurd, as a sensei, she naturally bore responsibility. After a moment's pause, Tsunade asked again, "What's the reason he applied for this medicine? Is it a recurrence of an old neck injury?" Tsunade racked her brain, but could only come up with this lame reason for Tatsuma. After all, Tatsuma's neck had indeed been injured a few days ago. If the old injury hadn't healed yet, it would be understandable for him to prescribe medication for himself, even if he made a mistake. Nara Satoru's expression became even more peculiar, but he still had to say, It said that he's been talking too much these days," straining his voice. Boom! Tsunade's fist smashed directly onto the desk, instantly shattering it into pieces. With a dark expression, she said, "What do you mean by talking too much? Is he going to war, or is he giving speeches on a podium?" "I'm not too sure about this, just heard from the people who came back to recuperate. Tatsuma earned a nickname among the Sand Ninja. They call him. What do they call him?" Tsunade's expression grew even darker, and Nara Satoru took a deep breath, speaking as if resigned to his fate, "Chatterbox Tobarama." Boom! Upon hearing this nickname, Tsunade stomped her foot in anger, causing the ground to crack beneath her. She gritted her teeth and growled, "That bastard Tatsuma, and those damn bastards from the Hidden Sand Village." This title somewhat tarnished the reputation of her grandfather, and she could roughly guess why the Sand Ninja would use this nickname to refer to Tatsuma. Because in Konoha, more than one person has said that Tatsuma resembles Tobarama, including Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama. She also mentioned Tatsuma's resemblance to Tobarama. After all, both of them have white hair and red eyes, and they are both exceptionally talented, far surpassing their peers in ninja skills. Apart from Tatsuma being more laid-back and friendly, with a penchant for laughter, their similarities are strikingly high. Because of this, Tsunade felt that her grandmother's care for Tatsuma might have a reason behind it. Not only Uzumaki Mito but also the older generation of the Senju clan, although they had few encounters with Tatsuma, clearly held him in high regard. Including Tsunade herself, sometimes she even wondered if her own grandfather had kept a secret from the family and made mistakes when he was young. However, she never expected that the Hidden Sand Village would use this as a way to mock her grandfather. "Tell Orochimaru that the main force support will arrive in 3 days. It's time to close the net. Damned Hidden Sand Village, I will make them pay. And Tatsuma, when he returns, he'll see how I deal with him. Also, for this list, apart from Tatsuma's requirements, report everything else and have them delivered as soon as possible." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Seeing that Tsunade ultimately remained rational, Nara Satoru breathed a sigh of relief, then swiftly left to carry out her orders. Achoo! On the front lines, Tatsuma, amidst another retreat, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and couldn't help but glance at the sky. Despite the warming weather these days, why would he be sneezing? Could it be that the sand ninja he defeated today cursed him? Over the past few days, Tatsuma had fought with different sand ninjas almost every day, and his trademark praise had become a tactic that made countless hidden sand village ninjas feel disgusted. Because Tatsuma was too young, it was a disgrace for them to be defeated by someone who praised them like their elder. In fact, calling Tatsuma Chatterbox Tobarama wasn't purely derogatory. Many sand ninjas believed Tatsuma's talent was too high, his proficiency in ninja tool throwing, taijutsu combat, and mastery of ninjutsu surpassed theirs. Especially since this brat isn't afraid of getting injured, in fact, he gets even more excited when he's injured. As long as he doesn't face a jonin, this brat can do whatever he wants. And even if Tatsuma's team encounters a sand ninja team with jonin, the jonin from the hidden sand village won't go out of their way to make things difficult for him. First, because Tatsuma's team also has Inuzuka Makoto, the jonin squad captain. Secondly, it would be too shameful. Over the past few days, Tatsuma's identity has also been uncovered by the hidden sand village, a genius Chunin from Konoha, Tsunade's disciple. Being Tsunade's disciple should make jonins from the hidden sand village pay more attention to him, but he happens to be a Chunin. If he were a Chunin, the sand jonin wouldn't be so concerned about losing face when encountering him. The only sand jonin who might take the risk to deal with Tatsuma would probably be Hoshi. Unfortunately, Hoshi hasn't encountered Tatsuma's team over the past few days. Konoha's teams are now heavily divided, much like a team that's been pushed back in a hasty retreat, fleeing in panic. Just like Tatsuma's team, which now consists of only 9 people and a dog, they are easily surrounded by sand ninja teams. However, with someone like Inuzuka Makoto, a sensory-type jonin, in their team, they always manage to turn bad luck into good fortune. As Konoha's teams keep retreating, after today, they'll probably have to withdraw completely from the Land of Rivers. This excited the sand ninjas even more, and they began to pursue them relentlessly, regardless of the consequences. Tatsuma, having just escaped from the pursuit of the sand ninjas, stopped by the riverside. He took out the test paper developed by Tsunade, which is a small tool for testing whether the water is poisonous. Although it has limited capability to detect certain poisons, some rare or newly developed poisons may not be detectable. However, the hidden sand village wouldn't be extravagant enough to release such poisons into rivers, so the test paper can still be useful. After testing the river water, Tatsuma nodded to the others. Inuzuka Makoto sent his Nindog to patrol while he himself sat down to rest. The others began to collect water for drinking, while Tatsuma helped their injured teammate who had just escaped from the battle. At that moment, the Yamanaka ninja among the team's members noticed the communication device in his backpack lighting up. He quickly found a spot to answer the call. After a short while, he returned to the group and glanced at Inuzuka Makoto before looking at Tatsuma, who was tending to the injured teammate. After receiving a nod from Inuzuka Makoto, the Yamanaka ninja spoke up. Squad Captain, Orochimaru-sama has instructed us not to retreat blindly these days. If we encounter sand ninja teams, we should assess both sides' strengths. If we believe we can win, we should go all out to achieve victory. Our team's defense line cannot retreat any further. We can choose not to push back the defense line, but we must not retreat anymore. Understood, Naoto. Please inform the others and have them prepare as well. Inuzuka Makoto nodded. After Yamanaka Naoto left, he whispered to Tatsuma, "Tatsuma, you understand what this means, don't you? As the flank, we're about to encircle and flank them. It depends on how deep the sand ninja team can get caught." Tatsuma answered almost without hesitation. As two of the few people on the team who knew about Orochimaru's plan, their communication was much more frequent than with others. Inuzuka Makoto nodded, saying, "Once the hidden sand village realizes they're surrounded, as the ones flanking them, will face the fiercest attacks. There's also a high chance we'll encounter reinforcements sent by the hidden sand village. If we're not careful, we'll find ourselves in a situation where we're attacked from all sides. Will you still choose to stay? Konoha's tactic of encircling with the flanking and support teams can indeed resemble a siege, hunting down the sand ninja trapped inside the encirclement. However, the sand ninjas are not lambs waiting to be slaughtered, they'll definitely try to break out. If they're not foolish, they won't choose to break through deep into the land of fire but towards the direction of the hidden sand village. This would increase the pressure on the flanking team even more. Moreover, Konoha understands the importance of sending out support teams. It's unlikely that the hidden sand village would leave these fewer than 2,000 sand ninjas to fight alone. Do they think these few sand ninjas can conquer the land of fire? Therefore, the hidden sand village will definitely send out support teams to reinforce their gains of the past few days and strive for further progress. Once the breakout team of the sand ninja and the support team act simultaneously, the flanking Konoha ninjas will be caught off guard and become the ones being attacked from both sides. It now depends on whether Konoha's actions are fast enough, and whether they can complete the mission of exterminating the sand ninja before the hidden sand village's reinforcements arrive. In this regard, Tatsuma still has confidence in Konoha. After all, since the formal declaration of war, Konoha has been the proactive side. Whether it's declaring war or devising tactics, Konoha has been the one making proactive changes. Engagements between ninja armies are not like missions carried out by ninja teams, there are too many preparations needed. Unless the hidden sand village predicts Konoha's actions, they will definitely be slower. Moreover, with the sand ninja team advancing deep into the land of rivers and soon entering the land of fire, geographically, the journey of the Konoha support team is shorter, allowing them to reach the battlefield faster. Unfortunately, Tatsuma can only speculate up to this point with the intelligence he has access to. He doesn't have the authority to access more information yet, otherwise, he's confident he could see things more clearly. However, it's enough for now. He smiled and said, "Squad Captain, I'm not here to just ride on others' accomplishments." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Shinya nodded with a smile and said, "Good job. But in the upcoming battles, you need to be even more careful. Never underestimate any ninja, even if you've defeated them or even killed them, understood?" Tatsuma nodded earnestly. In fact, these past few days haven't been very smooth. If it weren't for Shirayuksha's special physique and the medical ninjutsu he learned from Tsunade, he might have already been preparing for a memorial service. Although he learned ninjutsu at a speed beyond ordinary people through unconventional learning methods, and possessed talents and sensory abilities and ninja tool throwing jutsu far surpassing the average, he is still just a chunin. Even among chunin, his level is quite good, but in chaotic battles, he cannot easily defeat opponents of a stronger level in certain aspects. It could be said that many of his victories were achieved through taking risks, but the rewards gained from these risks were also astonishing. Due to the effect of growing through battle brought by Shirayuksha, Tatsuma's daily progress in his talents is 2 or 3 times that of his previous training speed. The increase in his talent ceiling is also considerable. Although it wasn't as easy as winning against Tsunade in a bet, he can almost improve his talents daily. Tatsuma also knows that real battles and real victories are the most correct way to use this system, but he is grateful that he worked hard for 3 years beforehand. If he had just graduated as a genin, followed the regular path to become a chunin, and then entered the battlefield, he would probably have been killed before he could even reap any rewards. Rustle, just as Tatsuma was starting to drift off, Inuzuka Makoto's Nindog suddenly ran back. In an instant, everyone in the team became alert. "Prepare for battle." Inuzuka Makoto shouted loudly, immediately drawing a kunai and entering a state of readiness. Tatsuma also unsheathed his chakra short sword with vigilance, looking towards the direction where chakra was sensed. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.